Why don't we try that just for fun? Hope it's going to start. We'll see. Looks like it might be trying to start. Hope it's going to start. There we are. We'll see. Back to StreamYard. Okay. All systems go. G'day, Larry. How we going? BJ, good to see you. Outdoors with Big Matt. Hello. Happy birthday for the other day, Larry. Mine went shocking. My car died, my laptop died. Oh well. There must be something in that, turning 55. And everything crashed. Burned. Yeah. So S is beating Larry at fantasy football, is he? Interesting. Yeah, well, it's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit here today again. It's absolutely steaming hot in here. But them the breaks. Beautiful day outside. So, Larry, do you have any tips on how to stop using so much data? The new laptop here has got something going on in the background, and the system used 7 gig yesterday and has used like 3 gig in an hour here today. Don't know what's running to use so much. I've gone and closed off all the background apps, so hopefully that works, but I don't know. Leave it turned off. That'll help. Exactly. I expect to use about from 1 to 2 gigs watching YouTube every day, but not 8 gig of background usage. It's a mystery as to what it is. So I've shut everything, all the background apps off, and hopefully it helps, but it's not really helping at the moment. It's still using 3.5 gig in an hour or something. So it's just bizarre. Right. I will do. Yes. It just had system, and that's all, saying that system used 7 gig yesterday, something like that. So crazy. Yes, not sure if anyone was planned to go after Dr. Black or not. Didn't see anybody going, so I jumped up, but I can always disappear again if need be. So anybody get any new fish? Anything? I've got fish thinking about breeding here at the moment, but no actual breeding going on. I need to introduce the male and female bedders and get them breeding in this heat. They'll be loving it. Yes, it's as I was saying, very hot here today. Crazy stuff. It's been outrageously hot for a week now, and too early in the year for that. And I could be outside in the sun, that'd be worse. So the cricket started today, and it's having a rain delay in Brisbane. So that storm that hit Blackie must be hitting Brisbane now. So that's no good. The cricket is not on. Some buried shrimp. Awesome. That's cool, BJ. What type of shrimp are they? Shrimp are illegal here, so I can't keep what's the word? Exotic shrimp. I can keep glass shrimp or grass shrimp, whatever, that I can capture locally, but yeah, can't get hold of any colourful shrimp. So though they are available in the state here, it's apparently against the law to have them. So it's a bit of a coloured mixed area there, but don't know. I haven't bothered trying to get hold of any because it's apparently illegal. So, and that most of my tanks, most of them will get eaten by the inhabitants of most of the tanks. So, painted fire reds, nice. That's cool. Yes, so many different varieties available. When I did see them available years and years ago, that's talking 20 years ago, that they were just cherry reds. That was all that I saw available. I didn't get any then because I keep American cichlids and they'll just eat them. Yeah, Pridemores, you should. They're so cool to watch. You can watch them for hours. As I said, I've only kept saltwater little glass shrimp, estuary shrimp that I capture when I take a fish net down to the estuary. And what have I got? I've got trimac, green terrors, a few vieja, Jack Dempsey, the Geophagus brasiliensis, a chocolate cichlid. My breeding pair of GTs the water's getting warm enough for them to be trying to do breeding, so I'm expecting them to have fry very shortly, but most of them just get eaten pretty soon after. But still, hopefully they'll get some fry going and get a few of them out and raise them up. We'll see. Yeah, right. Good point, BJ. Good to see them. Yeah, sorry. There's the gudgeons are going well. My um, my big gudgeons, the sleepy cod. One is approaching a foot now, a foot long, and the other one's, I don't know, 6 to 8 inches. I'm hoping they're a pair. Don't know how to breed them. They're not very easily bred in aquaria, but I say you need a mud pond for them to dig holes in the mud and that sort of thing. But I don't know. Yeah, the gudgeons are still powering on. My empire gudgeons are still going strong. They're over 10 years old now, and amazing that they're still going. The fire fin gudgeons are doing well. They hopefully will be breeding out there as the water warms up. But yeah, I'll see what happens. May not have enough plants in there for the babies to survive, but we'll see. Oh, electric blue Jack Dempsey, nice. Flower horns, yeah, I should have flower horns myself. I had a Trimac for over 16 years or so, and that was a bit upsetting when I lost him. But yeah, still love the Trimac. So got another one now. The guy I had for nearly 20 years was Timmy the Trimac, because of his buff head that he had. He reminded me of Timmy off South Park when he was little with his bump on his head. So yeah, the replacement, the little guy now, he's little Timmy. So he's growing up though. He's about 2 or 3 inches now. He was only tiny when I got him, probably an inch, if that. He's sharing with a chocolate cichlid that's a bit bigger than him, so it sort of keeps him under control at the moment. But I'll have to get them separated eventually. Timmy will just turn eventually, I suppose. But the chocolate cichlid can remain bigger than him. They might be right. I might be able to get away with it for a while. So hopefully, that's the plan. Anyway, we'll have to see. Oh, sorry, Derek.
No problem. What's up, Jeremy?
Didn't know you were back there. How are you going?
Good.
Still in Texas?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Cool. It's awesome.
There we
But, how's your day going? Watching a few streams?
Yeah. I got like a half blackish stream, so
Right. Cool. Yeah, it's good that he managed to get a stream up today. He didn't manage it last week, so that was a bit of a bummer. But yeah, it was cool to have him.
Okay.
Just was watching the cricket on the telly, and it's been rained out, so they've got a police show on, an Australian motorbike police with the police drive around on their motorbikes with the cameras on, and you get to see all the crap that goes on in front of them.
Oh man.
Some guy on a 4-wheel drive just ran out and pulled out right in front of the policeman, nearly hit him. So yes, he's in a bit of strife right now. Look right, look bike. Always on the lookout for bikes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, motorcycles make me nervous. I try to steer away from them.
Yeah, right, BJ. That's it. did it gain independence from Mexico through war, or what happened there? And they acquired Texas. Then what was the thing that made it? Was that the Alamo? Was it that?
I think that was after the Spanish-American War.
With the Alamo to do with independence, or was it?
I mean, it's a big state. It can be its own country if it really wants to.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oscars, Electric Blue, Jack Dempsey's, and Flower Horns. Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, flower horn's interesting. If you got a tank big enough, well, it'll take them a while to get there. But so you could start them off in a bit smaller tanks, but you need that big tank eventually.
Yeah, flower horns are interesting. They're very interesting looking.
Although you do see large flower horn in small cube tanks, not too small. They're still pretty large, but yeah, only a 2 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot cube or something that. And the flower horn's over a foot long himself. You see those around. They seem to be doing all right, but then they can't be doing too well, surely.
Yeah. So what you been up to?
Yeah, not much. Trying to lay low at the moment. The heat's been so dramatic. Can't do anything without just sweat just pouring off just sitting here in the house. So yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, y'all are in your summer. We're in winter over here.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so we've started summer with a bang. It's just gone straight up over 100 degrees every day. I think it was still 100 degrees last night at 9:00 p.m. So pretty miserable.
Yeah, that's not good. I don't know. It's getting a little chilly here, but it's not gotten down to what I call cold.
Yeah. You had that cold snap last year and went through Texas, didn't it? Killed all the fish everywhere.
It did a lot. Froze water pipes.
Yeah, right.
Really gave the power stations whacking. And plus they, because I was in Mississippi when that hit. And Mississippi, but over here they got more snow than they did ice.
Right. Yeah, see that can be a shocker too, can't it? Those ice storms just make all power lines. The ice are growing on the power lines, and that makes the power lines collapse, and all sorts of crap goes on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cool, Problems.
And the South's not really
Enter
equipped
in
to
the
deal with
Aqua
that. So.
Chicago. That'd be amazing. Be great experience.
That made it a little bit harder on everyone.
Yeah. The thing here, like we don't really get snow. We have the occasional like freezing early morning temperatures, maybe a couple of days a year. But, an hour or so south of us, they get a bit of snow, just a sprinkle. But still, it's like we're not prepared for it at all. Any type of snow, you'd have to wait. Nobody would have chains or snow tires or anything like that organised.
Oh, okay. See you later, BJ. Good luck with that. Cleaning and etc.
Cheers, BJ. Have fun. Thanks for dropping by.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was hot this summer here. It was up in the high 90s at least every day, I think.
Yeah, that's it. That's how our summer was last year. It was every day for over 3 or 4 months. It was just too much, too damn hot.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you're working in the heat, that makes it worse.
Yeah, that's for sure. I've worked on a few mines and that in my time, and they get that where it's 40 something degrees out there. Not real pleasant out in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
I need to try and work out how to get my phone going as well, so I can stream on the laptop, but walk around and show off a couple of fish with my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to do it yet. Or update my camera. Update my old digital camera so I can walk around using that as a camera.
Yeah.
I think the new ones all use Bluetooth and so on to connect, so Wi-Fi and all jazz, don't they?
Yeah.
Hang on one sec, I'll just get a drink.
Cool. Let's see, this is still moving. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, cold Coca-Cola, gotta love it.
Cool. Oh,
Yeah, you keeping any fish over there?
trying. I got 2 tanks I haven't gotten around to setting up yet.
Oh yeah, cool.
A lot of my money keeps disappearing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I know the feeling.
Gas around here, it's just gone up wildly. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's crazy here. It's like $2 a litre here most of the time now. So
Yeah, I don't know what y'all pay for petrol over there.
whatever that would be, it'd be $8 a gallon or something.
$8 a gallon.
Was it 4 litres to the gallon? So is it 4.25 or?
So y'all charge by the liter then?
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's $2 a litre. So Yeah, that'd work out to over $8 a gallon.
Well, they charge us by the gallon, so it's about $3 a gallon right now. So for my car, I'm looking at, I've got a 26-gallon tank, so it's about
Yep. Might have just lost you.
Hmm.
Sure.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
You do seem to be kicking out. I don't know if that's on my end or your end.
Yeah, I don't know. You're freezing up, but your audio's still coming through, but you're just frozen.
Let me see.
We lost you for a few seconds. Yeah. It seems to be working now. Just frozen up.
I think that should help. Put it near the window.
Right.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello, Kevin. How are you? Oh, there is.
Okay. That should be. I put it near the window, so I think it should be coming in better.
Right. You still
down
seem to be frozen again, but I don't know.
Weird.
Oh, that's updated it. I just thought I'll throw you up there and see what happens, and it seems to be working okay now.
Oh, okay, cool.
So maybe it was my end. As I said, your audio was okay, but we lost a few seconds of the audio, but that's all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's Kevin.
So were you planning on streaming, Kevin? I didn't see you streaming after Dr. Black, so when we had Aquamate's premiere, they were looking for someone else to stream afterwards. So I started up, but
I know he streams a lot.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what are you up to, Kevin? So what you had to update your truck, didn't you? The other one after an accident, was that right? Yeah. So you have access to any hunting grounds over there to get the bow out?
Yeah, there's a few places around. I haven't explored them yet.
Right.
I need to go find archery shop and get them to help me tune it and
Oh, yeah.
get it fit to where I can shoot it comfortably.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah. What was like tune a piano or something sort of thing, is it? Like get the right tension on the strings and that sort of.
About and like arrow placement and making sure the arrows are flying straight.
Yep. Yeah, I suppose it'd be critical. I've always wanted to get a compound bow, but I
Mm-hmm.
never did.
Ah. Yeah,
We had
they
a
can
few.
be they can be expensive, but it can be fun to get into.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Uh,
Remember we did.
hmm.
Craig Broderick, how are you, mate? Hope
G'day,
you're doing
Craig.
well. Saw your Facebook picture with the cup, the Premiership Cup, Craig. Awesome.
Hmm,
Very
cool.
cool. It's our team, Melbourne Demons, won the AFL Australian Football League grand final this year. So
Awesome.
Craig got to hold the cup, which was amazing. Drive safely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had to really look around for compound bow because I'm left-handed
Right.
when it
Yep.
comes to shooting, and unfortunately, it's not like a gun. You can't just switch hands.
Gotcha.
The
Yep.
bow has to be specifically set up for left hand.
Right. We're noticing that with the young fella at the moment. He wants to learn
Mm.
guitar, so got
Oh
to have
yeah.
specific left-handed guitar and all that jazz. So can't just
Mm-hmm.
use the
Yeah,
right-handed one that the
it's
rest of us use.
yeah. I saw you talking about that in one streamer or something.
Yep. Yeah. Right. I'm actually right-handed shooting, but I, I probably should have been because I play golf and cricket and all that sort of stuff left-handed, but
Hmm.
baseball. But I throw right-handed, but I hit things left-handed. So probably
Yeah.
should have played, or should have been a left-handed shooter as well, because it's a two-handed activity. Usually, two-handed activities are left-handed for me. I play
I
pool
mean,
sort of both hands, but predominantly right-handed. So yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
It's
I'm only
all
left-handed
mixed
because
up.
my left eye is my stronger eye, so it's easier for
Right.
me to shoot left-handed than it would be right-handed.
Yep. Yep.
Hmm.
Do you do much shooting, Craig? Did you get out?
Hmm.
Mm.
You can't close your left eye? Hmm.
That would make it tricky.
Yeah, that would. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I was also searching for a longer axle to axle bow because I'm so tall. Is right now in the mostly what they make is like short bows. They're nice and compact for hunting.
Yep.
That's kind
Yeah,
of the way
right.
the market's gone. But I did
Yeah.
manage to find a nice long bow.
Yeah, well, we got very strong gun laws and that over here in Australia,
Mm-hmm.
but you can just walk into the local pawnbroker and buy a bow and arrows,
Mm-hmm.
and you can you can do a bit of damage with that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that you can just walk in, no license required,
Hmm.
and get them from a pawnbroker. I find that very strange, but I saw it happen the other day and couldn't believe it.
Mm-hmm. 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 Did I freeze or?
No, you
Huh.
seem to be okay. Sorry, I just wasn't speaking.
Ah, that's okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, better be a lot of fun going out bow shooting, I reckon.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, again, not right into shooting animals, so I probably wouldn't do too much of that.
Hey, Chewy. Same laws as Britain and Canada. They are not firearms and they fall into survival tools. Ah. Hmm.
Right. Yeah, that's it. It's become a thing here now. We've had a couple of attacks where somebody's broken a bow and arrow out and started shooting people randomly.
Hmm.
So it's interesting how that's become a thing now.
Yeah.
Guns are still able to be accessed by criminals, of course, but
Oh, yeah. They'll get it. If they're determined, they'll get it whatever way they need to.
yeah, yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
You catch up with any of the latest movies or anything?
No.
No, me neither. I think everyone's raving about the new Ghostbusters at the moment, but yeah, I haven't seen it.
I don't know. I watched like the first film. I wasn't too impressed with it.
Yeah, right. Yes, I remember seeing the old ladies version of Ghostbusters on TV, and my God, I only got about 5 minutes through it and just could not handle it. It was terrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. I'd like to go. I'd like to go bow fishing sometime.
Mm. Yeah, right, Chewy.
Because I've watched a lot of bow fishing. It's fun. I think it'd be fun to go out there and shoot fish with bow and arrow.
Yep.
Mainly carp and gar.
Right. That'd be cool. Do you do that from boat?
Yeah.
The best way
Mm-hmm.
to do it, I suppose.
Yeah, you can do it from boat. You could do it from shore if you really
Right.
wanted to. But I think a boat would be nicer.
We sort of really only have access to saltwater fish here. The
Hmm.
freshwater's all pretty much, um, yeah, there is no fresh water around really. So
Hmm.
there's a few trout and stuff stocked in dams, but the water's so low that their population has disappeared, basically.
Uh,
We need to have rain and lots of it to fill the dams up around here.
mm-hmm.
Dams have been 20% for, I don't know, 20 years or more.
Hmm.
It's shocking. So they've either put the dams in the wrong spot or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool, Problems. That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
Hunting off the front of a boat.
Yep. I got the big boats and I got lights on them. And
Yeah.
you can do it at
The
night.
the southeastern Australia states of New South Wales and Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria, and that they've got a carp problem in their
Yeah.
rivers in the Murray River, and that so they get monster carp they catch in
Oh
there.
yeah. That carp
So
rule.
you can catch them on to go around and shoot them with arrows would be cool because they're often around the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be cool.
Yeah, you gotta. They look like they're. Yeah. That's right, because you gotta shoot just below where the shadow is, because they're not. So they're further deeper than you think.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That'd be take a bit of skill to get it sorted. Fishing with arrows, I reckon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We have
Miss a
have a lot
few
of people
shots.
local here that go spear fishing
Mm-hmm.
with uh, with spear guns in the ocean.
That is something I
We
wanted to try.
lost a couple this year to shark attack. lost, I don't know, probably lost about
Uh,
a dozen to 20 people around Australia to sharks this year, surfing and swimming. But yeah, won't find me getting in the ocean these days. I get in past my waist and I'm start hearing the Jaws music. So
mm. Noodling. Hmm.
yeah, I doubt I'd do that. Those big catfish could drag me under.
Hmm. Yeah. I think it'd be fun to try at least once. Though you gotta be
Yeah,
careful because you're going around sticking your hands in holes around snakes and everything.
yeah, that's it. Definitely get the blood flowing. That's for sure. The heart rate
Oh
up.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're
Adrenaline
sticking
rush.
your hand into a hole under the water. Yeah. Just got notification that some of the Christmas presents I've bought online have been delayed. They won't get here now. What is this crap? I don't know what's going on there.
Hmm?
Oh, our cricket competition has started, and they're all taking a knee for a minute before the game starts. All the players and everybody.
Uh,
Don't know when they started doing that.
probably about. I have no idea. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. Jess was doing a secret Santa thing for all the fish fam,
Yep.
or something like that this year.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I didn't go in it. Just being in Australia, it feels a bit uncomfortable, sort of. Not uncomfortable, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Most, excuse me. Most of the most of the price will be spent in shipping or postage or
Yeah.
something, probably. So I always
Mm-hmm.
felt a bit uncomfortable about it. I need to look into it a bit more and get more into it for next year. But Rico's doing his thing as well with the Christmas giveaways.
Oh
Christmas
yeah.
Santa. So
Mm.
that's going to be cool. Watch all the giveaways on
Yeah, I
all the
didn't have time
streams.
to do the Christmas thing this year. Or I didn't feel like dealing with it. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Secret Santa thing is an American thing, or is he referring to the other thing?
Yeah. Always did it here at work, but yeah, again, never was really all that keen on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sending things overseas is kind of costly and annoying to deal with.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, the Rico's done amazing this year. It's over 10 grand or whatever it is. It's amazing.
Mm.
Everyone, everyone with donations and
Oh
all
wow.
that helping out.
Hmm.
Yeah, true, Jude.
Right, that's right. Yeah, they had that. What is that? They had a tornado or something go through Canada, I think.
Yeah, the hurricane
Hurricane.
was it something like that? Yeah,
Yeah, I heard about the flooding.
yeah. Never pleasant flooding, I'd imagine.
No.
I've always lived above the flood line, so it's never
A
got
tornado and a
here.
major storm came through 3 times.
Right.
Wow. Good eye, COC.
G'day, Adele. Yeah, let us know if it floods.
Hmm.
Brisbane, where Adele is prone to flooding in certain areas. I said I lived above the water. The flood water got to about the bottom of my driveway one time. But that's about as close as it got.
Hmm. That was lucky.
So we couldn't drive or everything, but all the cars and that were just above the water
Hmm.
level. So
I just get the kayak out or the canoe.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was amazing. There were sharks spotted and that, and think, hang on, it's freshwater river. Those bull sharks,
Mm-hmm. Those bull
they're only
sharks.
about
Yep.
3 foot long, but still, it's a bit of a shock to see a fin swimming in when
Mm.
there's a flood.
I wouldn't want to deal with a bull shark. No. that long anyway. Like, they can cause some damage.
Yeah. Yep, true. They sure can.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Do you capture any rain, Adele, in a rainwater tank or buckets even for fish tanks? I get got a bit of rainwater collection out the backyard, so I'm lucky there.
Mm.
But gets used up pretty quick if it doesn't rain for a couple of months. Just get another drink. Boiling here.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. 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 Yeah, it was raining in Blackie Stream. I know that.
Mm. Yeah.
Or Dr. Black Stream. Mm.
Yeah, saw that. I heard it. It was, sneak up when you're not looking for it.
Mm-hmm.
Where Blackie is and Adele as well, they get some huge storms up there.
Mm. Yeah, one of these days I'll make it over to Australia.
Yeah, cool.
Mm-mm.
Well worth visiting, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Like to go to, I checked it out one time. Like just to go to Sydney, Australia was like $3,000.
Yep.
That doesn't really surprise me though. It's like a 24-hour flight, I think.
Yep. I know that used to be always the way that you'd go from Australia to Hawaii on the way to America and sort of have that stopover to break it up a little bit at least.
Hmm. That'd be nice.
Spend a couple of days in Hawaii and then go to America.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's all more expense though, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Makes it. Hawaii's great though. It's an amazing place. I only visited as a kid, so I don't really know. But yeah, hotels and beaches and that, just beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
We were there one time and a storm was hitting and they had police lined up on the beach with shotguns stopping surfers from going surfing.
Mm.
Thought, man, that's overkill.
Wow.
Yeah, the beach was closed, but the surfers all wanted to go out surfing in the storm.
Mm-hmm. That's not usually a good idea, but
No, that's right.
mm.
Oh, nasty. That's no good, Chewy.
Mm. Sorry to hear that, Chewy.
That would not be good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'd want to know, but I suppose better to know not than not to know. If you, yeah, don't know. That's a tricky one.
Mm. Mm. That's not easy. Mm.
Yeah, it's not pleasant, Chewy.
Nah. Mm-hmm.
So what fish did you sort of think you might be putting in those new tanks?
Let's see. I was looking at some galaxy woodcats.
Oh yeah, nice. I've got the fisher eye, the fisher's woodcat. They,
Ah,
they grow up 8 to 10 inches. They're the
cool.
largest of the woodcats, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Can grow up to a foot, I think. They're awesome. Got a trio of those with a black shark, a red-tailed black shark,
Hmm. Well, that sounds
and
interesting.
a bunch of gambusia as well that all seem to survive in there.
Mm-hmm.
The woodcats are pretty good hunters though, so they swim around, and whenever you feed them pellets or whatever, they just amazing how quickly they can move when food's involved.
Oh yeah.
They don't do a lot. They just hang around most of the time, but still they're pretty cool fish. I got a trio, so a female and
Hmm.
two males. Um, the, on these woodcats, the male has an extended dorsal fin, which when breeding time starts, yeah, they say that it uses the dorsal fin to inseminate the female, which is quite a frightening thing when you see it happening.
Hmm.
The dorsal fin can be 3 or 4 inches long, almost as long as the female fish. So
Oh man.
again, I don't know how true it all is though.
I was also looking at some Sudamugal rainbow fish, I think they're called.
Yep, awesome. Yeah, I think they're more easily obtained in the US than they are Australia.
Mm-hmm.
They're sort of Australian rainbow fish,
Mm-hmm.
Pseudomagills available, but yeah, they're not very available here. You don't see them too often.
Hmm.
Where like Dan's Fish and all that, Aquatic Arts, you see them. They've got them all the time. Lots of different species of them or different
Oh yeah.
varieties.
Yep. And they can. I guess the problem is Australia doesn't like to let too much stuff in.
Yeah. So do you have LFS access nearby, or would you order the fish in?
I, I've done a search. There's a couple of LFS around me that I need to go check out,
Yep.
see if they're any good.
Yeah. It's
Otherwise, I might
always
just
handy
order.
to get some fish locally, but yeah, there's so many good online fish available to the US.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I probably would order from Dan's Fish because I like the way he does things, and you get good results. He goes
Yeah.
through the whole process, medicating and quarantining.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And it's all overnight shipping as well, isn't it? So
Mm-hmm. No,
I don't know how that works if it's
that's the only bad part because you're like, and then you got to pay up. It's like
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
it's an extra $20,
increases the
$30
price
onto
a
the
bit.
price.
Yeah,
Though usually, if you're paying for it, they usually gets there within that said time.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's always a concern. Here, you basically um, I'd have to order online from the eastern states, so yeah, it usually takes sort of a few days of transport. So I usually like send it on the Monday, Tuesday, and hope that it gets here Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So you always worry. I've never lost a fish from them though. When I did order online from the eastern states, always arrived alive. But yeah, it can be a bit of a nerve-wracking experience waiting for fish to arrive.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, the wholesaler, having the right wholesalers, and people do usually like to buy fish that they can't get locally.
Yep.
Just something, it's something new they haven't seen before.
Yeah, that's right. It's nice to have a nice local fish shop. You can just go and get fish on the day, check out what they've got,
Mm-hmm.
and get them. I'm sort of an hour away from the capital city, so I'm more like the outer suburbs of the capital city these days. So we don't have too much access to the fish. But in Perth, in the capital, they've got some very good fish shops up there.
Oh, that's cool.
They get all sorts of fish in and have hundreds and hundreds of tanks. You know, my local fish shop's probably got 20 tanks, and most of
Hmm.
those are goldfish or tetras or whatever.
Ah, yeah, the standard.
So you don't often see anything too exciting.
Mm-hmm. Though I would like to get a black goldfish.
Yep,
They're
they're cool. I've always liked them since Nathan got them,
Mm-hmm.
and on that pink gravel.
Yep.
He's got the bright pink gravel with the black moors, and it just looks amazing. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they're and Foxy Fish used to have them, but I think she's given hers to Swampy. Swampy's got them
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, I think she moved or
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, she went up. I'm not sure exactly where, but is it Minnesota or
like it's
Michigan or something like that?
like it
Was
was
it something like that?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin? Yeah, right.
Hmm. Could be wrong.
No, I think that's it. Yeah, with
Oh,
Peplin,
let's see.
up with Peplin Creek.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen Nathan in a while. No, I haven't been around that much in a while, so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I saw him. Uh, yeah, the other day he was on a stream in the chat and um, up on panel showing his tanks and all that he's got going on, all his yabbies and everything. So yeah, he's got some amazing stuff.
That's cool. Mm.
Yeah, he's just doing lots of working as well, so he doesn't have much time to be around on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Cool. Well, I'm gonna hop down and chat.
No worries, mate.
Thanks for having me
Thanks
up.
for coming up. No, thanks for coming up. That was awesome.
No problem.
We'll see you in the chat. Whoa, man, how bright's that? I don't know if that helps or makes it worse or what. Shocking picture. I think I've still got the plastic cover on my camera, which, but yeah, I haven't taken it off, so I need to work something. Need to check that out. Need to get a new camera, that's for sure. This one is just pathetic. It was a complete fail buying this camera. But live and learn. I'll get another one and hope it's better. I said the camera showed up in 3 pieces when it got here. The front cover had come off, separated from the whole front glass piece, which is the front of the camera. And and then the internal workings parts of the camera were the 3rd piece. So that wasn't very pleasant. It all sort of just clipped on back together, but still, it's not good, not promising when you see that rock up. The camera rocks up in 3 pieces. So yes, if anybody wants to hear guitar, turn a few pedals on the guitar pedals on the floor. So that's going through a compressor, which pretty much brings your high-pitched tones. Sorry, I'm selling ice to the Eskimos. Chewy knows all about it, I'm sure. Basically, the compression brings the high-pitched notes and the low-pitched notes closer together, hopefully. So it's not too much outrageous. And then going through a vintage overdrive pedal, and then going through a delay pedal as well. It gives it that sustaining. So the delay has a number of repeats. It'll repeat the signal through. Get rid of that so I can see what's happening. introduce a bit of fuzz. Maybe, if I can push the button. Note sustains there, still going in the background. Hope the audio's coming through. No idea to tell, really. Could probably put monitoring headphones on, I might be able to know. But a bit warm for wearing headphones. It's everywhere. Lose the fuzz. Bit more of a cleaner sound. It should still have a bit of overdrive happening. Can't see under the desk, so use a torch. Could definitely turn the drive up a bit on the overdrive. So we've done that. See my sound? Maybe doesn't need that much delay. Let's get rid of that. I saw you, that guy. He always talking. Something deep down in my soul saying, cry, boy. When I saw you and him out walking. See you walk away from me. See, I love you so much. I don't wanna see you leave me, baby. Most of all, I just don't wanna be free. I was just sitting here thinking of your kiss and your warm embrace now, child. And in the reflection in the glass that I held to my lips, I saw the tears running down my face. That's when I knew I loved you. I couldn't do without you. I'd rather go blind, girl. Baby, 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 baby. I'd rather go blind than to see you walk away from me. Might not be too many songs in this book. So I can do the breakout. Sunshine. Okay, let's give it a go. Too much sunshine. My fish tanks gives me algae. Sunshine in my eyes can make me blind to the algae, so I don't clean it. Sunshine almost always makes the algae grow. If I had a tank, I could show you I'd show you a tank just like this one. If I had a dream that I could dream of you, I'd dream a dream where you'd clean this tank. Too much sunshine on my fish tanks gives me algae. Sunshine in my eyes can make me blind to the algae, so I don't clean it. Sunshine on the water looks so lovely. But too much sunshine almost always makes the algae grow. And if I had a credit card, I could scrape the glass. Then a tank that was cleaner. If I had more bristles that I could show you, well, they'd eat the algae and be sure to make you smile. Too much sunshine on my fish tanks gives me algae. Sunshine in my eyes can make me blind to the algae, so don't clean it. Sunshine on the water looks so lovely. Too much sunshine almost always makes the algae grow. Too much sunshine almost all the time makes the algae grow. Sunshine almost always. Well, that was a lot harder than it should have been. Sorry for that, everyone. The sweat is just pouring off me here at the moment. So that's my parody, which I had all videoed and everything, but I lost all the footage and lost the recording, which really wasn't very pleasant. Losing laptops, not good. Well, got Kevin there. Don't know how long Kevin's been hanging out. Sorry, man.
How are you?
We may have lost Kevin because he was.
How are you?
It's been good. How's yourself?
Good. Can you hear me?
It's a bit quiet, but can hear you. Yeah, I don't know if I can adjust volume or anything, can I?
Now can you hear me?
I can. So I just found that I can adjust your microphone. I can adjust the volume of your microphone. I had no idea that was possible.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you fine, mate.
Okay, good. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Boiling hot here. Just
I just made myself a midnight snack, and I was wondering if you were going to be on still.
right. Cool.
I
Midnight snack.
saw you on
Where did you
earlier, and then I saw you on. I decided I was going to go make myself a midnight snack and come back and see if you were still on. And you're still on.
Ah, cool. Yep. Just played a couple of songs there. And I said it's terribly hot here. Just boiling.
What was that?
It's terribly hot here. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, how hot is it there?
I'm not sure exactly in the house, but it's over 100 outside.
Oh, wow.
Temperature. Yeah. Has been for a week. It was 100 exactly at 9 p.m. last night. That's never pleasant when it's that hot at night.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're out drinking beer or drinking soft drink, fishing or something like that.
Even then, it's too hot.
Yeah, true.
Hey, Derek. Internet problems, Derek? I think I saw him up for a little bit.
Yeah, he was up. I'm not sure. He was freezing, but I'm not sure if that was me or his end. But
I could hear him. As long as he turned off his video, I could hear him fine.
Yeah. So I'm not too sure. As I said, this is new laptop, so I got no idea on all the settings. What do you know about things that you need to turn off computers to stop them from sucking so much data?
Wait, what?
I had to get a new laptop. My laptop died the other day, so
Oh.
I got a new laptop yesterday, and it's there's something in the settings it's just the system in the background. System in the background used 7 gig of data yesterday, and I was watching YouTube, so I'd expect to have 1 or 2 gig of YouTube usage, and only had about 1 gig of YouTube usage, which was great, but said the system used 7 something gig. So it must have been doing updates or something. It's bizarre. So hopefully that stopped, but yeah, I went into the background apps and shut down 50 background apps that were all turned on, so I don't think I needed them. So
What computer are you?
It's just an Acer laptop.
Huh.
I got lucky. I went into the local pawnbrokers and they were having a 40% off refurbished laptops, so I just grabbed one of those. It's nice and cheap.
Does it work okay?
Seems to work fine, but yeah, just that thing's a bit of an issue. And something else I don't know if you know about, but like in chat in YouTube where you go at and start typing the person's name and their name pops up.
Yeah.
That's not working at all, and I don't know where to find that. where would
Wait, on your computer it doesn't do that?
It doesn't do that, so, and it's bizarre. I wonder.
I did not think that was a setting. I thought that.
Yeah, thought it just happened, but yeah, it doesn't happen for anything. So it's really bizarre. Like I said, I've tried looking through all the settings and everything, but just can't find where I can turn that on. Yeah, having have a look through. Nothing seems to add up to that when you're looking through the YouTube settings, or I'm probably looking through the StreamYard settings, so that's probably why. Should be in the YouTube settings, I suppose. But yeah, again, I had to look through and couldn't find anything, which is pretty bizarre. But yeah, I've got all these new things that I can access in StreamYard and that, which I don't know what they're all about.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. One just
What's
popped
new?
up there before as well.
What's new?
Like, I think it's the virtual background and all that sort of jazz, which I don't think I had access to before. Now
Did
that
you upgrade?
I'm doing
Did you
that
upgrade?
I'm doing that $10 deal that they sent me.
Then that's why. Got it.
Yeah. So there's a few extra things that are out that they're calling a new, but they're not new to everyone else. They're just new to me, I think.
I thought, yeah, probably. I think it's new features on Essential Plan.
Yeah.
Probably because you're on Essentials Plan, it is new.
Yeah. But so this is the test of it on the new laptop. So it's coming through somewhat. Picture's pretty crappy, but that's always my picture's always crappy with this camera. Probably should use the camera. Try the one on the computer because it.
Well, I'm getting annoyed because I'm trying to get I'm trying to find a USB-C to USB 3.0, I think, male. But I can't. For some reason, I can't seem to find one on Amazon. Because what I need to get is like a 20-foot female USB 3.0 to male USB-C.
Sorry, mate, I got a call. I'm just gonna have to take it. Sorry.
No worries. I guess I get to entertain for right now. I don't know. Did he mute himself? I hope he muted himself. Because I can't do that. Let's see. Never a good idea to leave me on my own, but whatever. Hope everybody is doing well tonight. Okay, good. And it looks like my YouTube is muted, which is what I want. Hey, Chewy. I'm kind of surprised he got up and left, but I hope everything's going okay. That's interesting, Chewy. Just having the right wholesalers, and it is proven that if a fish is native, people are not as interested. Well, if they're more common, you're used to it. Whereas if it's not in your area, you're more likely to gravitate towards it because it's not as common. So that does make sense.
Thanks, Kevin. Sorry about that, mate. It's just a phone call that I've been sort of going back and forth to message bank. They've been ringing me and I'm missing it. I've been ringing them and not go to message bank. I just need to take it quickly. So thanks for that.
Of course. I just wasn't sure. I was worried. I heard you a little bit, or at least I don't know whether it was you or just a soft noise. And I was like, I hope he muted himself.
Yeah, right. I was going to try and mute it.
I can't do it.
I was going to try and mute it, but I couldn't. I didn't get there in time, and I just went and answered it and ran away. So trying to get as far away as I could. But
Yeah. I mean, I heard something, and I'm like, I hope he muted it, but I wasn't sure.
Right. How's your water situation going?
What was that, GRB?
Sorry, how's all the water situation going? Is it all settled right down now? So, with the fish tank water changing and that it's not, you're not having any ill effects from the water anymore?
No, not really.
Well, that's good. It's always a nightmare when that's happening, though. You just have no idea. You can never. There's so many things that can be going wrong. It's so hard to track it down.
Yeah.
So have you got any tanks that are empty that you need new fish for?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I could. I have my pleco tank that only has the plecos in it. That's a 20 high.
Yep.
And then I have 3 10-gallons that I have guppies in at the moment just to keep it cycled.
Yep.
Keep the cycle going and making sure that the cycle doesn't totally crash. But other than that, I'm pretty good. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 4 or 5 tanks that I could put fish in if I want to. Still, yes, Chewy. Some of the brine shrimp are still frozen. I don't think I have any. I wanted to get some native killifish, but I haven't found them.
I've got native USA fish, my gambusia.
Wait, are Gambusia native? Gambusia, are they native? U.S. fish?
Native US fish, yeah.
I thought you found them there in like a creek or something in a park.
I did, yeah. I found them, but they are gambusia, and they're mosquito fish, which are the eastern gambusia, which is native to the eastern and halfway across. And then there's a western gambusia as well, which is in the western states. Native, so you've probably got access to them to western gambusia over there, maybe, I don't know, or maybe the eastern are just more prolific and have taken over everywhere. I don't know.
So, Chewy, I see for storing brine shrimp, and this is what I was reading on Brine Shrimp Direct, because that's where I got my shrimp from, my brine shrimp from. They say free from moisture, storing brine shrimp eggs, free from moisture, and in a cool environment at or below 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Refrigeration is ideal for short-term storage, i.e. less than 3 to 4 weeks. For longer-term storage, eggs are best kept at or below freezing. Thus, they're in the freezer. And then when I need some, I take out whatever container I need. I take out a container, buy another one to put in the freezer so that I have brine shrimp when I need it.
Yeah, okay.
But I think the reason why I'm having issues with my brine shrimp right now is because the light is too close and I was baking the brine shrimp. So I'm seeing if not using a heater will help with that. And maybe I need to either maybe have it either farther away or get an actual aquarium heater and put it inside. I'm not quite sure because that light bulb is kind of warm, which is good, but not what I want right now.
Do you really think you need it to run it continuously, or
What?
the light?
Not light necessarily, but you do want, but if you want a good hatch rate, or at least 24 to 36 hours to get the best optimal hatch rate, you do want it to be about 80 degrees, 76 to 80 degrees, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is in, let's see.
Yeah, low 30s, like 28 to 30, whatever is it, something like that.
28 degrees Celsius is 82
28.
degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, right.
So it's 21 to 28 degrees. So for you, it would be about 21 to 28 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I never I had the light, but I only used the light for hatching, or not hatching, sorry, harvesting, just so they'd all run over to the light. That's the only reason I had the light there. Otherwise, I just left it without a light. But I did it in summer when the temperatures were up around that range.
Well, so the other
for me to do it in winter, I just couldn't do it in winter. I would have needed to set it up in a fish tank, which I did for a short term, but didn't continue doing that. And then I found Daphnia, so I've been on Daphnia ever since instead.
So all of my tanks are in my room, so it's around 72 degrees. You said that you do Daphnia. Do you have like a pond or something that you keep them in, or in a tank?
Yeah, I've got my boat pond, and they do live in some tanks around the place that I've got no fish in, with just plants, and there's still a few Daphnia to kick around in there, the leftovers from feeding. But my boat pond is like, it's full of them. It's got thousands, millions of Daphnia in it, which I go and sample from every couple of days and feed the fish.
Where are they?
In my boat pond outside. It's a fiberglass boat that's flooded.
Oh.
Yeah, a small 12-foot fiberglass boat that I got really, really cheap, and I can't use it to go fishing in anymore. So I've let it fill up full of rainwater, and it's got the leaves in the bottom. Just had like natural leaves collection in the bottom as well. So it's this magic tannin golden water, beautiful, and the Daphnia just thrive in there. And then in summer, if we don't get enough rain over summer, it dries out. But then as soon as the rain fills it back up again, the Daphnia just repopulate from eggs that they've left in the leaves. So it's pretty cool.
I want to look at this. Okay. So that's what I thought. So both brine shrimp and
that's probably right.
Both brine shrimp and Daphnia can either produce live. They're both live bearing and egg laying.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I've seen them. Like, I've seen ones carrying egg sac around, and But yeah, they're all a bit small for me to see regularly these days. Or to see them all individually close up, I have to use a magnifying glass, and I don't do that too often. But yeah, they're amazing critters and really handy. But it's a bit tricky to feed them to like as a newborn, where Artemia or brine shrimp are so much better because they're smaller and that.
Well, so for reproduction and stuff, yes, I agree. Brine shrimp are better, but for adult fish like angels and stuff, Daphnia are great. I'm hoping
Yeah.
I got some Daphnia and I put them in a pot, like a Sterilite bin, like one of those Costco
Perfect.
totes.
No, that's perfect. Yeah.
I got like a 30-gallon tote. I think I have like 5 of them outside in the backyard,
Awesome. Yep.
and I put them out there. So I'm hoping that they'll reproduce in there because I didn't get a ton, but I did get some, and I just left them out there. So I'm hoping that I haven't actually checked it in a while, but
Again, it'll be sort of temperature dependent, but they seem to thrive in my temperatures, which won't be too much different to yours. We probably get colder over winter than you get.
what do you get during the winter?
Yeah, we'll have days where it gets down to in the 30s Fahrenheit. You know, it's down to 5 degrees.
Wait, did you say 30 Fahrenheit?
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't-
have days, and they thrive. They still thrive at that temperature up until into summer. It may get too hot for them in summer, and the population dies off. But that's usually because the water's gone.
I
The
don't
water's
I don't
evaporated.
I don't generally go under 50. Usually the lowest I'll go is 40.
Yeah,
Usually,
that's like us most of the time. That's what our regular winter temperatures would be in the
usually
40s, sort of
50.
lows.
Usually
That's the minimums, and we'll still get up in the 50s and that during the day, easy. But
yeah, usually we get
in
like 40s,
60s,
maybe usually 50s, maybe 40s once in a
yeah,
while. But
that's the minimum. I'm talking that 5 degree, into 30s. That's when
yeah.
we have a cold snap, and that's only usually for a few days here and there,
Okay, what are you doing?
and for short periods of time in the morning as well. The days usually end up clear and are warmer, and if it's overcast, well, then it's warmer temperatures. So yeah, they're pretty hardy. Everyone says that they crash, and that the populations crash, which probably happens to me as well. But I get the evaporation in the pond, so the pond ends up empty, and if I keep the water full in the pond all summer, well, they still survive all summer.
So yeah, I agree. Daphnia. So brine shrimp are for fry, more so fry, and to get nano fish to reproduce. It's a great aphrodisiac. Now, Daphnia are good for nano and mid-sized fish, I'd say. Usually.
Yeah.
I So how many tanks do you have now? I forget how many tanks you're at now. Because I know you had.
I'm in 20 something
Okay.
tanks. I've got like 4 or 5 large display tanks in the house, and then the fish shed's got lots of little 2-foot tanks and that in it, so as well as a few big tanks. Yeah. So it'd well be in the 20s. Which a few are empty at the moment. I had to move guppies and that from outside into the house, so the tanks are empty, and the fish tanks are in the fish shed, waiting to fill up, full of bedders. Hopefully, that's the plan.
Yeah, that's why I don't feed them to my angels. I feed frozen bloodworms. Chewy. Sorry, go on, GRB.
No, you're right, mate. Just saying it. I plan to put some bedders out in the shed for breeding. I should have done it by now already, and at least have the males in there getting comfortable and building nests and so on, because it's the temperature. This hot weather we're having now is just perfect for better breeding.
Oh, yeah, you should.
I've got the males and the females and that I bred last year, and so I can put them all out there again. I just need to do it.
Yeah. Any kind in particular?
They're just either veil tail or crown tail. Pretty stock standard, but I've got some interesting colours. Of considering that I don't get access to very good fish, but yeah, I've got 3 or 4 interesting fish which I'm interested to breed with. Got a couple of nice red females which should help produce red fry, which two or three of the fish have got red.
What type of betta?
Just betta splendid.
Okay.
So just common, as I said, the crown tails or veil tails.
Nice.
One of my fish, Pink. He's called Pink, named after Pink Floyd, and he's sort of got a whitish red pink body with red fins, so he sort of looks pink. He's a super delta tail, which again I believe is probably better splendens, but just a different tail variety that they all have to give them different names from mass hybridization and so on over the years. Yeah, I've never seen any flash better splendens available here apart from online. Any of the like kois and stuff like that, I've only ever seen those online available. So, but they're a cool fish. I wouldn't mind breeding kois.
Yeah,
koi bettas.
Koi bettas. I haven't gotten into bettas, but I've heard that it can be quite stressful trying to get them while they're breeding.
Yeah, it can be. It's
because they can kill each other.
Yeah, true. I find it's pretty. If you do it right, that you have pretty good success rate, and very, very rare that anything goes wrong. But you need to make sure that you can keep observation as much as possible. So you get the I use only like 6-inch tall. I don't know, nearly 2 foot, 18-inch sort of thing, plastic tubs. And they're only 6 foot. You don't need to have that deep water. And put the male in there for a few days, and while you're conditioning him and the female, and then I add a glass jar to that container, so the top of the jar's out of the water, so the male can see the female and then after leave her in that jar there for a couple of days while he really builds a bubble nest, and then he just sort of behaves. You can tell by his behavior that he's not so aggressive to the female anymore, and then release her, and they pretty much start breeding straight away. And then you go, right, they're breeding, and then after a few hours you take the female out and the bubble nest full of eggs. So
That's smart.
so it's quite an easy method, but
I
have
love
lots of Java moss and hornwort and stuff in the breeding container or breeding tub as well. So they gives her more hiding places. So it can get a little bit disruptive having to catch her out again if you miss it and she goes and hides.
Mm-hmm.
She's hiding in the tank somewhere. You've got to sort of rip the tank apart to find her, but to get her out. But still, it works most of the time. I haven't had a death from that in a long time. Just old age or whatever. I've had a few deaths from that because they don't live forever. Quite often, by the time you get them from the fish shop, they might be a year or two old anyway. So, like the full-size fish. So yeah, you can't expect too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I usually get a few years out of them. So
that's awesome. And good for you.
And they're cool. They're awesome in a tub, like watching them from above and interacting with them from above. They like to nibble at your finger and stuff like that you can do. Where in a tank you don't really have that opportunity as easy.
I can't remember if you were in it. I believe it was an interview with ADHD Aquatics. Did you watch that one?
With who? Sorry, SC Aquatics, was it?
ADHD Aquatics.
Oh no, I didn't. Sorry.
Okay. Because I think she's setting up her fish basement, fish room in her basement, and so.
Yep. Cool.
If I remember correctly, she's got a decent amount. She's got a bunch of bettas in containers right now.
Yep.
Waiting, because she's trying to get everything ready. That's not their permanent homes, but she's just trying to get everything ready to bring them down there. And I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it is. I've found these containers available at an office supply store, like little plastic tubs.
Okay.
And that I use, the 6-inch tall, and I'm not sure how they're close to 2 foot, sort of long.
Okay.
But not 2 foot, so probably more like 18, 20 inch long, and they come in the 6-inch variety or a 12-inch tall as well.
Oh.
So and they're basically clear as glass to look through.
Good 18 bones.
And cheap as. So they're just perfect for betta breeding. You can use the 6-inch ones to breed the fish, and then remove the parents eventually and let the babies sort of grow up in the tank there, and then transfer them to the larger tanks, and the larger, deeper tanks are just perfect to keep a female in or a male better in the with all the all my tanks are full of Java moss or Vallis or hornwort and all three, whatever, and banana plants and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
they make really cool little tanks. And as I said, I pick up 4 for $20, so it's of the deep ones and six of the low ones for $20.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's a really good deal.
I'm trying
To
to.
quickly set up for bedders, $20, you're set. You got plenty of tanks for bedders to go.
I'm trying to do something like that. I think I have like 4 or 5, and I'm trying to do some Celestial Pro Danios in those.
Nice. That's awesome.
Hope you well, T-Bones.
Yeah, T-Bones, good to see you.
But yeah, I want to do Celestial Pro Danios. I'm trying. The freaking fry are tiny as heck.
Oh, man, I tell you.
I just, with my vision, it's just hard. I'm always like,
that's what I'm going through with bedders and that these days. The fry are so small, it's just for breeding anything, It's, apart from cichlids, that I really struggle to, because the babies are just so small for me these days. I can't see them.
For me, I know it's not a good idea, but for me, I kind of just hope and pray that they're in there, because I'm like, I can't see them otherwise.
Yep.
Sorry, I can't see them.
You can sort of work at removing the parents and just hoping for the best that there's eggs.
That's exactly it, and I'm using like shoe boxes.
Yep. That's the thing. That's the way to do it. No, they're awesome though. They make perfect tanks. Those little shoebox type containers, and
especially for like just raising out fry. One of the things that I want to do, which I don't have the room right now, unless I'm thinking maybe I'll tear down that CPD tank and put it there, or I'm hoping to get a rack for over here.
Yep.
If I can find a good rack for over by my 50-gallon tank.
Cool.
What I'm hoping to do is get a rack for over here and put the 50 and 275s, a 50, and then maybe a few 20s and 10s on a rack over here. 2 or 3 75s, probably 1 or 2 20 gallons, or a few 20 gallons, and do it that way. So that's
that's cool.
That's what I'd like to do, because then I can have them all there. But for the fry, I'm hoping. Right now, I have them in the shoe boxes. I'm hoping when I get that rack, when I decide to do that rack, or if I can find one that will work there, I can make Dean's fry system. He uses, I don't know, have you seen his video?
I have.
Fry system. So I'd like to make. I'd like to do something like that, where it's kind of like an auto water change, but it uses enough water there, and so I've thought about doing that, and not sure how I'd cut the containers, but I'd like to do something like that, and then be able to raise the fry in there. But for the meantime, shoe boxes seem to work great, at least for the CPDs, and then I just have some sponge filters floating in my 55-gallon tank.
Yeah.
I saw a double-tailed betta for 55 delivered through Live Fish. Do you think that's a good for a double-tailed betta?
That sounds cool, T-Bones. sounds pretty good price. Have you checked with fishchick.com? Like, she's in Brisbane, but she
Who?
does a fish chick. It's she's a better supplier in Brisbane, Australia. So go Fish Chick Brisbane, Australia, and it should come up. Give you a link to her store, and she imports fish from Indonesia and gets high quality. She's got some of the best bedders in Australia. She really does. That's when I got into fish tanks, was back in the late 1980s, and I was in Darwin, which is only a couple of hours from Indonesia, from Bali. So we had very good access to very good fish back then, where the rest of Australia didn't really have that much access to them.
Is her
And
channel?
there were lots of.
Oh, I do see her
Sorry?
channel. I found her channel.
Yep. She goes and does photos and video of the actual fish and that she's got available for sale, and runs auctions on the fish and all that. It's pretty cool.
Oh my gosh, those do look cool. I like that that copper black. That one looks cool. Wow.
Yeah, right. Doesn't she ever have awesome?
I'm just scrolling through. Ooh, Sunset Fire over
Yeah,
half.
cool, too.
Yeah, those are some cool bettas.
They
Wow.
are, aren't they? Ever? And it's probably fine that I think T-Bones is on the Gold Coast, so he's probably about an hour and a half or an hour or so away from where she's at. But yeah, it's still awesome fish.
Oh, wow, those are cool bettas. That's a lot of bettas.
And it's, there's so many amazing betters out there, and they're all different. They'll all have their different personality. Man, it's hard not to really get addicted into betters, and suddenly you end up with 20 males and 20 females and 20 breeding tanks, and you just explodes. You get 100 fry every time. And even if you raise 20 of those fry each time, you end up with a lot of fish very quickly.
Well, especially since for bettas,
it can all be done over summer. Just over one summer, you can breed and raise and
for bettas,
raise the fish up to sale. Yeah, and by the end of the summer, you're selling your betters that you've bred. And I don't heat my tanks, so any tanks that I do heat, I only heat to 18 degrees, which will keep the betters alive, but they won't breed in that temperature. That's 18, so about 64 Fahrenheit, something like that.
Thanks, Chewy.
Yeah, right. I'll be back one sec, mate.
Aren't all fish a lot of work breeding, though, Chewy? I'm sorry, but I'm just saying. In my mind, bettas are kind of nice because you don't need a huge tank for them.
Yeah.
Although they do have to be by themselves.
Yep. And you really got to have like when you're growing out your juveniles, you got to have a tank that you can see what's going on, to see which males are developing and that as they develop, and take them out as they get aggro to the others, and so on and so on. and then you're separating a lot of little baby fish into jars, like people do. Which, if you keep those jars clean, it doesn't matter though.
Well, I
They
mean,
can still-
as long as you do what betters, as Chewy says, as long as you do water changes on those betta tanks or those jars, there's no problem.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no problem in keeping them in small jars. Like I know,
Yeah, exactly right.
I know it wasn't ideal, but I had some vases. I stole my mom's vases that she had, and I had Mary Page's two bettas in inside of the um inside of them, and
Yep.
in the vases I had the two bettas in the vases, which I think I showed it, but I had them in the vases, and then every day I take the water. I basically do almost 100% water change, just because I didn't have them for that long, and I wanted to make sure they were okay.
Yeah, no, that was awesome of you doing that, Dan.
So
Cool.
yeah, yes, T-Bone, that is cruel keeping them in small jars if you're doing it for too long. But as long as they're still fry and or small younger fish,
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of need to.
Yeah, that's it. And you want to have a market set up to sell small males as juveniles and get rid of them as quickly as you can. Otherwise you've got to do it. You got to keep them separate if you want to keep them good. Well, you don't have to. You can have a very large tank. Kevin, have you ever watched Dexter's World? He's a guy in the Philippines.
Yes, I have.
He's fascinating. He breeds goldfish and betters, and he has great big long concrete ponds in his backyard. Because he's got that perfect temperature for breeding betters, and he releases the juvenile fish into these long shallow ponds that he's got in his backyard, which is heaps of water, heaps of space for them to keep, so they don't get damaged. The males don't damage each other, and they got plenty of room to get away from each other and stay away, not like they have in fish tanks.
Why I did not want to do bettas, a lot of work. Bettas need a lot of water changes, which is true.
Yeah.
And as long as, I mean, you can keep them in smaller containers, just make sure you do your maintenance, and then usually that's not permanent, like that's not a long-term system. Yes, but you want to spend time doing water changes or watching your fish. Cichlids are quite simple to raise in comparison. True.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, Chewy. Yeah, exactly. You want to, once you've got juvenile betters starting to grow in, that they're real fish, and that you want to start having them in a nice, a larger tank. A good 2-foot tank, a 10, 20, whatever sort of is still perfect for them. But you have to start watching them, and that's if you're not watching them, that's when you're going to you have a male that goes around and harasses smaller males and chews all their fins off.
But I feel like, but I also feel like that's with a lot of different fish, especially at that fry stage.
Right. Yep. Yeah, that's it.
You really need to monitor them.
You have some of them that just grow fast, so much faster than others, and yeah, it's always fascinating though. Breeding betters is still such an amazing experience. Everybody should have a go and experience it. just watching them do the act, and that it's just fascinating. It really is. And yeah, I reckon if more people in the world were breeding betters, the world would be a better place.
I actually would like to try doing bettas sometime. You end up giving away the bettas because you end up with so many. While I can raise angelfish and sell the ones I need to sell, some with other cichlids, and it is a mark. Wait, what? You end up giving away the bettas, depending. Well, that also depends on what bettas you have. Because some bettas.
I used to be like not famous, but well known for having a very good strain of green terrors or Aquidens rivulatus, whatever they're called these days. Your green terror cichlids.
Yeah.
Beautiful fish, and I'm just giving them away to throughout the club, my fish club. Just I had too many. I couldn't get rid. I could sell some to fish shops, but I don't have that many fish shops here, and fish shops can get good quality rivulatus from China, or from Asia.
Pretty cheap.
Asian fish supply is pretty cheap, so it's only like a hobby thing to do. But
yeah,
my goodness, I could create some amazing fish from these betters, these green terrors that I had. They were just amazing.
You end up
pair I've got now aren't as good a quality, no way, but they're an awesome pair. I can leave the pair together in a 75-gallon and just let them do their thing. They don't hurt each other. The female does hide a bit from the male, but they don't hurt each other. So, and then when the temperature gets right and they're happy with everything, they'll breed every year a couple of times, and then winter comes and they stop breeding. So, very entertaining fish, though. I love them. I've got videos of my green terrors with fry last year, and amazing fish. And she's a fraction of the size of the male. The male's full grown, like 10-inch sort of fish now. Like he's well and truly adult, and he's less than half his size, but she's awesome. Yeah, I gave up with African cichlids 20-something years ago and turned to American cichlids. I bred African cichlids with the club for a while, and again just gave fish away. We traded fish, back in the day. That was it. It was 25 years ago. Some people were all in it for the money, of course, but most of the fish club, you just trade fish. I got some bristlenose. I've got some green terrors. I've got some betters, whatever, and you just trade fish. And it was so much fun.
That's the thing. That's the thing, though.
So our club, for me, because I'm like this is the Perth Cichlid Society, which Rumble's Fish Room. If you know Brendan at Rumble's Fish Room, he's a member, and I believe he's a committee member, like of that club still to this day. So I was before his time when I was doing stuff, and that he was probably still growing up. He was probably still a baby. And I'm talking, this is 25 years ago, so 20 years ago and stuff like that, when I was super active in the club. But I lived an hour and a half away from the meeting, so
you were
it
probably
really
young.
makes it.
You were also very young at that time.
Yeah, well, younger. That's it. Younger. I'm still young now, Kevin.
I know you are.
Larry and I had our birthdays on the 6th, a couple of days ago. So we're each a year older. He's a couple of years older than me, I believe. He said so. I think he was born 64 and I was born 66. On the 6th of December, 66. So I'm a devil child. It was 666 in my birthday. For those superstitious people. Yeah, your shoe boxes. How deep are they, Kevin? Your shoe box tanks.
Yeah. Let me go get one.
4, 6 inch, whatever.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, mate. Sorry, didn't mean to. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Get a good mouth brooding cichlid. It's fascinating to see it happen. But yeah, as I said, I got bored with African cichlids very quickly, and just I could breed them, and there's lots of different varieties that I could have kept on swapping to and having more and more and more and more. I bred numerous types of African cichlids and
Like this size?
just got bored with them.
Just like a shoebox. Sorry.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so that's a very similar size to what I'm talking with my better breeding tanks.
Like a
That's all you need.
storage. Yeah. I mean, they're
They're a
not.
bit larger though.
I'm assuming yours was a little bit bigger.
A bit bigger than those, I think, but still not much bigger and very similar things.
Yeah.
And they're nice and clear too, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you can see what's happening inside them. Yeah, awesome. That's so similar to what I'm using, and they work perfect. They're just perfect. And
Yeah.
and they're nice and cheap. You can set up a whole breeding setup for bedders in no time, or celestial pearl danios or whatever, tetras.
Yep. I mean, you can
Probably
do.
better to have a deeper one for tetras, in my opinion, and do the old have the weighted down container, like a Chinese takeaway container or whatever, in the bottom of the tank, and fill that full of Java moss and a few rocks to weigh it down, and they'll go and breed above the Java moss, and in the Java moss the eggs will sink down into the rocks and so forth, and then remove the parents, and yeah, and sooner or later it'll have baby tetras popping out. It works perfectly. But baby tetras are too small for me as well. They're another one. They're just so small. I can't see them these days. Oh. So I'm just curious if I can. I've never tried it before. Whether I can like show videos and that sort of jazz. How I share them on stream. I've never tried to do it anything like that, so I'm going to have a quick go.
What are you sharing?
I'm just going to quickly share one of the videos I put up of my betta. It's only 50-second, a short thing. I'm just seeing if I can make it work.
You know how to do it, right?
No, not really. But I see the button, the share button down the bottom, and share screen. So I'm hoping that's what it is. That's what I work through.
Yes, and then you can do entire screen, and then it asks, and then it puts it backstage like a normal person coming up on your streams.
Oh, okay. Yep, gotcha.
Then you just press add to stream. Do you see that?
No.
What?
Yep. It's just, I'm just opening up. Oh, just opened up the. I wonder. So share screen.
And then
Screen sharing is easiest with 2 monitors. Oh well, only got one, so that's that.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay.
That's just what it says. Yeah. So,
I mean, yeah, sure, it might be easier, but it doesn't really matter.
Oh, Chewy's in the background. I should get Chewy up. Yeah, so I just.
Chewy coming up?
Sharing this screen.
Chewy!
Yes, I'm here.
Chewy, hello.
So do you want to hear some of my new stuff from GRB?
Sounds great, Chewy. Whoop. I can double. G'day, Mr. Brent. Cool.
And
So what are you running through the Chewy? What's the rig?
It's just a black acoustic guitar with a microphone.
Yep. Nice. That's awesome, Mr. Gent. Nice to get home from work and chill. I tell you, there's no chance of chilling here. Like 6 p.m. now, and it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit, high 30s Celsius. Nasty. Just totally dead. Not a breath of air or wind. So nasty. So do you keep fish, Mr. Gent, at all?
But you can tell that it needs like a monster Marshall rig behind it. Because acoustic just isn't loud enough.
Yeah, I have all sorts of troubles, I'm sure, with the acoustics here, like this crazy house with too much shit in it. So you do keep fish, Corydoras and guppies, awesome. They're a good combination, very good combination of fish. They make for a pleasurable tank. It's just fun to have.
I'm actually very far away from the microphone.
Yeah,
Very far away.
I had a quick chuckle to myself, Mr. Gent, that Chewy's a sound engineer.
Like I'm like about 3 feet away from the microphone.
Amongst other things. So, yeah, I'm sure you got it sussed. Yeah. I found an interesting microphone at an op shop the other day, which I got. It's like a 1970s dynamic microphone with no detached cable. The cable's all attached and everything, but it's all in its box in immaculate brand new condition. And the date says 1970s on it, so like the price tag. And the price tag was $25 or $24.80 or something weird like that. From the 70s, which I thought was fascinating. I got it for just a couple of bucks. I got to have this and see what it's like. It works perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. It's got a full TRS plug on it and everything. So, yeah, it's interesting.
And in the studio, want to know how close they make the guitar?
Right. I have my mic on my about a millimeter away from my amp for my guitar, and I'm using a vocal mic for the vocals here as well at the moment. So, but if I'm just playing guitar, I usually plug stereo mics, and they're both right up to the microphone. I don't know if that's how they should be, but
Yeah, it's hard to tell because you don't really hear a monitor mix back.
yeah.
You don't hear yourself back.
Yeah, it's true. It makes it tricky. I get a pretty similar.
I judge by the volume of my voice and then trying to mix the guitar underneath the volume of my voice.
Cheers, Mr. Gent. Yeah, I use I've got we've got a company in Australia called Artist Guitars, which are basically Chinese. They've got their own factories in China that they manufacture affordable guitars at very good quality, and I'm waiting on my second one to rock up right now, a Christmas present to myself. So it's going to end up after Christmas because it got delayed with all the port troubles that everyone's having, and ships unable to go to port because of quarantining and whatever. But it's amazing company, and I bought a couple of amps off them. Microphones off them, and they're awesome. One's an instrument mic, which I've got in front of my Fender, and an SM57, which I have in front of my Fender, which isn't plugged in at the moment, and a SM58 vocal mic, which I'm talking through now. So that's the mics that I use. But yeah, I got the SM57s, so they're Chinese rip-offs. The SM57 second hand goes for about 100.
The knockoffs of that sure SM57s, eh?
Yeah, they are. They're knockoffs, but they were $20 for two. Although I got to try them, and they're beautiful. They work fine. There's nothing wrong with them, and they're solid units. I mean, solid. And what I've seen lately, secondhand on eBay or whatever, that the SM57 originals are going for about 150 Australian dollars. So that was just, I thought that's too extravagant for me to find, and you don't find them very often available. And to buy them new, it's over $200. So for $20, I got two of these SM57 Chinese knockoffs, and they're awesome. And they're both sitting here disconnected at the moment. They don't get used. The excess. I just had to buy them.
When Audio Technica came out with their knockoffs in the music industry.
Right. Yeah.
Like
What?
They didn't compete with Shure overall.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, like if you had like hands-on flat console to compare the microphones, sure,
Yeah.
they'd be close, but no. An SM57, it's put together the correct way. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. I'll get one eventually, but
The company's had a rep for years and years and years, and there is a difference between the cartridge that they put in the SM58 in comparison to an SM57. Did you know that?
you should, Mr. Gent. That a Yamaha guitar F310. I don't know that exact. I've got a 1982, early 1980s Yamaha, made in Taiwan, and it's amazing. I just love it.
I'm playing a Beaver Creek right now.
A Beaver Creek.
Yeah, Canadian guitar.
I told you there was this. There's this Canadian something and Luthier brand guitar. It's made in Canada. That's available to me locally. They're asking $300, which is more than I'm willing to pay. But it's that interests me a lot because it's handmade in Canada, and when you think of a handmade guitar in Canada, $300 is a decent price.
Yeah, that is. What's the company again?
I can't think. Is it Art? Art and Luthier, I think.
There's a
I don't
few
have it.
really good guitar companies out of Canada.
I don't have it in front of me, but I think that's what it is, Chewy. Art and Luthier. And made in Canada, which I'll have a quick look and see if I'm right. Art and Luthery? Luthery, not Luthier. Luthery. So Art, A-R-T, and Luthery, L-U-T-H-E-R-I-E. And they're solid cedar, a lot of their guitars. Well, this one is. And the ones I see advertised are like $900, $1,000 and stuff. And I think, man, $300 is a bargain. It's brand new, unplayed in the box, which always
Nowadays,
is
you're
always,
looking at $300 for a guitar, anyhow, even at the beginning level.
yeah,
Like
Yeah.
you might be able to come across a guitar that you have to put in a lot of work into to make it seem like a $300 guitar. Like this one's only like $120. So it's not bad, but you know, it's not exactly the correct tone in which I'm looking for. But for me to get that, I'm looking at $1,000.
So that's it. Yep, handcrafted acoustic guitars made in Canada. Art and Luthery. So yeah, I'll have to send an offer in, a low ball. Send a low ball offer in and see if they accept it.
Like for the parlor type of guitars, okay, like the small parlor guitars that I play.
Yeah.
You don't get into serious guitar sounds unless you spend $1,000.
Yeah, that's my next guitar, the a parlor guitar.
Like
don't know, I'm not
gorgeous one that's heart shaped, but it's $1,000. But it sounds good. It sounds great. It's all got to do with the woods that they use, right? You know.
Yeah. I picked up this little thing. Like my football team is blue and red, so it worked in perfect with my football team colours. So that was a plus. And it's just an interesting little guitar with a rosewood neck, and is like made of balsa wood.
Yeah.
It's so light. It's amazingly light. So this is basically my parlor guitar. It's a little tiny thing, and I just love
But
it.
do you notice the tonal difference between the light wood and the heavier wood of your Yamaha?
There is definitely a difference. Like
Exactly.
my Yamaha has a tone which is just unbeatable. I still haven't found a guitar that can beat it, and a lot of professional musicians, well, not a lot, but a few professional musicians have used my guitar, and they say, man, that's got an amazing tone. It really does. And on stage, it's got that stage presence tone that you can't buy. You know,
out of my friends, the guitar that I really like is my friend's Guild.
Guild, yeah, beautiful. There's one.
But
one
his
not far
is
from
like
me
a
on sale for
$3,000 acoustic Guild guitar.
Yeah, right. There's one offering here, an acoustic $800, which is it's a lot of money, $800. But again, it's a good buy. If you go through and look, and all the others are $2,000, as you say, or more. You know, you think, man, there's not many advertised for $800. So it's it's interesting. I haven't got the money. I'll never be able to do it, but dream on. I can dream.
If you want to play a real guitar, try to get your hands on Peter Green's guitar that what's his name? Gary Moore used to play. That thing sounds great right from the instrument.
Yeah.
Like it's all in the wood.
Was that
It's all in the craftsmanship in the wood.
is that his like Gary Moore's red Gibson ES 335 one,
Yeah.
or is that guitar?
The sunset colored Gibson, just the
Gibson
straight
Les Paul.
standard Gibson.
Les Paul one that he used.
Yeah, his Les Paul, the one that he
Yeah.
did all the heavy blues on.
He does
That
a lot of his
That used to
a lot of the
belong
blues on that
to
ES 335 thing, the red one that he uses, cherry red.
I'm talking about the sunburst one that he got from Peter Green.
Right. Yep.
From
Okay.
Fleetwood
I need to check that out a bit more.
guitar sounds like God, just the way that it is.
Yeah. Oh my.
Because it's
special
all
guitar.
properly set up. It doesn't have the wood doesn't even have a knot in it.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that's got a lot to do with it too.
He's special. That was a very sad day. Drank a lot of bourbon that day, I must admit.
When you get the choice wood cuts off of a tree, like that's what made Brian May's original guitar was
Right,
the
yep.
wood.
Yep.
Had nothing to do with the electronics. It was all the wood.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
You know,
I've been
and
getting into a few
what
of
was
the
this guitar? Mahogany? You know,
most likely.
like you're not talking about a guitar thrown together with birch. You're talking about a high level type of wood that is
Yeah.
used in furniture,
Yep.
used in violins. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
like the masters know. You know, it's like I've never gone to a guitar maker per se. Like I know
Right.
them, but I've never gone to see them work. Whereas
Yeah.
I have gone into like a drum manufacturer, and they tell me the exact same thing as what the guitar guys tell me. It's all in the wood.
And we've got a
Got a decent cut of
got a
wood,
wood
have a decent sounding drum.
a
But
wood
if you
a wood
got
workers
knots all over them, they don't sound good.
a woodworking weekend where you can go and they put you up, and it's like $500 for the weekend or whatever, and over that weekend you make yourself a guitar, and that's the whole thing of it. So it's like it doesn't happen that often. This guy makes furniture and all that sort of thing, but he does these weekend workshops where you put up like budget accommodation and all that sort of stuff. So you all sit around afterwards, but all day you spent doing these workshop where this guy teaches you how to make a guitar, and by the end of the weekend you've got a guitar that you've made yourself. I thought, man, that's money well spent. You know, $500.
The link that I put in public chat, GRB, check it out. It's my friend's amp company.
Okay, yeah, right.
He mods amps.
Yeah, right. Cool. Bad Apple Amps. That's a cool name.
You should hear some of the amps that come out of that place, man.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm starting to become a bit of an amp thing. I'm starting to have an issue with amps.
They can compete. They can.
I only need one.
With the big,
I only need
big
one amp.
boys.
I don't need 8 amps. You know,
They
so
can compete with the big boys of the 80s with the walls of Marshalls, okay?
yeah, right.
That's the kind
Awesome.
like
Yeah, the
Stephen.
high quality.
Stephen himself is a musician that's in a country band that had to give it up because his amplifying company takes all of his time.
Yeah, right.
Like he's that good of an electronics guy. It's like, oh, just talking to him, right?
Yeah,
When you work as a stage tech and you work with guys that have got albums out, like I have,
yeah,
you spend a lot of time with that amp tech.
yeah, right.
You have to know the amp just as much as the guitar player knows the
Yeah.
amp, probably if not more,
So the
because
guitar,
he's testing your ears to give him a guitar sound.
the guitar tech is dealing with the guitar and the pedals and that sort of thing, and or is that do the pedals and everything come under the amp tech, or are they
Pedals come under amp. It's
amp? Yeah,
electronic.
right. Gotcha.
A
Okay.
guitar tech just generally focuses, like a true guitar tech will just truly focus on the guitar.
On the
But
guitar.
we all
Gotcha.
sort of like, like I'm not the world's greatest guitar tech by any means,
Yeah.
but I understand the amp inside
He's
out.
got things to do and like change strings after every concert and that.
Yeah.
And during
Yeah.
and all that, I can imagine. Yeah.
Well, it depends on how big your band is.
While the
A lot of times it just falls on one guy.
the amp guy is monitoring the sound, so he can't run around on stage changing guitars and all that.
Oh,
jazz.
believe me, it has to be done.
Yeah.
Plus running monitors at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus making sure that the drum mics are not all over the place after the drummer has hit them.
Yeah.
Like not every band is U2 with a guy assigned for each particular situation. Some guys, there are only 3-member crews, and it all falls on the stage guy. And that stage guy has got to know everything. That's why he's like the stage guy. He's the only guy you got. He's your stage manager.
Yeah, right.
I was fortunate sometimes to have a guitar tech. And sometimes I was fortunate enough to have a drum tech. But a lot of times it was just me.
Just you. Yeah, right. That's pretty freaky. It's amazing, isn't it? And there's so much involved to make it happen. It's just incredible.
But in some bands, they wouldn't be able to survive without their guitar tech.
Yeah.
An example would be The Edge from U2.
Yep.
Okay, there's a great example.
I recently watched his rig explained by his guitar tech video on YouTube, and yeah, that was fascinating. And the Edge was there with him, and the Edge had no clue.
Yeah.
He had no idea what he was playing.
He has no idea.
It was
It's
so
true.
funny.
It's true. It's
He was
true.
the first. He was the first to admit it. He said, "I had absolutely no idea. I have no idea about anything. This guy does it all."
Yep. Yep.
It's incredible.
But
He has the idea in his head of the sound, and they sort of initially work it out together. But the guitar tech made it all happen. He made the sound happen. It was just incredible and funny. I highly recommend.
But a lot of times, those guitar techs are actually guitar players themselves.
Yeah.
Like Zach Wild's guitar tech is a great guitar player all in himself. He's got his own band.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's just, oh, well, I work for Zach, but I play in my own band.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Yeah. A
yeah.
lot
They're
of
just
those guys do. If you're just like a guitar tech, you're a guitar player.
yeah, yeah.
Brian
That's right.
Adams is the same way. I'm good friends with
Yep.
Brian's guitar tech, Lance.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay. And
Yep.
Lance is left-handed, but he learned how to play a right-handed guitar.
So he could deal with it. So he could do the work on Brian Adams' guitars.
No, that's how he learned how to play years ago. And
Yeah.
then,
Right. Gotcha.
and then he knows how to set up Brian's instruments. He's a good guitar player himself. He was in like a Heart tribute band that was like smoking. And then when Banshee quit, I was going, I wonder where Lance is. And he shows up one night in the club and he goes, guess who I work for? Brian Adams.
Awesome.
And I'm going, really? And he goes, guess who you're doing monitors for on Friday? Brian Adams.
Unreal.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Big fan. Big Brian Adams fan. Oh, I was. I haven't listened to his music for too long. I need to get back into it. But
And all that we were doing was playing a millionaire's birthday party in Calgary in a real shitty little blues club. But he goes, you're working, man. I want my buddy there. So I went, okay. And that's
so cool.
turned around in places too, where I'm going, I need a guitar tech help because I'm doing a showcase. You want to do it? And Lance would, right? This is the first or the last time we haven't worked together. Like I met him while he was a musician. I did monitors for him while he was a musician. And then going, really, you got the Brian Adams gig? And he goes, yeah, I get paid more.
Yeah.
Just by setting up a guitar.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
But
one
if
second,
you understand the amp, like a lot of these guys do, it's like, oh, you're guitar teching? Great. I got the night off from that end of the work, right?
Yeah.
Like my main thing was monitor teching all the time. That was my gig.
Yeah.
But I have to know a little bit about every instrument on that stage.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it's a different world.
You know, where I had most of my problems was actually around drums.
My experience with bands is carrying. I used to carry my my cousin's microphone into the concerts.
Yeah.
That's about the extent that I did, and that got me in backstage.
Yep.
She's a blues singer in Western Australia and like toured and performed in Asia for quite a long time in the lucrative trade in Asia for English bands that can play rock and roll and all that stuff and blues. There's such a big market in Asia for Australian bands, American bands, English-speaking bands to perform music. And and she used to go up there years on end. But yeah, just when she was down here, whenever she'd invite me to her concerts, and I'd carry her microphone in its case, locked case, the whole thing. The microphone was worth more than me.
Yeah. Well, I remember some of my first gigs, man. Oh, you want to help the band load in? And there you are, like a Boy Scout, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. That's so cool.
But I've been around it since, like, my sister was singing when I was like 11, so I've been around it for a long time. You know.
No, that's very cool, man. I watched
But
a recent whatever you call it, reunion of the Faces. So Rod Stewart and Ronnie Wood, and that is always. I watched that recently as I was trying to learn. I'd rather go blind. Man,
you know who I
such a
watched
good band.
recently? You know who I watched recently, and I was actually sort of shocked, but the magic is different. Okay,
Yep.
Chicago was REO Speedway.
Right. Yep.
Both
That's
without
pretty
their
cool.
original guitar players.
Okay. Right.
Okay, in that way, the bands were not as good. Okay, like Jimi Hendrix basically came out and said it. He goes, "There's only one guy in the U.S. that I worry about, and that's Terry Kath from Chicago."
Right.
By the mid '70s, they were both dead, practically, right? So, and I was a big Gary Richrath fan from years ago, right? So I got to see these bands early on in their careers. They can't reach the same magic with the guys they have. Even though the guys they have may be a little bit better technically as guitar players, but it's the character of that guitar player that actually is the band. Do you know what I'm talking about? GRB? Hello? GRB?
I muted myself. Sorry, man.
Yeah,
I do. I understand completely. There's so
yeah.
many guitarists that you have that where you know that that's the guitarist or it's not. You know?
It's a character tone, man. It's
Yeah.
part of the band. It's like Eddie Van Halen with, like, it would be like hearing Van Halen without Van Halen. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You know, the guitarists are still brilliant in
Yeah,
their own right, but they're not. It's not the same.
yeah. And both of those guys are like really good guitar players. But
Yeah. Oh, they'd have to
like,
be. Yeah.
I've never liked the guy who replaced the guy in Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay. But I never liked the original bass player in Chicago either. I
Yeah.
like the guy who they have now.
Right.
Okay, it's got more to do with the guy's personality than anything. Okay,
Yeah.
like it's more or less an ego that I know of in Chicago. Okay, but what really blew me away was the horn section playing and singing with REO Speedway. That blew
Yeah.
my mind. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
like, these guys are like improvising because it's not a part of the REO Speedwagon music. But both
Yeah.
members of all the bands were on that stage. And the bass player from Mario Speedwagon would play acoustic. Whereas the bass player of Chicago, he's just a bass player.
Right. I was lucky enough in like 1984, that to see Bob Dylan tour Australia at Lang Park in Brisbane, Australia.
Yeah,
The backup band was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. So
I know.
The Heartbreakers did an hour and a half warm up pre Dylan, then did a 2.5 to 3 hour Dylan show. After that, they didn't leave the stage the whole time. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers were there for 4.5 hours solid. Just unbelievable, through the most violent lightning storm I've ever experienced, and we were in a football game. It was awesome. Such a cool.
Do you happen to know that I know the bass player that did that tour?
Yeah, right. Awesome.
Do you know what band he belonged to?
No.
His name is Kenny Aronson. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. The original bass player of the band Derringer.
Really?
Yes.
That's incredible.
When I was working for Paramore Management Group, I was like the manager's publicist. So I would see like about 40,000 to 50,000 emails. Okay. Plus book all of the guys in the band. Okay. For interviews, right?
Yep.
I had no problems with Kenny whatsoever. I was supposed to have problems with Ricky Don't Lose That Number Derringer. Like, the manager had me babysit him, okay? Like, having to phone him a half an hour before his interview. That kind of thing, right? Do you remember the number? Do you have the number? Like, the whole Steely Dan song is Ricky Don't Lose That Number, because Ricky was a studio musician for that album.
Yeah, right.
You know?
God, that's amazing. On that,
You know who
watching
the
that
drummer
concert,
was?
that's where I really, I was a big Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers fan before that, but not anywhere near as, didn't have anywhere near as much respect as they deserved. And Mike Campbell became one of my favorite guitarists ever, for just a couple of lead breaks he did during that concert in pouring rain. Just unbelievable. Refugee, he went for 20 minutes.
I got to see them practice way back in 1981.
81, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was 84. So it was so cool.
81.
Yeah, that was amazing.
The same week that I got to hang out with the female guitar tech of Jeff Beck.
Def Leppard, really?
The same week, and I'm going, really? This is all happening to me at one time? Like, I couldn't believe it, right?
And Def Leppard, the one arm
was that major of a center. Like, it was easy to find work in Vancouver.
Def Leppard's the one arm drummer too. Is that correct or not? It is? Yeah, right.
So
my friends were huge Def Leppard. My friends, like in the early 80s, were like heavy metal fans, and that I was like, AC/DC was about like the extent of heavy music for me, and punk rock, and psychedelia music, like more from the late 60s, was my type of music.
So do you know who the drummer of Derringer
So
was?
the Birds.
DRB?
I've definitely heard of the name and all that, and I've done a little bit of research on it since you mentioned it sometime recently, and
The
I looked it
drummer
up and went, yeah,
also
right.
played on John Lennon's last album that
Okay,
was
right.
produced by, what's his name, Jack Douglas, the guy who produces Aerosmith and all of that sort of stuff.
Right. Yep.
He's got a very famous brother by the name of Carmen that played in Vanilla Fudge and Jeff Beck, Bogart, and his last name, Vinny Appice, who was the drummer of Black Sabbath at the time I was doing the bookings.
Wow.
Can you handle that? He was the only guy I had problems with. He forgot one date. And luckily, the manager was wanting to hear that interview, and then he goes, Vinny's supposed to be here. And I go, yeah, Vinny's supposed to be here. Where is he? So instead of Vinny doing the interview, the manager did the interview. I said, I'm not putting my head on the line on this one. You know darn well that Vinny should be here.
Yeah.
Because you got the extra email on. And you got the confirmation from Vinny. So it's off of my back, right?
True.
Can you imagine trying to fill a guest spot within 10 minutes?
No.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. I said, Dean, what are we going to do? I'm going on the show. Okay.
Well, that helps.
Yeah.
What else could you do? Go on stage and ask if there's someone in the audience that wants to perform.
Oh, this is a radio station interview.
A radio station, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What do you want me to do? Like, the host is a buddy of mine, but what do you want me to do?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because he's asking me what I want to do. I said, well, you could go on if you want. It would help me out. So sure enough, the manager of Derringer, who's also the manager of Vixen and a few other bands, went on the show for me. Right? So
That's so cool.
Vinny still owes me a pair of drumsticks for that.
I don't know if you've seen them, but I just put a link up to that guitar company I was talking about. If you may have already checked them out, but Art and Lutherie or something guitars.
Yeah. I'm familiar with this.
So
yeah, there's a few good companies out of Canada that do guitars.
Yeah, I bet you got some amazing forests and the like, and access to a lot of different sorts of trees, and I bet you there's some amazing sounds coming out of there.
Well, especially the companies out of Quebec, because they've got access to maple. Maple is very good wood to make a guitar.
Yeah, is that
unlike
Quebec? Is that more Quebec?
It's more Quebec. Yeah.
Okay, right. Awesome.
Whereas we don't have that. We have very poor woods out here. We have what is known as the acidic woods. Okay, pines and cedars.
Yep.
And, yeah.
Yep. Ah, very cool.
And wood density has got a lot to do with the tonal quality of the instrument.
Yeah, I'm just amazed the difference in sounds you can get from just a couple of guitars, even electric guitars, with different wood,
Yep.
just different sounds, different feel completely. It's just amazing.
Well, even the neck has got a way different feel. Have you ever felt the difference between Gibson and a Fender Strat?
Yeah, right. The different necks and that exactly.
It's got a different neck circumference and everything. Like a Strat, it's very hard to play, but the tones that come out of the Strat are unbelievable.
Yeah, I've got a couple of Strat copy things which are just amazing. One of them's just got the most amazing action I've ever seen on a guitar. Very low, but just perfect. And what I hope to learn more lead guitar work on. And I've got this cheap Squire made by Fender bullet guitar, which is more like a kid's entry model sort of thing into guitars, but by Fender. And it's so light and the neck is bendable. You can like it's got a tremolo on it by bending the neck. It's just incredible. It's an amazing thing to play. So much fun.
Mm-hmm.
You can get like a tremolo effect by bending the neck. I'd never thought that possible before, but it's quite easily achievable with this guitar, and it's so much lighter.
You were saying that you've got a volume input for each mic now by having this $10 program, right? Where you can turn up people?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got you like you're at sorry man, I have to look, but I'll get the, I don't know, like when you stream and you get the people in the like the pictures show up on the bottom of the screen, like in the background or whatever you call it, like back room, backstage, and
right.
You just have the pictures there. So if I click on the like there's 3 buttons next to the microphone which says edit mic settings, and I do that, and it says automatically adjust mic volume, echo cancellation, and they're both tick boxes, so I can tick both those, and that doesn't give me any control. It sets the mic at half volume.
Right.
If I unclick the automatically adjust mic volume, I can now double, which says that you're at plus 196.
Right.
Where 100 is halfway, and so that's.
So you're driving my mic hot, right?
Oh, I am driving your mic up. Yep.
Yeah. That's like my guitar would be.
Oh no, I've only just put it up on, as we've been talking, sort of fairly recently.
Right.
You can go up to plus 200. 100 is in the middle, which is what it's usually set at, and so it's double volume, sort of, kinda, I suppose.
Right. Well, it sort of helps you with the monitoring of what is going on your stream, whereas at this end there is no control.
Yeah, I've never seen it before. I don't know if that's a regular thing that's always been there, and I've just discovered it now. But I don't think. I think it's something to do with the $10 thing. It's also It also gives me 2 options on there to ban from studio in red and kick from studio. So you sort of you've got 3 options and 2 of them are bad.
Yeah. Well,
gotta
One
be
is
tricky
like
when you have a
it's
few
just a
wine.
little bit teed off at somebody, so you throw them out of the room, right?
Yeah,
As
yeah,
banning somebody is like a total don't come back.
yeah, yeah. That's it. So
But yeah, like it's one thing that I've noticed is like microphone volumes are all over the place with a lot of these StreamYard live streams.
yeah,
Like they're all over the place.
I use a 2 in 2 out Behringer UMC 202 HD audio interface, which I plug my guitar mics and my vocal mic into, and run them into a couple of monitor speakers, and so that's my studio basically.
Right.
And yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with what I've got. It was all on the cheap, but yeah, happy what I did. I would have got. I wish I'd gone to a 404, so I had 4 inputs,
Right.
4 mic inputs, so I could leave the guitar with stereo because it's only in mono. So if you're playing in headphones, you get one is the vocal and one is the guitar, so you're left or right, which
Right.
is I've got no afterplay mixing to fix that up, which is a bit, that sucks a bit. If I had 4, well, I could run stereo guitar in front of the guitar speakers or the guitar amps, and then have a volume mic as well, and operate that way. But yeah, it is what it is. So
Well, you're sort of getting into the White Snake school of sound there. You
yeah,
know
right.
about White Snake, right?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Have you ever heard like Steve Vai and Adrian Vandenberg and Billy
I
Sheehan?
don't know them. No, I don't. I know Whitesnake, but I don't know anything about them at all. That
Well,
they're a heavy metal band.
Steve Vai is brilliant.
Steve Vai, yeah, I know Steve Vai. So,
Steve Vai was the guitar player of Whitesnake
okay, right. Okay,
during their heyday.
I
Okay.
didn't even know that. Sorry, I know Steve Vai from all sorts of places. And he was Crossroads too, wasn't he? He was the
Yes. Yes.
guitarist from Crossroads and that, and
The
like from back then.
Crossroads happened after Whitesnake.
That's when I discovered Steve Vai just from Crossroads, and had no idea he was in Whitesnake. I knew
Well,
as soon as I
Steve
saw
Vai,
Crossroads.
Steve Vai was basically Whitesnake.
Yeah, right. I could imagine.
Vandenberg's a great guitar player,
I could imagine. He's just brilliant.
but so you can imagine the kind of technology that those guys were dealing with in their heyday. Like I remember Billy Sheehan when he was with them for a bit. They took off 8 signals off of stage just for his bass sound.
Wow,
8 signals.
my goodness.
I've done 4.
How does that work? You run one from the bass guitar, and how do you end up with like 4 signals
You can
from
run.
there?
You can.
split it.
Okay, if you come in off of your guitar and you go through
Yeah.
a preamp, okay, you
Yep.
can DI before your preamp.
Yep,
You
yep,
can
yep.
DI
Gotcha.
right after your preamp, and if your
Right.
preamp has got a crossover to go bottom end and high end, you can get 2 more signals off of that.
Unreal.
And
Yeah,
then you can get into the miking of the speaker.
I sort of understand that. And that was what I sort of been thinking myself. I've never even dreamt that I would do
With
that.
Steve Vai, it was the same similar thing.
Yeah,
all
right.
over mics in front of his cabinets. One
Yeah.
cabinet will drive one type of sound, but they're all being mixed together.
And
Right?
multi-stacked cabinets, so you've got multi-outputs coming out
Exactly.
of speakers that you need to put a mic in front of every speaker.
Exactly. So this is where the stage tech and the guitar tech are heavily involved. And then
Yeah.
you get into, okay, have you ever seen Steve Vai go up to the monitor and then swing his guitar and get various different kinds of feedback tones?
No, I haven't. I haven't really
Okay,
seen much more.
this is the trick of all tricks. Have you ever heard of out of phase?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Okay. Well, you can
Yep.
set up the degree of out of phase.
out of
too.
phase. Yeah.
Like
Oh,
your normal out of phase is 180-degree pull, but you can
Right.
go into any type of degree pull if you've got the type of monitor board that can handle that.
Yep. Yep.
Not many do, but I know a few that do. Most of them just have the phase switch and you're 180 degrees out of phase. But where I learned about that was I was blessed. Okay? Because I was in that kind of position to try out new monitor boards.
Yep. Yep.
Right? So,
I've got a semi-acoustic, electric acoustic guitar, which I'm thinking is like many months in the future. But when I save up, but it's going to be an acoustic amp, so I can plug a microphone and that guitar in, and then amp out the front of that, and that'll give me an extra spot. So I can have the studio sound coming out from that acoustic guitar amp. But because I'm plugged in, I've plugged a mic into that amp and a guitar into that amp, so I'm getting both that output coming through the two microphones that I've got in front, which will come through as stereo in the end, which will be hopefully a much more pleasurable listening experience for everyone. So that's
there's one thing about certain things about sound on stage not reflecting truly out in front of the PA too.
Yep.
Okay. Like I know some guys that are really, really particular about sounds. Like some of them are real jerks about it. You know, such as Eric Johnson.
Okay, yeah.
If you know anything about Eric Johnson, he is precise to the point.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah. But sometimes what comes out of a speaker cabinet is going to actually reproduce well.
Yeah, okay.
In
Gotcha.
a live situation in comparison to a studio, unless you get into the phasing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and that's where these guys are. You know, like look at the phasing pickup, like the phasing out of phase pickup in Brian's guitar, for an example.
Yeah.
Brian May's guitar.
Yeah. Yep.
That's just inside the guitar.
Well, that's something I'm finding with available in the acoustic guitar. The acoustic amplifiers, acoustic guitar amplifiers, that they use, like some of the upper ender ones, have a phase button and knob, and which they've actually got their own phaser for acoustic guitar play to get, so you can play around with that, which you don't see on too many electric guitar amps that I've seen. You probably do, because I'm not looking at the upper end ones. They probably exist, but
In the upper end models, they do exist. Trust me.
they do everything probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me on that.
Yeah.
Like that. That's how come I know my buddy in Bad Apple, because a lot of the times we have to approach it from the amp.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
So I gotta be best of buddies with my guitar players' amp techs, like the guys who fool around with the insides of it, right? The guys who design them.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Awesome. That is so cool though. Like amp manufacturing and pedal manufacturing. I just have like I had no until what 12 months ago, something like that, when I started getting back into guitar. And I've had my acoustic guitar since 1982 or 83, sorry, but it might be an 82 model, and that's my guitar, and I didn't have an electric guitar, and I started finding electric guitars. I found a Gretsch. It's a entry level Gretsch, but still it's a Gretsch Electromatic, which is just amazing, and has
Even
just
your
fell
Strat
fell in love with it, and
nowadays
it's
are
got a
pretty good.
it's got a rosewood neck, and I went, my God, what are these things they call rosewood necks? My Yamaha's got an ebony neck, which is beautiful, but and like an electric guitar with a rosewood neck, I'd never experienced before. I'd only experienced a maple neck, which is beautiful in its own right.
Rosewood is a nicer sounding wood than maple.
Rosewood neck, fingerboard. I mean, I just went, my God, this is amazing.
Imagine that neck on your Yamaha.
Yeah, the Yamaha neck and fretboard. Again, it's probably rosewood, not ebony, but it's a very dark rosewood now, because it's whatever. It's 40 years old, man. I've had that guitar for 40
But
years.
it's still a cedar instrument, though. That's
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I don't know. I really have no idea. I need to look that up and see what it's all made of. I'm sure you're right. I trust your judgment exactly. It's made in Taiwan, which is the Taiwan Yamahas have a great reputation. And yeah.
Well, if you really, really listen to the difference between Asian sound and European sound, you'll find that the Asian sound is brighter in everything. Power amps, everything.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay, like their boards are very, like, I'm a Yamaha spokesperson, okay? Like from the monitor tech field, okay?
Yeah, right.
Like, I'm one of these guys that
Very
was
cool.
endorsed, okay? Okay, like when I work, okay? And so there were certain things that I liked about the board, but there were certain things that I did not like about the board.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And for me to get what I wanted, they came out with newer consoles. Right? Like, that's how these companies are. They go out and check with what the tech wants.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But the sound of boards range, just like the sound of the guitar ranges too, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
exactly.
my favorite front house board out of most of the live boards of the 80s was like a Tac Scorpion board. They were a beautiful, warm sounding board that was not bright.
Yep.
Okay? You know what I'm talking about? Like,
Exactly.
it had that warmth of Europe. Okay? Like the warm blue sound of Europe. Like the British sound, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But
Yep.
each manufacturer deals with various different types of sound guys that each want certain types of things to their sound.
A different sound. Yeah.
Yeah. But I
Exactly.
found Yamaha was really good for high end stuff, but horrible for low end stuff. Like their monitor speakers back then were just horrible. They were junk. You'd blow
Right.
them in seconds.
Unreal. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Like I've only ever had Yamaha, like this Yamaha guitar. That's all I've ever owned from Yamaha. Have access to a $10 1970s Yamaha extension speaker, I think they're calling it, which is a
Yeah.
big wooden box, a big wooden box speaker, and it's $10 locally for me, and it's been like on there for probably 6 weeks now. Every time I see it on the marketplace, I think I should go get that just for fun and polish the wood up and just make it look nice. It'll just be a nice piece to have, For $10, you could do a lot worse.
The speakers that Yamaha were using too were white. They reminded me of white wall tires.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay,
This thing is
like
just wood with the gold mesh, the gold mesh screen in the front. Just a pale, not a pale, but uh, a mahogany type wood color. It's an interesting looking thing. I really should get it. $10, as I said, it's like
but
I'll get $10 more enjoyment just talking about it for a while.
you get to
Doing a
know
video on it.
this kind of thing because in sound you study slew rate of the amplifier and slew rate of the speaker.
Right.
Okay? When the
Yep,
slew rate of an amp and speaker are fast, they're brighter sounding. Does that make sense?
it does. Yep.
Okay? So Yamaha, like their normal power amps in the 80s, like the 2200 Yamaha, was great for high end, but it didn't have enough power to power anything in the low end. The
Yeah,
speakers were like white wall tires that they made, and so they didn't realize the caricature of the tone of the low end.
Yep.
That was part of the problem. Whereas, like a Gauss speaker, Gauss are amazing. But you need something like Crown Power or QSE Power that has got a normal clip rate at 2 ohms. And not too many amps go down to 2 ohms.
No, right.
Okay? Most of them can only handle 4, but there are a few that can handle 2 ohms. Because you're putting in that much power to get that kind of power out of the PA system.
Yeah.
But your best ohmage is at 8 ohms because it's more stable, right? A lot of technicalities get into like understanding slew rates and the types of equipment that you're using. And that's a science all in itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's all. I'm just fascinated on what I've learnt in the last few months, like from yourself and Dr. Black, and just people around and watching YouTube videos of just how to sort of set up a little studio where I can record some music, and I get motivation to record that music and write some music, and it's just incredible. Yeah, I'm having a great time. And thanks, Chewy, for everything you taught me about this, the whole lot, man. It's just so cool.
Well, I learned it years ago, man.
Yeah, you've got so much knowledge.
Forgotten more things than I remember.
Yeah, I bet, mate. Yeah.
You know.
That's it. No, but that's how it is, isn't it? I've forgotten more things on guitar than over 40 years than I've learned, which is
what's scary is all of my friends are my age and we're all like senior citizens now.
Mm.
You know, like
yeah, exactly.
Some of them are dying. It's like
no, that's right.
It's like my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law was a guitar player.
Yep.
You know, like he was an acoustic Johnny Cash kind of guy.
Yeah.
And I remember him playing, and now he gave it up. But the thing is like he's only 5 years older than I am. 6 years.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, time marches on, man. You know,
it does. It's
like I'm actually surprised that Keith Richards is still alive.
I know. There's footage. There's footage of Keith Richards walking out of a hotel, like a really posh hotel somewhere, wherever it is. I don't know, but like it's probably New York City, whatever. He walks out of the hotel in his typical pirate look, you know. It's not that old. It's sometime in the last 5 or so, 10 years. It's not like an oldie, but like he walks out and he's sort of staggering around a bit and sort of waves a bit to the cameras that are waiting out the front. And 2 or 3 meters behind him are his beautiful daughters and his beautiful wife. And you just think, how are these people together? How are they together? It's incredible. But yeah, I love him. I love him to death, man. Keith Richards is so much an idol for me to play guitar. I just, I got interested in guitar partly because of Keith Richards, because of his outrageous nature. I'm just it. He like falls off the front of the stage drinking a bottle of bourbon, and things like that happened in the 70s that I saw from Keith Richards, and just went, man, this guy is awesome.
Well,
and I quickly realized that Ronnie Wood was the guitar player in the band.
Well, I actually got to meet Keith.
Unreal, yeah.
Well, you know Brian Adams, right?
Yeah.
Well, Brian Adams' manager owned a big club in Vancouver.
Okay, right.
That I was like one of the house techs at. Like that's how I got to know Guar, okay? Was working in the club, right? But I also, due to the fact that the manager of the bar liked the band that I worked for so much, we ended up getting to play there not only for when the Who was in town, but when the Rolling Stones were in town.
Unreal.
And both times we ended up at setup, watching the Stone setup, watching the Who
Yep.
setup. Oh, you guys want to go down? Sure, go on now, man.
I
Is it
can't
okay?
remember the last time the
Bruce
Rolling
goes, it's
Stones
okay.
did it,
You're in, right? Like the
Well,
manager, right?
Yep.
So therefore, there you are hanging out with the Rolling Stones road crew.
Road crew, unreal.
Yes, it's like, oh well, do you need me to do anything?
Yeah. That's
But
it.
what I thought was a real blast was the Stones monitor tech was always over my shoulder for my gig. He was right over top of my shoulder going, and he goes, "You have got a style." And I go, "Yeah."
Yep. Yeah, right.
You know,
That's so cool.
he goes, "You understand where your players are at." And I go, "Doesn't every monitor tech?" He goes, "Yeah."
I don't remember the last time the Stones toured Australia. I don't know if they have toured Australia in recent years. I really don't. I would have heard of it. Surely I should remember it if they'd been here. I
I
can't
saw
afford the $200 ticket, or I won't pay the money for the $200 tickets.
I saw them in '81
Still,
and in '89. That was the last time I saw the Stones. Was in '89.
yeah, right.
Keith was in my dressing room, and I had to go. Can you please remove yourself from my dressing room, Mister Sir? Because I'm
Yeah.
not done work yet. I don't mind you coming in and partying, but I got guitars to put away. And he goes, "Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. I'll see you in a bit." Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, as I said, I'm not too sure. I can look it up, but I won't. Of when they last toured Australia, but yeah, they don't tour here too often for whatever reason. It was Keith, wasn't it? Keith got arrested in Canada,
Yep. Yep.
and
But Keith was also fooling around with Mrs. Trudeau too. Did you know that?
Sorry, what was that?
Keith was also fooling around with Mrs. Trudeau too. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Pierre's mom was the biggest groupie in Canada.
Okay, yeah, right.
You know? Well, you know, like the joke was literally serious. It was like, it was in the news and everything, man. You know,
Unreal.
Trudeau's wife hanging out with drug addicts. Yep.
Unreal.
Only in Canada.
Yep.
But apparently she's still alive and doing well.
Yeah, right.
So,
Something about those preservatives that they're all taking.
well, I don't know about that, but she was so much younger than Pierre too. Like
Yeah.
she is like Mick Jagger's age in that area.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah, they're just. I think they've had their time and they should disappear in my opinion. But as I said, I'm a Keith Richards
all
fan.
three of them
I'm
are
a Keith
still
Richards
play.
fan. He wants to put an album out. I want to hear it, and it's just how it is.
All three of them are in pretty good shape for their age, right? Like,
Oh, they are. They
pretty
are.
healthy.
They can.
And
Like
same
I'm
with
50. I just turned 55. Just turned 55, and I struggle to get around. I'm lucky I can get around, but I struggle to get around. It's not easy. And
oh no,
look at
of
them.
course.
They're all moving around beautifully. They're doing real well.
Well, the guys in U2 are my age.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
Yeah,
like I
it
worked
is.
I
Yeah.
worked with their lighting director in 1981 in a band called Stonebolt. Okay, but U2 is
Yeah. Okay.
rehearsing in Vancouver. By the end of the rehearsal, my light guy was on his way to Ireland, and he's been with them ever since. I already knew the guys. I know the guys in the U2 crew. I've talked to their
Yeah.
guitar tech long before he did that video on YouTube.
Yeah, right.
The guy is brilliant. That's what I expect out of just a guitar tech. He knows that amp, he knows that guitar better than the Edge knows it.
Yeah.
He's the one that
Yeah.
designs his sound, for Pete's sake.
It's fascinating. It's a fascinating video watching him discuss that with, and as I said, the Edge is there as well, and the Edge and his guitar tech, and every time this guy asks the Edge a question, he goes, yeah, can you help me out here, mate?" And
Yeah,
the
I
guitar
know,
tech
I
comes
know.
in.
I
The
know,
guitar
I
tech
know.
comes in and tells
That's
the
how
whole story of what's
ingenious the guy is. And there's only a few
but
guys like that.
it's so cool because there's nothing. The Edge is just so cool about the whole thing. He's just straight up front that he knows absolutely nothing about.
No, but he knows
He knows nothing about it.
how to play that instrument through that sound, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, and he plays that. Yeah, and he plays that
And
instrument.
that's
That's it.
all that
Exactly
matters.
right. He plays the
If
instrument with that
somebody else
sound.
has got to work on that for you, that's their job. And I've taken
Yeah.
up that role a couple of times.
Yeah, right.
I have to look after your amp this week. Oh, okay. You know, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
But the people that I learned from, like, I wish I could remember Jeff Beck's female guitar tech's name. It's been bothering me for a while. I think is Brenda. I'm not too sure. But when I met her, I was in awe because she was literally telling Beck what to do on his amp.
Unreal.
Yeah. It's like, oh, okay. And I get to hang out with you for a week. I'm going to learn a lot. I'm going to pick this girl's brain until there's nothing left to pick over, right? But it's hard to believe that a lot of these people are gone, GRB, huh? Like, who would have thought that Tom Petty would be gone? You know? Like, he wasn't
I really don't know. I'm sure I'm getting this wrong. Is Vivian Campbell mean anything to you?
Yes. Big way.
Is that the name from Def Leppard or not?
He's from Def Leppard, but he's not the original.
He's the guitarist.
He's not the original
gotcha.
guitar player of Def Leppard. Steve Clark was.
Yep.
Okay.
No. That's me. That's me trying to find.
Also played.
Trying to find a Def Leppard female guitar tech. I thought Vivian. That sounds like it might be a female's name. No.
Vivian also played with Ronnie James Dio in Ronnie James Dio's band, but he
exactly. That's what it says. And River Dogs, Thin Lizzy, Trinity, Whitesnake.
Yeah.
Wow. That's impressive.
But he couldn't handle the one guitar player role. He couldn't he couldn't pull it off. That's how come he got fired by Dio.
Yeah.
It's because he couldn't handle it. Not a lot of guys can.
Yeah.
Where all
No, that's
that
right.
pressure is on one guitar player, not a lot of guys can
Yeah.
nowadays.
Just as we were explaining about the Rolling Stones earlier, that quite often on stage that Keith just disappears and falls off stage or whatever, and and
Yeah,
Ronnie
but that goes
Ronnie's
along with
there
their theme.
covering the band.
If they came out in the 80s, they wouldn't even be known. They wouldn't even be part of the picture.
Yeah.
Like they were around at the right time so that the average band could make it. The average guitar player can't make it nowadays.
Yeah.
Like the competition out there is very fierce. Like I notice that even in like Creative Commons music, I hear some very wicked blues guys that are just out of this world. But you know that the time has come and gone, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like how many people actually pay attention to rhythm and blues nowadays? Not very many. It's
Yeah.
all
True.
rap.
It's
It's all rap.
all us. It's all us old school boys that are interested in the blues.
Yeah.
And I'm very, very limited on any of the rap that I can handle. I'm not a fan at all.
Rap
his
is
name?
one thing. Hippity hop is quite the other thing, though.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Geez, I've
rap,
forgotten his name
rap
now.
at least had some rock influences, right? Like, look at Rapture. That was done by Blondie. That's rock. You know, all it is
Yeah.
spoken word, but hippity
Spoken
hop
word
is
a bit
like
more.
putting disco
Oh,
with rap.
Yeah,
That's what that is.
yeah. That's right.
But this was all predicted a long time ago. This was predicted in the 90s that a lot of the major labels would drop off. And records, CDs.
Yeah, gone.
We went for how long with records? Like even 78s and 45s, and then all of a sudden we get into CDs,
Yep,
and 20 years
decades.
later we're into another different format.
Definitely decades. That's for sure.
Yeah. Like the technology, like look at Blu-ray discs. They're becoming a thing of the past too.
And you know, it was always discussed. I don't do it enough, but I can get my records out, my LP records, break out the record player and play them today.
Yeah.
A lot of the CDs I've bought in between don't work anymore.
Yeah.
You know, my records may have a little bit of crackle here and there sort of noise, but that's the joy of them. That's the joy of LP records. They're still in amazing condition.
That's the sound of the needle, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The thing is analog is very, very hard. Like the sound of analog is very, very hard to get digitally. I have a hard time with that.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with what is known as the analog overtone, which digitally it doesn't look at it. Because
I spent my first years
is flawed. Analog is more of a tube. It's not digital. It's a tube sound.
Yeah, that's it. I spent my first few years out of school, like when I was working, spending all my money on LP records, and have an amazing LP record collection to this day, which breaks my heart that I don't play anymore. I don't listen to them anywhere near enough. But I spent far too much money on them, and hopefully they're worth money, but I don't know if they are or not.
I had over 10,000 CDs burn up in my flat fire.
CDs, yeah, right. Yeah, and then that's it. I had to start buying CDs. I resisted on buying CDs for a long time, and kept buying LPs, and then I had no choice because they just weren't releasing LPs anymore. Only releasing
Thing
CDs.
is I was on record companies' list and having them sent to me.
Yeah, that's nice.
Right? Like, I worked for several different labels and just by booking their bands. Oh, you want it? So do you want a CD for yourself? Sure.
Yeah, right.
You know, can I
That's
get it on
cool.
digital MP3s as well?
Yeah.
You know? And then some of the record companies, oh, here's the login for you, just in case you want to hear some bands that you might want to book on your radio show. Okay. Is it okay? Sure, you can even take some if you want. Here's the download thing, right? Here's your download information. I had every Mushroom Head record there was here because I knew their record company head guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So does this mean you want Mushroom Head on the show soon? Oh no, they're not ready yet. But go ahead, take it all. Of the
I
new
don't know
album.
what it's worth, but I've got Split Ends, True Colors record from Mushroom Records. The Psychedelia disc, that it's just an LP released in sometime in the 1970s, late 1970s.
Mushroom Head is the band I'm talking about, not the record company.
And Split Ends, basically Neil Finn became Crowded House. And
I remember Split Ends. We used to do one of their songs way back in 1981.
And one of the most highest record sales of all time. Their music, apparently. So. But I have that record and the True Colors, and it's amazing. You look at it, and you just move it around in your hand, and it's got this psychedelia pattern through the LP that changes colors all the time. It's just amazing. And that's an original release, late 1970s. And that one's got to be worth money. It's got to be worth dollars.
Well, nowadays it all depends on whether or not the person that it's got the album, that wants the album, has got a stereo system worth playing it on. And they don't really make that many turntables now. They are out there, but they don't make them the way they used to.
They make them for DJs.
Yeah.
Right? So they don't work properly to play a record.
Yeah.
like we're expecting them to, do they? They're different.
Well, you
different
have
kinds of
to
fish.
pay the money to get that kind of quality of a phonograph player.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
with the
Yeah,
while,
they still make a nice
for a
photograph.
while there, bands were re-putting things out in vinyl, but nowadays it's like, how quickly can I get the file and all of that? It's all gone digital information. Like radio stations hardly even get CDs anymore. It's all 320 glass audio, which is like the high end of an MP3. Right?
Yeah, okay. Yep. Yep.
Like before, you used to be able to, like while you're in a band and you've got an album out, you used to be able to go into the radio stations and TV stations with your album. Those days are long gone.
Yeah.
Long gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just walk in and hope for the best. And
And
how
the
many
thing,
stories are they of really popular bands that have done just that?
and
Just walked in.
but those days don't happen anymore. They
No,
began
right.
not happening in the late 80s.
Yeah. Yep.
But meanwhile, if you were like Elvis Presley in the 50s and you walked in with a 45, you were the hottest thing since sliced bread. Nowadays,
Yep.
it's way different. Nowadays, it's
Eddie
even
Cochran.
nowadays it's affected even the film industry. When Universal Studios are not anymore, what does that say?
Yeah, right.
Capitol Records are not no more.
Really?
A&M Records are basically not anymore.
Capitol Records have that building, though, isn't it? Like the Capitol
Yeah.
Records building. That
Yes, but
circular.
it's owned by somebody else now.
Yeah, right.
There's no Capitol Records anymore.
Unreal, yeah.
Like there's
Yes,
only,
yeah, that's it. I'm
like
totally
there's
out of the
only
loop. I used to
two
be
real
a big fan
labels
of
that
all
are
sorts.
left, and that's Time Warner Brothers, right? Warner Brothers Records and Sony. Those are your two major labels nowadays. That's it.
Yeah.
Everybody else has basically got their own label. Motley Crue.
Yep.
It's all self inside the band. You know, people go, are you worried about them bitching? No, I'm not. I know who they are. They're probably patting me on the back saying, go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead. We'll take the
Yep,
money.
true.
Put it up on your channel. We'll take your money. And the thing is I don't really care. Because the monetization game isn't serious unless you've got 100,000 people. You got 1,000 views, you get paid $1.17. That's what it works out.
Yeah, I'd love to get in and start listening to my LPs again. That'd be
Like
just don't.
Like
Don't
I
have the
see,
time, I just watch.
I see it all the time on YouTube. I see all of these guys going, I don't have enough time. I need more time. So I'll put up a
Yeah, that's it.
You know, it's like,
Yeah. I spend my time on YouTube instead, watching music on YouTube, and instead of playing a record. Yeah, it's a different world.
Yeah, much different. You know, like I watch a variety of things on YouTube, but like I have friends that have got like 200, 300,000 K people. I know record companies that have got huge amounts. I've been part of the staff.
Yeah.
But, when you have to stress out about getting 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subs, it's nothing compared to those people that have got 100,000 subs.
Yep.
My hockey buddy has got over 250,000 subs, and he draws attention from major television networks.
Right.
That's when you've got something happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's for sure.
Like, I'm happy for the guy because he tells it the way that it is. He's a very, very good analyst of hockey, and he covers the whole league. Better than the professionals from like the Sportsnet network.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And he's actually been on the guy's podcast. Oh, I got invited to go on his show. I'm going, you should read his show. Like the guy is a much better, shall we say, analyst for hockey than the guys from the actual network.
Yeah. Yep. There's a lot of that happening on YouTube, isn't there? With people commentating on the games, doing their own commentary and that.
But this guy has been at it for a while. He's
lots of
been
people
at it for 5 years. But in 5 years' time, he's drawn 200K people, which is not bad.
Yep.
Whereas I know people in the fish thing, they're at like around 80K that have put in the same amount of time.
Yeah.
I know the do-it-yourself king. He started doing YouTube at around the time of around when I started doing radio.
Right.
And he's spent like 12 or 13 years at it now.
Yep.
But is it worth it? I don't know, man.
Yeah, true. I know what you mean.
I see it also from the side of, like guys who produce film, right? They're too busy. Like this is what even what's his name was talking about on Dr. Blackstreet, Corvus, right?
Yep.
Because for me to spend the amount of time doing editing and all of this, it's going to be 8 or 9 hours. I agree. I do the same. But mine is not for YouTube. Mine is for a school.
Yep.
Mine is for what I enjoy doing. Because I can't do anything else.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if I was healthy, I would probably be out on the road still to this day. But unfortunately, a drunk driver took that away from me. Right?
Yep.
Because it is a lot of work. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen too much of the other people lately because I'm doing my own thing, right? But some of these people have been around for a long time. Some of them have been my friends for a long time. You
Yep.
know? But they're not really growing. They're struggling with their 4,000 hour watch hours.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's there is that combination you got to have, don't you? Got to have
Yeah,
it be
well, the thing
popular.
is, from my aspect, how much of it do you really, really get out of the live?
Yeah, you get your watch hours a bit quicker, I suppose.
Yeah, but after a
And
while, like you're not really covering anything. And then your
yeah,
content falls off to the wayside and hardly anybody else is watching your other content.
yeah, yeah, agreed. The old, I think the best way is getting the videos out there and quality and do quality videos. I use YouTube as more of a storage device
Yeah, yeah.
and that sort of
Well,
thing.
you use it for generally the entertainment side of understanding the
Yeah,
various different types of aquarium keepers there are around the world,
yep, yep,
right?
yeah, that's true. Yeah, and
But
it's
when you can understand the other language, or if it's explained to you, you know that they're light years ahead of us in a
mm,
lot of things. The Asians are so far ahead of us in fish keeping, it will take us centuries to catch up.
yeah, yeah, it's so true.
Same with the Germans. You know,
Yep,
and there
yep.
you are trying to watch it and try to understand the language that they're talking because you don't understand it yourself.
Eastern European.
Yeah. Oh, there is an amazing angelfish breeder over in Poland. He has some very beautiful angelfish.
Mm,
And you really, really notice the difference between their channels and the channels over here too, because they aren't caught up in the live feed. Have you noticed that?
yeah, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
They're I can't even think of who it is, what his name is now. He's Italian, basically an Italian better keeper who does amazing content, going
Yeah.
to shows all around Europe.
Yeah.
That some of it Europe is Italian content, like language only, and he tries to make it as English as he can, and that's so super cool, that stuff, and he's been doing it for a long time now, and he's
Yeah.
just awesome. I'm
And
sorry, I
well,
cannot think of the name.
I know better people over in the Netherlands, and I know better people in Thailand.
Yep,
But the people that I know over there are just like posting their everyday kind of stuff. You don't really, really notice the lives. Like my friends in Russia, only two of them do lives. Right?
yeah,
And one's like a major pet shop, uh, uh, which is called Russian Aquariums. And then the other guy is just like a live bearer guy that likes showing off his live bearers every once in a while. You know, he's got beautiful fish. like very high quality fish.
Yep.
But I just see it for what it is, man.
Yeah, it's just an outlet, creative outlet for.
And basically, the music market and the tropical fish market is having the
Yep.
same problem with what is actually taking up the market, and that's the gaming market. Like, how many kids play computer games nowadays?
Oh my, yeah, exactly.
You know, how many times do I get invited to join a computer game channel? Quite a
Right.
few.
I get like the kids. The kids are subscribed to a couple of gamers, just one or two, and these guys are 25 years old, do kids targeted, like young kids targeted gaming channels
Yeah.
with like 10-year-olds,
Yeah.
like video games that they're playing, targeted at 10-year-olds, and get 30 million views in a day.
Yeah.
And you think, oh my,
Yeah.
oh my, there's a totally different world out there, isn't there, that I have no idea about.
Yep. And those are the guys that are racking in the money.
They must be just racking it in.
Yep.
It's crazy.
But
As
they've got
they get 20 million views a day.
they've got the system behind them.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you're a major part, like computers is a major part of computer gaming.
Yeah.
And so the vehicle that they're using is a video format that's based on a computer. So
And
of course it's just going to skyrocket.
I find a computer is a very convenient medium for me to explore and learn things from and all that jazz. I don't know how to work one. It's like these guys know what they're doing. Like
Yeah.
they really, really, really just work the system so well. And
Well, when you are
but they're 25 to 30-year-old people aiming their content at 10-year-olds. It's incredible. And they must make a fortune. Or maybe they don't make a fortune, I don't know. But I think they make a fortune.
Well, basically, from what I've been told and from what I know, you get basically $1.17 for every 1,000 views.
Yeah, right.
Like that isn't a lot of money when you come to think about it.
I don't know if that's why they brought in that child. Like, is this video made for children? I don't know if that means that they're going to charge less or pay those people less or not. I have no idea. But
it's just a different marketing crowd.
Right.
And way that it is marketed.
Yeah, right. Just the marketing. Yeah. Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Just the marketing side of it.
Like, if I put something out for children, there's no comments allowed.
Right, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, true.
You cannot persuade the child. Whereas if I want to make something against the children and say, no, a child can't watch that, that's going to reflect upon that audience too.
Yeah.
Like the kids are the ones that are on the internet. not the adults.
Yeah. Oh, they are. Man, that
And that's how come these gaming sites make the money. And as long as they're not trying to sell it, they can market it like a 10-year-old game for a 10-year-old and be fine with it.
yeah.
You still get paid for the amount of views.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
Just cannot market to sell.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
And they've all these kids are subscribed.
Yeah.
So they every day they're watching the new movie or the new video every day of this guy playing computer game. They're not actually playing a computer game, they're just watching this guy play a computer game for hours on end. And yeah, he's making, as I said, they're getting 25 million views a day. It's
Yeah,
incredible.
well, there's other sides to it too, right? Like, I know this really, really hot, young girl, okay? But she kind of perturbs me because I know why she's there. She's
Yeah,
there
right.
to ask for money.
Yeah, right.
Okay, like I know with my buddy who does hockey, he's very happy that he's got 200,000 subscribers, but he's
bet.
putting 4 videos a day.
Yep.
He's not coming on every once a month and asking for money. He's
Yep.
doing it every day. I don't see him asking for money.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the people I do.
Oh yeah, that's it. Very true.
Yeah.
Well, I just had a look, Chewy, and it's still 38 degrees here today at
Well,
8 p.m. now.
Well, it's now -1 degrees here where I am, and that's in Celsius. So that's like about 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so I'm talking Celsius. Yeah, so
I know you are.
yeah, it's crazy. So the Fahrenheit would be still
You're up
100
here
and
in the
something.
90s.
It's 100 and something, 90 something. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, 90s.
not pleasant. Not pleasant at all. But
Oh, I don't like summer, man. I prefer winter. To tell you.
yeah, I'm getting that way. I used to be a summer person, but I'm not so much anymore. I'm enjoying winter more and stick a hoodie on and keep warm instead
Well, you
of
guys
just
don't really get a bad winter down here.
oh no we got. I might get the occasional temperature gets down to like 5°C, something like that, like in an early morning cold. But during that day, it's going to warm up to 16 or something. See, it's
Yeah.
so, and it's not. That's not cold at all.
Well,
Really.
out on Vancouver, well, I grew up in Alberta where -40 was on
Yeah.
occasion, right? Like on
Yeah.
occasion. When I got out to Vancouver, it would hardly drop below 0 Celsius for 32.
Yeah. Okay.
So that to me was like I ran around in t-shirts and a pair of shorts on my birthday in January, in the middle of winter, going,
Yeah.
this is fun. Okay, like that to me is perfect. From like from around 10 degrees to around 20 degrees, I'm happy as a lark. Right? Not too hot, not too cold. can go outside in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts and feel good about yourself, right?
Yeah.
But now weather systems are changing so erratically, you
Yeah.
don't know what to expect.
Winters are colder, maybe. Summers are hotter, maybe. You just, yeah,
Winters
don't
winters
know.
are colder in some ways, but there's
Yeah.
no precipitation. There's no
Yeah.
snowfall.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot
And
of people are saying that they're not experiencing the snowfall. Like in New York, I've heard that
it's
people in
been
New
like
York are
that
saying,
since around the late '80s.
right.
When Calgary was granted the Olympics, we were
Yeah.
getting tons of snow in the mountains.
Yeah. Yeah.
By
Yeah.
'89, by '88, they were having to bring in snow machines to make sure that there was enough snow.
Unreal.
Yeah, and that was in '88. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the difference between Columbia ice fields in the '60s to what Columbia ice fields is today.
No. No.
The
I haven't
mountain
heard that.
has literally melted 2.5 miles in.
Wow. That's huge.
Yeah, like glaciers are disappearing out of our mountains very quickly.
Yeah.
And
No,
it's
that is,
affecting the water that flows west more so in lower pH than it
yep.
is east because of all of the minerals going through the all of that glacier kind of meltdown that we had
Yeah.
years ago,
Yep.
right?
No, it's amazing, isn't it? It's
But
scary.
now what we're experiencing in BC is floods in the middle of November.
Yeah.
We expect them in May. We don't expect them in November.
Yep. Yep.
People are losing their houses.
Yeah. It's very sad.
Like down the river. I've been
Yeah.
following this one guy that's trapped right in the middle of it. He can't get out of it, and nothing can get into him.
That's amazing.
You know, like they have to either basically fly it in or walk it in through various different ways because all of the roads have been washed out. Like
Yeah.
we're used to mountain fall rock in avalanche season, but not now.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. It's
But
crazy.
I've seen that over my lifetime. I've seen Columbia ice fields melt 2 miles in. And the weather around it is not as cold as it was. Like when you went to the ice fields in the summertime, you still felt as though you were in like freezing below when you were up
Yeah.
against that glacier. Now it isn't like that. It's like,
Yeah. That's it. Go skiing in shorts and t-shirt.
yeah,
I've seen that. I saw that over in Vermont in the late 1970s, and we arrived in Vermont like for a weekend of skiing, and it was snowing, chaotic, just that much snow you couldn't believe it. And the rest of the weekend was perfect sunshine and slick slopes were just icing over. Just incredible. But as most of the people were wearing T-shirts because it was beautiful sunny weather and you got sunburnt. Got sunburnt snow skiing. It was just like, what?
Well, we're kind of used to that in Vancouver.
Yeah, right. It was all new to me. That was my first and only time snow skiing.
Because
Loved it.
Vancouver, you could go out to the snow in like very warm weather because it would be a rather warm day in Vancouver, but up in the mountains, there's still snow skiing. But the most hilarious thing was back in like 1981 when Vancouver got hit by a freak snowstorm. The world would stop.
Yeah.
They were not used to that kind of snow.
Yeah, right.
Especially sliding around on icy snow. It was hilarious. It's like the band I worked for was from the prairies, so we're used to the cold, right?
Yep.
Whereas if the snow fell in Vancouver, hardly none of their road crews would even work. It's like, really? They haven't loaded up from last night, and we have to wait for them to get their shit together.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. So you're getting snow over there at the moment where you are? Or?
We've had exactly 3 inches of snow for the year so far.
Right, okay.
And that's not good.
Yep.
We're used to about 4 feet by this time.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yep.
But the thing about where I'm at is it's in a valley. Okay.
Yep.
And when you're in a valley of the mountains, the valleys are warmer than the top of the peaks.
Yeah.
So the top of the peaks get to see all the snow. Whereas sometimes it just turns into rain by the time that it gets into the valley.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And that's what makes our weather also very risky because it causes a lot of black ice.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Yeah.
Or it's great if you're a kid and you get a couple of days off school and just being able to go out sledding on black ice. Man, black ice sledding is just amazing. That's the most fun I've ever had, I think. It's just incredible.
But meanwhile, we've got one of the top ski hills in Canada in our area.
Yep.
Have you ever heard of Roslyn, BC?
Not really. That I can think of. I don't think so.
Well, our first Canadian gold medal skier from the Olympics came from Roslyn.
Right.
Her name was Nancy Green.
Yep.
Okay. Nancy Green Rain, she ended up being one of our politicians later on as well.
Okay, yep.
She was a gold medal skier in the 60s. Well, her mountain is just up the hill from her. Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Beautiful ski area. Just wonderful. But for me, it's like the only time I go up there is to see my doctor, and I don't like going up there because there's a lot of snow.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
G'day, still in ya?
Hey, Stelania. So that's actually the big difference, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine.
Put it to you this way. Another way of looking at it is when I was growing up, there was no problems having outdoor rinks in Calgary. Now there's a lot of problems having outdoor rinks. The weather is too warm and it fluctuates. You know, like all of us people my age that played hockey, we played hockey outdoors, right?
Yeah, right.
Hardly
Yeah.
ever see that anymore.
That's my only hockey experience is on frozen creeks in Virginia in the 1970s.
Oh, those are the best kind of games.
Where I couldn't skate, so I was the goalie. and these 10-year-old kids or 12-year-old kids were just awesome skaters, and just could fly all over the place.
Oh, at
I was a
12, I
goalie.
could fly like the wind. It
All
was
I could do was fall over.
started skating. That was the hard part.
I was
But I
good at
ended
falling
up
over.
learning how to skate faster backwards than forwards.
I was really good at falling over, so I was a good goalie.
Yeah, I bet. Lie down and stop every shot that's along the ice, but
That's
heaven
right.
help you if it goes up above you, right?
Yeah, it was good fun. We're on a creek that cracked one time, which was a frightening experience. Luckily, nobody was hurt or anything, and we all got out. But geez, frightening experience.
Oh, I bet.
We're just happily playing along, and it cracked up the middle and just split. And if you weren't in the right spot, you would have ended up in the water.
Yeah.
Frightening.
Well, it's not a good idea to go skating during certain times, right?
Yeah, that's it.
But have you ever seen the ice bridge?
Not sure what ice bridge is that. I don't know. I've seen some ice bridges, and
Okay, this one gets featured in that ice truckers thing quite a lot. Like there's a place up in northern BC. Well, it's actually Yellowknife. Okay. And there's only 2 times that they book bands. Once they book you, you are there for 6 months. Okay? Because there's only 2 ways off, 2 ways to get back, okay, to civilization. One is either taking the ferry during the summertime or going across the ice bridge in the wintertime. Okay?
yeah,
Across the lake. Across the lake. Okay? It is frightening to hear that ice crack.
it is.
Yes.
It was pretty scary sound.
Yes.
But when we were just on a creek, which opened up and had been our for years. It had been where we play ice hockey, and there was no drama. Just obviously this year wasn't as cold or whatever, and yeah.
And up
Pretty
by
scary.
Yellowknife, you're up there, like up by Alaska, okay? And in the wintertime, you only see like about 3 hours of daylight. So you don't see much sunlight up in that area of the woods during the winter time.
Yeah.
And it is very expensive to even eat up there because of the way that, how they get goods, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like $20 for a hamburger? Are you crazy?
Wow. Yeah, right. Yeah. We do have hamburger joints here, which are $20 a burger. I don't know how they sell any burgers, but they must do because
Yeah,
they're
but
still
we're
going.
just talking about the normal dollar burger
Yeah.
back then, okay?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay, it's like $20 for a burger, you're out of your gourd.
Yeah.
Oh,
Imagine.
I see. I get paid this much money this week because I have to pay out $20 for a burger. Oh, okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like that's how they make it up.
Yeah.
Oh, your band's gonna cost you 20 grand. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's
But
fascinating, really, isn't it?
$5,000 a week band is costing them 20 grand a week because of the inflationary value of what things are up there, right? So your normal everyday club act is making the money of a recording act.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only time that you can go is like the one time that you can cross via the ferry, or the other time that you have to cross by the ice. I never did get to experience going across by the ferry in the middle of summer. I got to experience the factor of going across on ice. It's not fun.
Yeah, right.
Not
No.
fun. It's scary.
I bet. I bet it is. Terrifying.
But
You never
now,
know.
our roads are probably more dangerous because of black ice.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
highway to hell is, like, I don't know if you've seen the show Highway to Hell or not.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Yep.
Okay, that's filmed on the Coca-Cola Highway that got flooded and got washed out. Can you imagine what that road is going to be like? Like, they're only doing temporary fixes, and they just
Yeah.
opened them up again.
Yep.
Like, I don't know what this winter's going to be like for accidents on that road. I know I wouldn't want to be on it.
Yeah, true. Yep. It'll be chaos.
And when you're traveling it, things don't look that bad in the summer.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, but in the
And
winter time, when that road becomes icy, it's a nightmare.
yeah,
And
we'd look like you'd in the 70s, we'd wake up, school day, you'd wake up and you'd go, you'd have a quick look out the window. Oh, man, nothing. Then you hear on the radio that you've got a snow day in your county. You think, oh, right, what's that for? And then you look out the window again and focus and say, oh, man, it's ice. 2 inches thick of ice on the road, and just going to be the best fun day sledding and all that sort of stuff down a hill.
but they didn't build the Coca-Cola Highway until about 1980 something. Okay, before that, the traffic went up Highway 3. Highway 3 is beautiful, winter or summer. It's just that it's
Cool.
got a lot of heavy hairpin turns, which sort of makes it dangerous in a way. But if you're a responsible driver, you got no problems with it.
Yeah.
They've had more accidents on the highway to hell, which is more of a straighter highway, than they ever did on Highway 3 with the hairpin turns.
Yep.
You know, like the old mountain kind of like Switzerland kind of roads. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Scary as hell because you're that close to the edge, but it's due to the fact that it's scarier than hell that keeps the traffic volume and the speed of the road down. Right?
Yeah. True.
So therefore, less accidents. So what are you doing with your life nowadays, GRB?
Not a lot. Not a lot, Chewy. Sure, just
What do you do for work?
Yeah. getting by as I can. I'm not working at the moment, so I've got doctors saying that I should be disability and all that sort of jazz, and
Oh, okay.
I'm not finding that too easy to deal with. That I haven't seen myself in that sort of situation, but the doctors are saying that, so yeah. So it's a bit.
I totally
caught
understand that.
between one and the other at the moment.
I went from being perfectly healthy, being able to lift gear and being able to like ride a bike and run to the point of
Yep.
not being able to walk. So I understand.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's not real pleasant. I'm just still trying to come to grips with it all and to get it all recognised and all that by the powers that be.
You don't have to explain that one to me. Disability
So,
systems are far
difficult
behind
times.
they should be.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it's, as I say, I've got the doctors telling me one thing and the government telling me something else, so it sucks.
And especially the legal systems around them too. Like, if my accident occurred in the United States, I'd be a billionaire. But insurance between Canada is much different.
Yep.
Way, way different.
Yeah, it's a scary situation, really. I don't really know what my future holds, but I'm hanging in there and hoping to keep
Is
on
it a
going.
physical back kind of problem or what?
Yeah, neurology to do with the back and that sort of thing. So they're
I
saying, but
understand that well.
it's just
I understand that
takes
better.
forever to get it all proved and all that jazz. So I have to hope for the best, one way or another.
Rollerblading is much different than skating.
Is it?
You know that you push, like when you're pushing out on a skate, you're pushing on the edge, like you're pushing away.
Yeah.
Right? Roller is more straight forward. It's a different kind of edge.
Gotcha.
I can't rollers, like, I couldn't roller skate worth a damn. But on skates, I could skate circles around my girlfriend, who could skate circles around me on rollerblades.
Yeah, gotcha.
Totally different. Because if you notice, they sort of like know how to angle their skate because of the edge, right? It's all a part of
Yeah.
like figure skating, okay? The only difference is the toe pick on a figure skate, which would make guys crash if hockey players use figure skates. It's, again, there's a different kind of technique, right?
Yeah, gotcha.
Like I due to the fact that I played defense, I would practice skating more backwards than I did forwards.
Yeah, right.
Faster going backwards than I was forwards. Because you have to keep up to the guy coming at you going fast forwards, right? Yeah, that's pretty sad, GRB. I'm sad to hear that.
Yeah, it is what it is. And
What were you doing before?
I was an environmental officer, environmental scientist.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
job.
working in mining, and industrial chemicals, like
Oh, okay.
that sort of stuff. So for
So are
many
you
years,
into mining?
so basically dealing in water chemistry and
Were you into
sorry,
mining?
into botany, was it?
No, mining. Are
Mining,
you,
yeah, it was. Yeah, in the mining industry and that for a number of years.
have you ever heard of Barkerville?
Barkerville, no,
Oh,
not really.
Barkerville is fun. I got 3 videos coming up on in the New Year's. It was like the biggest gold rush of Canada's history. It's now like a dead mining town, okay?
Yeah,
But
okay.
you know, when they first like hit gold, like through gold panhandling and all of that,
Yep.
Barkerville was famous for it. Like it was the biggest gold town uh, in North America after San Francisco at one point,
Okay, right.
right? So, but now it's just a historic town, and like it opened up like in the 1880s, and by the 1950s, it was pretty much a ghost town, right? Like most mining towns.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just in this incredible mining boom here in our state, just out of control, with iron ore fetching huge prices and gold getting huge prices, and
Well,
it's all going to it'll all come to a crashing halt eventually, thanks to China.
well, BC is kind of the same way, except for worse. Did you hear about the story this year about them finding a wolf, mummified wolf in like the frozen tundra?
No.
Yeah, they found a mummified wolf up in northern BC.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Well, how do they find that without having global climate change? Before the Earth was too frozen to dig up there. Now they do it all the time. The biggest thing for BC nowadays is jade. Green
Okay, yeah.
jade.
Yep.
Because the Asians want it by the ton.
Yeah, right.
So all of our Yukon is being affected by this mining as well, which I think also plays into the global warming thing as well.
Is like jade like alluvial, so they're mining it from the rivers?
They're mining it right out of the cliffs.
Out of the
Right
cliffs.
on the
Yeah,
rock.
right. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
That's interesting.
which would have been frozen, you know? Like that's
Yeah.
like think about it. The glacier has melted in the middle of basically the middle of Alberta and has
Yep.
receded back 2 miles. And the same kind of thing is happening up there.
Yeah, it's amazing, eh?
And the same thing is happening down in Antarctica, apparently. Right? Like is becoming less and less, which means fresh
Yep.
water is becoming less and less.
Yeah, yeah,
Because that water all goes somewhere, right?
yeah, it sure does. Exactly right.
And that is basically what is causing our ocean disturbances. Like, do you think that I'm shocked that uh, New Orleans went through several hurricanes?
Oh no. That's just Hurricane Alley down there, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're becoming worse. But for
Yeah.
Vancouver to have a tornado, how bad is it
Yep.
getting?
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Like when I saw that tornado off of the airport in Vancouver, I went, I don't want to live out on the coast.
Like last year, they had that major snow event in Texas that froze all the fish and
Yeah.
killed the fish in the fish farms and that sort of stuff. And you think, hang on, some weird stuff going on.
I'm actually not shocked by it.
No, right. No.
I was not that shocked by it. And basically, that area had its warnings too. It's just the same kind of warnings that, like the area of BC that got flooded is the natural floodplain, okay? And they built the area around dikes. But a lot has changed in 50 years. Those dikes were based around the climate of that time period. Now the climate is way different, and like all the scientists are just freaking out because of what happened. And I'm not surprised by it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw this happening in the 80s when there was no friggin' snow in the mountains around Calgary, and they were using snow machines to pull off the winter skiing events.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, how are we going to pull this off? Oh, artificial snow. Oh, okay. Like all of the ski hills up here have got artificial snow machines now. Who would have thought of that in the 70s?
Yeah, the old artificial snow machine is getting work in places that I wouldn't think it would ever be needed.
And then you see how many people are wanting to live by the oceans, and you go, oh my goodness, I don't think so. Like that's one thing that changed a lot in Vancouver is all of the sky-rise buildings that were built because of Hong Kong changing from Britain to Chinese leadership. There were so many people from China that came over to live in Vancouver. Big, huge apartment complexes, man. Like, I was gone from Vancouver for about 20 odd years, and the last time I was out there, I didn't recognize the place from all of the new buildings, right?
Yeah. I never made it to Western Canada. I got to Eastern Canada and Quebec.
Quebec is beautiful. I like
and awesome. It was awesome. Just so much going on. Geez, I've gone blank now. Totally blank. I'm trying to think of the other major city that we visited over on the east. Is it?
I've been to Quebec City. I've been to Montreal. I've been to Halifax, Nova Scotia. I've been across Canada.
What's the big city, Canada city that starts with O? Sorry,
Ottawa.
Ottawa. Sorry, and I'm sure we made it to Ottawa, and that was beautiful, and and Quebec had the most amazing museums. Just fascinating, the things, and they were touch museums, which I wasn't experienced with, where kids could go up and you push a button or whatever, or you can reach in to touch sea creatures, all these sort of things. Just amazing. And it was, I think they were called the See and Touch Museums or something like that. And they were amazing.
Well, last time I was out that way was in the 80s, so.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So this
A lot
was
of things
late
changed
70s and
40 years, man. A lot of
yeah,
things.
right. Yeah.
But Western Canada is a lot different than Eastern
Yeah.
Canada. A lot different.
Yeah, we only made it to Eastern. We could sort of
Right.
drive there from Washington DC, and
The Rocky Mountains of BC would make you enjoy traveling by train.
yeah, right. Yeah.
The scenic
Always.
areas of Western BC is
I saw the Rocky Mountains.
Alberta are incredible.
I saw the American Rocky Mountains, and was told by everybody I saw at that time that this is nothing, man. Go and see the Canadian Rockies.
Yes.
That's what everybody said. Everybody. Even though how
There
spectacular
is a
the American Rockies were amazing, but they always said
is a
the
big
Canadian
difference.
Rockies would just blow you away.
There is a big difference between the American Rockies and the Canadian Rockies. One is
Okay,
that
yeah.
the American Rockies are still more volcanic than the Canadian Rockies are.
Okay,
The
right.
Canadian Rockies are older.
Yep.
Okay. So,
Yeah, right.
and like people don't understand why Washington cannot have piranhas. I understand it well. When you have a volcano by the name of Mount St. Helens that have got
Yeah.
a lot of underground heated pools,
Yep. Yep.
you can now understand why they would want to ban piranhas.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Because those, like, think of the pupfish of the Death Valley, for example. All of those
Yeah.
are heated streams.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Okay, you know, so they would just add danger and become more of an invasive species, and I agreed with it.
Yeah.
You know, we lost our Banff long-nosed dace years ago, and that was in a hot spring. And we
Yep.
lost it
Yep.
because of mosquito fish and guppies.
Right.
Like, people
Yep.
don't understand. You don't have to be big to be invasive. Actually, all you have to do is be very small, and you can wipe out a whole plant. Look at viruses.
True. Yep. Very true.
You know, everybody freaks out about this big 3-foot snakehead that's in their waterway, but a guppy can do just as much damage. It can cause species to go extinct.
Yep. Yeah, they sure can.
All it has to do is outcompete that fish. And the guppies definitely outcompeted daces. The poor dace didn't stand a chance against them and mosquito fish. Gambusia.
It's him. That's the ones.
Yeah. But a lot of it is people don't actually know where fish come from either. You know, I can understand why you want to stay away from African cichlids, though, GRB.
Yeah.
They must get really overstocked in Australia.
Yeah, I think I'm sure they do. I really don't follow them, or I don't see too many of them available where I am. But you know, there's plenty of people breeding them around the place here. So, but yeah, I just gave up. You know, and like we went through the that multifasciatus. We went through that craze 25 years ago, and that's sweeping across America now. You know, that's 20,
I went through
25
that about
years ago.
12 years ago, 13 years ago.
It's been a long time since we had them here, and they're basically, everyone thought, well, they're just the African cichlids of convict, aren't they? They're just the most easiest fish you could ever breed in your entire life. You'll end up with millions of them and struggle to get rid of them.
Yeah.
So nobody breeds them anymore. They still exist, but nobody breeds them like they used to here.
A lot of it is
You go every YouTuber that is trying to make a channel has multifasciatus, shell dwellers, the most common shell dweller you could ever imagine. There's 20, 30 shell dwellers you could have, which are amazing fish. None of them have any of them. They've got the convict.
Aqua
The
balls.
convicts of the African cichlids, the most easiest fish to breed. And I've got these shell dwellers, and look at me, I'm so successful with them. Man, they're the easiest fish ever.
Aqua balls does. Aqua balls has got several.
Aqua balls has a few different shellies, exactly.
You know,
he used to have Hekuai, but I think he stopped keeping Hekuai. I think he sold those off a while ago because they're tricky fish.
Well, I think that he wanted to really get into like the sardine type of open water lake tank.
Yeah.
More peaceful variety.
And the angels. He was getting more into the angels at that time, so he needed to create space.
Yeah. And the angels are like one fish that you don't have problems selling.
Yep. G'day, Yellowstone.
This was the point I was making with Kevin. I go, that's nice. You can pay out $55 for like high genetics of bettas. But you try to get that kind of price out of a wholesaler, you're going to get the same price that they paid for their everyday Siamese fighting fish.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with guppies. It's the same thing with whatever, right?
Yeah,
this is the top dollar that we like. I would buy IFGA stock of guppies in the 70s from one of the breeders in Calgary for the same price that I would pay for the regular average pet shop guppy. Right?
True, yeah. I just saw that Midnight Oil have released a new album. Wow. That's
guppies you can always get rid of for like $1 or $2, right? You can always get rid of them. You can't always get rid of a Siamese fighting fish.
No, that's right. They've only all the fish LFSs and that have only got a certain quantity.
Like, what's the average price of a betta in the store nowadays? $15?
Yeah, for your basic, just a basic one is about $15.
So that's all that you're going to get out of every betta that you breed is what they paid for that $15 betta.
And ranging to like $100 for the flash varieties, but they're still not going to pay you too much.
But I was still getting
I can get them wholesale, cheap as chips.
Out of breeding Julidochromis. Like the African dwarfs, like the small dwarfs of Tanganyika and all of those, always sell.
Julidochromis transcriptus are about one of my favorite fish ever. And would be one of the African fish that I would get back into African fish for.
Yeah.
They really are.
I
don't see them. I don't see them. So that I've got that luxury. But if I saw them, I would get them, and I would get back into African fish because of them. Just I love them.
Any of the julies are nice. Any of them.
Yeah. No, exactly right. Exactly. All the julies. Beautiful fish.
All the julies are beautiful. Like that was the fish that I specialized in Calgary. I have
and little personalities.
And I kept 2 different colonies of each one. So when I would raise them up, my pet shop guy was going, yeah, I need some more julies. What do you want? Right? And I'd be more than happy to sell them either my julies or my goodies.
Yeah, awesome.
You know, those were the fish that I was raising the most. I raised marble angels too, but you know, like you only get what they pay for the regular angel fish, but at least it's always a sell, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like you can always sell an angel fish for $1. I remember when they were a quarter a piece.
Really? Yeah. That's amazing.
I remember when my beautiful silver veil angelfish were worth like I don't know what they would be worth like now. Maybe $60 a pair, maybe doing
Yeah.
inflation.
Yep.
I got
Yeah.
my pair for $5.
Yeah, right.
An adult pair, third time in, fourth time in, spawning and breeding
Yeah.
by themselves, raising fish in a community tank, and I got mine for $5. Mind
And
you, I
it
knew
makes you
that
wonder, you know,
it was like a birthday present, but he went, "Well, I have to charge you something. How about $5? The rest of it."
it makes you wonder, Chewy, or it makes me wonder, like how those fish shops like survived. I know like the dollars rates have changed and all that sort of jazz over time, but they're selling a pair of angelfish for $5, which are now, you know, they're fetching $60 to $100, and yet just think, how did they survive? Were they just selling more quantity of fish to make the dollars, or
No,
I
it's
don't
the
understand it.
economics of the time period. The
Yeah,
fish prices have not really changed. It's like the
yeah,
shipping of the fish, the retail outlets have gone sky high. The amount of money
yeah,
that they pay for like cardinal tetras have not changed over the years. They're still
yeah.
being given basically a
But
penny a fish. Like the
their
guys
rent,
in
their
that.
rent has changed. Their rent's
So
gone through the roof.
rent, shipping, maintenance, uh,
Yep,
the veterinary
true.
bills, like the drugs have gone
Yep,
way up in price.
yeah,
All
true. Yep,
like it's just a fact. But fish prices out like the Rio Negro, I know for a fact they get like a penny a cardinal tetra, but
g'day, Aqua,
they
mate.
sell them by $1,000 a. So that's like $10, and so that puts bread
Yep,
on the person's table. But where they really make their money is in catching discus and all of those kind of fish. That's
right.
where the
Yep,
fishermen make their money. But they make their
and selling
bread
selling
off the
products,
cardinal tetras.
100% profit.
Yeah, because there's so many of them.
Selling canister filters, food, whatever, at 100% profit, like
Yeah,
straight off.
yeah,
That's where it all happens, isn't it?
yeah.
The fish are just to get people into the store, really.
Fish are
That's the way it used to be, anyways.
sometimes offered as a lost leader. We used to do it all the time. We would offer fish at lower than wholesale price for like a big sell just to draw people into the store to sell them the fluvels and the whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly, man.
Where
That's
you
right.
make the
That's it.
money,
That's what it's all about.
you know. But
You
the
see, as I
time,
said, like I don't have LFS here local to me. I've got two 2 pet chains, which sell dog food, all the jazz, the whole thing. And the fish industry to them is nothing.
Yeah.
It's just a side game. All that they're selling dog food to everybody.
Well,
That's
the thing is
everybody
that
comes
that
in,
is the
dog
way it
food.
is
I'll get a
across
fish
the
maybe as
board.
well.
Think about it. That is the
Mm,
way
yeah.
that it is across the board, though.
Yeah,
Dogs will
that's it.
always outsell fish.
Yeah,
Dogs will always outsell fish.
yeah.
Same
No,
with
that's it.
cats. Because all of those
My
suppliers.
fish are just about. Some of my fish are just about big enough to eat dog food. So I'm thinking maybe I should buy dog biscuits instead of the high protein pellets that I
Yeah,
feed them.
yeah, well. But
They're
yeah,
amazing.
that's where pet shops really, like, pet shops generally became pet supply houses.
Yeah, that's
Like
all. That's
your
it.
typical, like your home local fish store really doesn't exist anymore. Where it's like a specialty shop. Like it doesn't
I
exist.
got offered a couple of times about to take over the fish side of one of these bulk warehouse pet shops and take over the fish side of the business, and I knew that it was a failed side of it. The rest of the business is where all the money was. But
A lot of it is that they
still thought about it. I still thought about it, but they sell like fish tanks that I would probably pay $500 for, and they're selling them for $3,000. And it's like, so I could never do that. Think that operate a business like that successfully, in my opinion. I don't know how many fish tanks they sell. I really don't, but they must sell some because they keep advertising. They're still going. They've been going for well over 10 years because in their first week, I bought my Empire gudgeons there when they first opened. And they had Empire gudgeons. And I went, wow, that's a cool fish. I'm going to get some of them. I've still got my Empire gudgeons, which are now, 12 years old, which is amazing. I never knew they lived that long.
And they're an Australian fish.
They are exactly. Not local to me at all. We don't have.
Like, this was part of the point that I was trying to make Kevin realize. The average aquarist tends to think of fish from another land before they think of fish in their own land.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. I said I was wrapped.
It was in the pudding. I'm going, Kevin. Kevin didn't even realize that Gambusia is from the United States.
It's from the US. Yeah, right.
I thought you got those in Australia. No, they're an invasive species, just like a whole bunch of other species.
Yeah. But like judging from pictures and everything, they're pretty true. They're pretty true fish with the same coloration, tail spotting, all those sort of things all happening. So they look fairly pure to what the Gambusia photos on the internet show. So it's a very interesting situation. The lake or the park is down to just a couple of little puddles now, and there's still some fish in there. So, and they're going to be gone within days. they'll die. It'll dry up
Oh, okay.
very quickly.
So
So I
it's
need to
going
go down there and
it
rescue
could dry
whatever's
out
left.
and no more problem.
It's gonna which makes it more and more likely to me that they were introduced by the council, municipality, to combat mosquitoes. But I don't know. I really don't know. And apparently our council isn't doing that anymore. That's all stopped a few years ago. But yeah, it's interesting how they got there. I don't know how they got there. It's just a flooded park by rainwater, and it's
Well,
now
somebody
just about
had to have introduced them.
somebody has, yeah, but it's like it's a whole like historically, it's a system of flooded swamps or intermittent wet season swamps, and they've built houses in the area, and there's still the waterway that flows all the way through all these houses, but now connected by pipes, underground pipes, and so on, which come up in the next area and the next area and the next area. So yeah, it's a very interesting system. So they might have come from anywhere, or they may have been purposely introduced by the council. I don't know, by the government, but it's I've got
Well, I love
plenty
it
of them.
when the government screws
I've got
up.
hundreds of them.
I love it when the government.
I've got 100 or so, which is
It's
cool.
when
And they are
it's
really
when
fish.
it just proves that the government does not know biological security.
G'day,
And-
still in you?
Hey,
And
good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody? I'm enjoying the topic you're having.
You're in traffic?
No, just driving. I'm hands-free.
That's the way. Hands free. Well done, mate. Beautiful.
But a lot of it has got to do with the biosecurity. And like, you look at Australia the way that it is, but the real joke is Florida. Florida is
Yeah, it is.
way worse than Australia.
No, that's out of control. It really is, isn't it?
Maybe you can answer this question for me.
Yep.
It's a fish question.
Yep.
I constantly go to the creeks and streams and stuff, and I see little bait fishes and stuff like that. I know some streams freeze up during the winter, but yet next winter I'll see there's fish in there, little small. They won't get no bigger than. They get big. Cold weather.
You broke up. We couldn't hear you.
I'll see if this makes any difference. No.
No, I can't
Doesn't look like it.
at all. No.
Yeah, sorry, Stelina, we lost you there, mate.
We see your lips moving, but nothing's coming out.
It's I suppose that's how it goes when you're on the road. You have to deal with that.
It's frozen.
But yeah, hopefully it comes back. We've but yeah, that I don't know, but there are killifish throughout America, aren't there? So they could they could lay eggs, which you can settle into substrate, which would freeze over. And
more of a belief that the fish that he's talking about is something like a dace or
Yeah.
that kind of fish, knowing the area where he's from.
yeah,
Okay, like
yeah,
basically there's like about 4 or 5 different types of killifish down the east coast. And then
Okay,
you
right.
get the pupfishes from the west. Okay, like
Yep.
there isn't that many types of killifish in North America. It's just that there are. Okay?
Yeah.
It's due to the fact that we got bluegill and perch and that type of fish. They tend to compete the killifish and the cichlids for North America. Okay?
Yeah,
You see where I'm going with that?
Yes.
And
Just getting a drink.
fish winter over, man. You should see how fish winter over. Like cold water fish winter over, man.
Yeah.
That's why I find cold water fish so fascinating, right? Like, how can you live in that cold? Right?
Well, I've purchased some Florida flagfish a year or so ago, and was convinced by the store owner that they're cold water fish. They're bred cold water. They're locally bred. You can put them in your pond and all that sort of thing. So I put mine in an outdoor patio tank that I've got that is like 18, 20 inches tall, and the bottom 12 inches of the tank, the bottom foot is just the entire tank is covered in Java moss to a foot tall. It's quite spectacular to look at. And I lost all the Florida flagfish. So I thought they'd all gone. And now the water's warmed up. They've all just starting to pop their heads out. And
Yeah.
they're all I didn't lose one of them. So they're all there. So it's just incredible. I was convinced that I'd lost them all. They were gone,
They know how to winter over, like as long as it doesn't go down too, like.
And
Florida
like it's nowhere near freezing.
Don't call cold water fish by any means.
This would get down to 10, maybe 8 degrees C at the very, very lowest.
Yeah.
So nowhere near freezing.
No.
Or anything. So, but still cold water, and for a fish called Florida flagfish, you wouldn't expect them to be alive in that sort of temps, but they.
Well, the sheepshead minnow is also a relative of that, and they go all the way up to Virginia.
Cool, Selinia. Selinia's in the chat.
It doesn't shock me. Like, just because the fish is called Florida does not mean that it's only from Florida. I think that it also goes into Louisiana and a few other states as well.
Yep. Yeah, they're amazing
But
fish.
what I call cold
big
fish is a fish that can live in like a Canadian frozen lake. That's what I call them, cold water fish.
That's a cold water fish. That's it. No, that's it. So look, what the dace, as you were talking about, is that capable of those sort of survival?
Yes.
And that's just amazing stuff. Like
The
trout.
Same with some of your perches and stuff like that. They can handle cold water. Bluegill.
Yeah, right.
They can handle cold
Yep.
water. We've got
Awesome.
we've
Yep.
got bluegill that have been introduced to our lakes up here because our rainbow trout is basically endangered.
Really? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look it up.
That's amazing.
Canadian website. Rainbow trout is endangered.
Yep.
A lot of the rainbow
That's
trout
amazing.
that you see nowadays are actually a hybrid between a brook trout and a rainbow trout.
Right. And you're
The
stocking
actual species of rainbow
Stocking.
trout is
fish.
barely
Like
existing.
we stock trout into our waterways here, which is still amazing that it happens. But oh well.
Do they cause much of an impact in Australia? Do the rainbow trout or the trout that's introduced, do they cause much of an impact, like, let's say, the carps or other fish? Or are they kind of like, oh, okay.
Sorry, man, you were breaking up a bit, but I did catch that a fair bit of it. That the trout over here are like in some of our mountain streams, and that are more like they just they just inhabited those waterways. And they just live there and reproduce, and that's so. They were introduced like early on in the British population of Australia, so
Yeah.
they had no real idea of what fish existed in the native waterways, so they don't know what was lost.
Oh,
And certain things have been lost, which is really tough.
like I could see them preying on smaller fish, but
Yeah,
they're not
yeah.
as
As I said, it was
effective as, let's say, a pike or
sometime
walleye. that
sometime in the
can-
1800s that they were released here. They brought trout over very early and put him into Australian waterways. So yeah, before too much was. But there's a fascinating book out there that you can investigate if you ever find the time. There was an artwork, drawings, pictures by an early convict, early Australian convict, who's come over from the UK, and and he was the convict who was given whatever his duties were to one of the politicians, and it became one of his jobs to document the fish, and it is the most amazing book, man. This guy has artworks of Australian fish, and there's only one copy of the book, which is in a museum in Australia, which makes it even more spectacular. It's never been repeated. It's only just one book it's the first documentation of Australian fish. And there's songs and other books written about that book, but that book has never been republished. So yeah, fascinating thing to check out. and rainbow trout weren't in there.
Yeah, the Canadian government spent a lot of money doing some recovery program, and it is not recovering too well.
Yep. Now there it
And
is.
yes, we call them hybridized American trout up here. They don't even look like
Right.
rainbow trout anymore.
Yep. I caught me and my friend. We were out camping with the family one weekend out in the West Virginian mountains in a national park campground we stayed in for the couple of days, and we captured a trout by hand. And everyone says, well, it was obviously a sick trout, but no, it wasn't. We had to stalk this trout through the ponds that he lived in, the pond that he lived in, and caught him by hand. But amazing fish. Released him. It was just too cool, a fish. But yeah, amazing. We had so much hours of enjoyment trying to catch this fish.
People don't actually realize the amount of hybrids that are in fish nowadays.
Yep. G'day, all things fish. Good to see you.
Yeah,
Yes, I am,
they're
Looney.
a
You know
hybrid
that, man.
Yellowstone. They crossed them with a brook. And then they stock them in rivers, and then they find themselves up here in Canada.
Yellowstone, I'm just absolutely in love with your country, man. Where you're at, Wyoming, the fields, the rivers, the mountains, man, it's just amazing. Such an amazing piece of land. I could live there easily. I really could.
And yes, it's very, very common to see like hybridization in fish farms for the cultivation of fish for the fishing community.
Yep.
It is the only species that they've done it to. Hell, they're crossing salmon with eels nowadays.
Brook trout. They were nice looking trout.
Yeah.
They were beautiful things that I saw. I caught a few of those.
Right in the fish hatcheries. It's not like it's happening in shall we say, the introduction of. It's basically done in these fish farms. GMO is a big thing, man.
I've done quite a lot of fishing all around, like in America and like around Eastern America, in rivers and lakes and dams and ocean, and in Australia, Northern Australia for barramundi and Saratoga and Arowana, those sort of things. Amazing fishing. But I still think like some of the most amazing fishing I ever did was at a place called Mattawamkeag in Maine in the USA. And it was a national park campground with 1,000 sites, 1,000 campsites on the riverbed or riverbank. And you could walk across this river, like waist deep water, and just fish anywhere along it, and it was a wide river at the campground, and flowing and catching smallmouth bass, man. Like every second cast.
The cutthroat is actually a very nice species.
it was just amazing fishing, just the most amazing fishing you could ever imagine. And what a beautiful place. And as I said, 1,000 campsites, and we were the only people in the whole place. It was summer, so everyone had gone to the coast. Everyone's in the coast. Nobody was at the campground at Mattawamkeag. It was just incredible. Loved it. Just absolutely loved it. I could have stayed there forever and just made my home right there. I tell you, Mattawamkeag. So Indian name, but yeah, just amazing place. I was just a kid, so I just loved it. Canoe trip, all things fished, saying the most smallies I've ever caught was on a canoe trip to the boundary waters along the border of
Minnesota.
Is that
and
Minnesota?
Canada.
Michigan? Minnesota, right, in Canada.
And then is Minnesota.
Awesome. Okay, right. Yellowstone cutthroat. What's that? Is that a trout?
It's a
Cutthroat
trout species. It's probably the most beautiful trout species of them all.
Unreal. Yellowstone. That's amazing, man. That is so cool. That's awesome.
But they are not plagued like the rainbow is. Like the rainbow has been in hatcheries and they've done too much to them.
Yep. No, that's amazing. And they're beautiful fish, which always become available here at the late summer, early spring, late summer, early winter sort of thing for hydroponics and aquaponics. I mean, you can pick them up, for 100 fish for maybe $200 or something like that, and put them in one of those IBC containers, 1,000 liters, and run a vegetable garden off them and grow them up.
Another species is,
and they do amazing. They do amazing, but as soon as it gets above 20 degrees, they just melt. They die. Start of summer, you got to get rid of them. You got to eat them, otherwise they're just going to die.
Another species of North American fish that's endangered is the Arctic grayling too, because the waters are not cold.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Climate
all things fish, so right, man. New Zealand.
That species.
If you're a trout fisherman, I just can only recommend a trip to New Zealand. It is just amazing for trout fishing. And there's a place in Australia, one of the states, our southern island state of Tasmania, which is very similar and has amazing trout fishing as well. So you should probably do them both while you're doing it. G'day, 3G. How are you? But
why not?
New Zealand trout fishing is amazing.
They're not a endemic species to Australia. That's how come I go, well, if it's invasive, just eat them.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and they do eat well. They're an amazing eating fish.
At least your country is full of great tasting fish. From what I've heard, the perch, the European perch, is a wonderful tasting fish.
Yeah, sure. That's right. They are. They're an amazing eating fish.
Some
Beautiful
species are actually pretty good tasting.
The trout, the carp species, can be can be good, but a lot of the waterways that they inhabit in Australia are very muddy bottoms and those sort of things. So
That
they're a bit
adds
of a
more
muddy
flavor.
type of fish. You need to prepare correctly, but
That
geez, you
adds
get a
some
good fillet.
flavor.
You can get some good fillets off some of these carp. You know, they're 2 foot long
Yeah.
or longer. You know, they're
Well,
amazingly huge.
certain species over in Asia are considered a delicacy.
Yep.
Which one
Yeah.
is it? I think it's one of the more rarer ones, anyhow.
Okay. Yeah.
But that is in American waterways, by the way. It's supposed to be a very good tasting fish. You know, at one time the goldfish was a food fish.
Yeah. I'm basically just eating saltwater fish these days, and haven't eaten a freshwater fish for I don't know how long. I tried aquaponics and had the IBCs, growing plants, vegetables, tomato plants, whatever, spinach, you name it, all sorts of vegetables, and got to the time to harvest the fish, and I couldn't kill them, man. So I had to sort of basically give them away, which was a very sad situation, really, because I couldn't keep them. I couldn't kill them. Couldn't bring myself. They were pets to me after all that time of keeping fish. And yeah, so I gave up aquaponics and have never done it since. But it's a great way to go if you can bring yourself to kill the fish in the end. It's a great way to go. A couple of those big square 1,000-litre, what are they, 200 and something gallon square ponds. They're amazing. Fill that, put the fish in there, cut the top off, turn it upside down, fill that full of plants, and it just works so well. And is very easily to run just by one simple pump. It just runs on a cycle that it refills every so often, pumps water through the plants, through the pea gravel. Beautiful. It works so well.
I gotta go.
And the fish grow.
I'll be
Fish
back.
grow fast. Okay. Red drum, red snapper. Man, that's some cool fish to catch, I tell you. Awesome. All things fish. You just got into fly fishing? That's so cool, man. I do fly fishing myself, but I don't actually have a fly rod. I use just a very lightweight spinning rod and this thing called I can't even remember what it's called, sorry, but it's like a little long rubber it's like a long pencil float, but it's made out of rubber. You tie it so it adds that weight, and you use your spinning rod as a fly rod and put a long leader on the end, and it works amazing. It's so cool. I use it for saltwater fishing here for a fish called herring. We call herring, which is, I don't know, a saltwater herring. And yeah, a beautiful, nice, oily fish, which you can catch by the thousands if you get on the right bait at the right time. That's so cool, guys. You can tie your own flies. Man, I spent money and bought 1,000 flies. So I've got all these flies and I don't use them anymore. So I haven't fished for a while. I'd struggle to get out and have trouble with my fingers and stuff like that, but I can do it, so I should get out and do it while I still can. I need to get out and do it. More fishing. Yeah, right. What's that? Buggers. Cool. I've got a few specific saltwater flies, which are your 3 inch long feather to make them look like a bait fish. And I've used them a few times and caught a few fish and still have them and love them. They're so cool to use. And you're watching the fish attack it at the surface, which is just amazing. Yeah, that's it. All things fish. I found there were lots of flies I could buy, nice and cheap. Tian Aqua, good to see you, man. How's things?
I
We're
wonder.
talking fly fishing.
I wonder with these atmospheric disturbances, shall we say, in our um, kind of waterways, like atmosphere is a waterway in its own way. If it's going to change the amount of fish that actually come up the coast of Canada, like Californian type of species.
Mm.
Like
Yep.
the area off of California is like a major tuna fish area. And they don't generally come up that far up the west coast. So I'm wondering if we're going to see more, shall we say, species that would be found around California. Because it could open up the door for various different types of sharks to come up too, right?
Yeah, right.
And the Pacific is not quite the same as the Atlantic when it comes to sharks.
No.
Like
No,
there's
that's it.
great whites off of the east coast of Canada, but they're not off the west coast.
Yeah.
Mind you, we have the orcas on the west coast that tend to keep sharks away.
Yeah. Clouses and pheasant tails. Those, like the pheasant tails, are just fascinating. All things fish. Beautiful. It's works of art that you can get them. People that can make them. As I said, I could buy them cheap as. Who knows? Maybe they're all made in China. I don't know, but they were so cheap that I've bought all these flies. I've got all these flies. Yeah, I'm going to go fly fishing. I never bought a fly rod, but I had my little spin rod, which I used to use and throw flies and caught fish, caught trout on them, redfin perch, and then went saltwater fishing, caught herring and tailor, which in America I believe you call bluefish. And bluefish was always tricky because just got razor sharp piranha like teeth, which would just, because I'm using such a light leader with the fly, I lost a few flies to them if I wasn't using a big enough fly. So I started using the bigger flies when the tailor were around, and I'm still catching them and wasn't losing as many flies because it was a longer hook, longer fly, and they'd sort of go for the tail a bit more. But great fun. Love it. Yeah, right. Older flies. It's a huge industry. Huge industry, which I know nothing about. I just, as I said, I've got a couple of dams around here which are stocked with trout, but the problem is the dams are at 20% and they can't really stock them anymore because there's not enough water in them to maintain the fish. So it's very sad. Yeah, that's it, Yellowstone. A fly bobber on the spinning rod and way to go. That's it, exactly, man. Yeah, it's a very similar thing. This is as I said, it's a foot long piece of very, very light, flexible rubber with, two loops at each end. Like it's actually a twine that's rubber coated. So in the middle, there's a bit of a thickness, create a bit of weight, and it goes down to two loops in the twine, which are again rubber coated, and you just use a spinning rod, just like a fly rod, and it's amazing. It works perfect, and it's so much fun. But I do live in one of the windiest places in the world, which makes it a bit tricky to go ocean fishing with it, but still great fun. Ice flies? What are they, all things fish? What's an ice fly? Are they flies for ice fishing? Do you drop them down through the ice? Is that how it works? That sounds fascinating. Please tell us more. Yeah, right. Ice fishing fascinates me. Like, that really does fascinate me. The same creek that I was talking about that we used to go play hockey on in the winter, and I was the goalie because I couldn't skate, so all I could do was fall over, which was perfect for goalie. Yeah, it was in the summer. It was our fishing spot, and we'd catch bluegill or whatever. I had no idea what sort of fish they were that we were catching, but we caught so many different species of fish. We caught 20 odd species of fish fishing in this little creek. Might be 10, 15 feet across, and flowing through, and you find a nice little hole and fish, and just move a few leaves away, find an earthworm. That was our bait, and we'd catch all sorts of fish. Just amazing times. The 1970s in Virginia, man, loved it. Such a beautiful country, the USA. You guys are so spoiled. Beautiful. So many different ecosystems and whatever you want to call it. All the different areas.
I'm sure that they've changed quite a bit since the 70s, though.
And I include Canada in that. Canada are amazing. So beautiful.
But I'm sure that
so incredible.
The environment has changed a lot since the 70s.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That you knew then and the environment now.
Yeah.
However, I will
ice fishing is a fun drinking game.
That the states have been cleaning up a lot of their bad dams along the eastern coast, and they had to make sure that of certain species survival, right? You know that the Atlantic salmon is basically endangered along the east coast of Canada and the United States, right?
Wow. Yeah. That's no good. But I think you can come over here to Australia, and in Tasmania, they're quite common. I think our in Australia, our state of Tasmania has Atlantic salmon as one of the and
Were
other
they
brands
introduced down there?
of salmon.
Were they introduced
Sorry,
down? Were they introduced
yeah,
down? That's why.
yeah, they're introduced like again in the 1800s or whatever, very early on in British occupation. Yeah, and Victoria is cold weather. You know, they get snow, all that at low altitudes and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
And it's amazing. And they
I'm
introduced
sure
these fish very early on, and now it's a major industry. You know, they
You heard about what happened a few years ago. Well, basically last year, right? I think it was last year. About all the Atlantic salmon escaping the farm pool in Washington.
Yep.
Well, think of the impact that that's going to have on all the rest of the salmon species that don't have never seen that fish. Like the Atlantic salmon was in the Atlantic Ocean for a particular reason. It's the big boy of the whole family.
Cheers.
It's the only one that is native to that area of the ocean world, right? And all of a sudden we're introducing that fish everywhere.
Oh, Yellowstone. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I got
And
something
that
happened to one
is
of my
not
eyes.
on, and that is not on the aquarium hobby. That is on the whole fishing industry as a whole, right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's just like introducing tilapia into areas of Africa that don't have it.
Yeah, that's it. Tilapia. Tilapia is going to be the next problem fish that we have to deal with, I think, because they're being introduced and used as an aquaponics fish here. So
I heard that they're banned
people
there.
are going to end up with too many fish. Somehow they're going to get released out, and just going to thrive in Australian waters, and
They're
it's
already
going to be
in
sad.
South America. Did you know that?
Yeah,
Did
right.
you know that they're in waterways in South and Central America?
Unreal.
Yeah. How do they get in there? But South
True.
America has worse things than fish introductions. They've got hippo introductions. The Peruvian hippos. Have you heard of them?
Peruvian hippos. I
Yes.
did hear something about that. Yeah.
Or
That's
not Peru, but that other
That's
place.
not- that's something you don't expect to run across on a little fish collecting expedition in Peru. And
Well,
you get
the
eaten
thing
by a
is that
hippo.
it's in breeding season all year round. There is a reason
Yeah,
why
right.
Africa has got a drought season.
Yeah.
It's to control the hippo population.
Yeah, right.
In a natural rainforest, that species breeds like crazy.
Still, that's a pretty good barbecue substitute, isn't it? Like you now have hippos to eat. Surely
Uh,
they can all go
they'll
and
kill
kill
more
a
men.
hippo.
Men will kill them. I'll tell you that right now.
Kill as many hippos as you can and have the hugest barbecue in the world.
Yeah, I've heard that the
That'd be cool.
population has grown 3 times the amount of hippos that they once had.
Wow.
Yeah.
They do. They're efficient, and efficient breeding population can just increase in numbers very quickly, like
Yeah,
over a number
because
of
they don't
years.
see like a
That
winter
it's
season
incredible.
or a dry season.
Yeah, right.
So you're just letting them into paradise.
That's it. All things fish. That's awesome. No, I tell you what, hippo steaks. That sounds all right to me.
Oh, that's too funny.
Isn't it? That's awesome.
Yeah, that is too funny.
Yeah, that's it. They're
Yeah, Colombia, not
yeah. I
but
wonder
Colombia.
what they taste like. I've never heard of hippo being a culinary delight. I don't know how they taste. It interests me.
I have not
Wonder if
heard anybody from Africa
they're
talk
like
about eating hippo.
yeah, yeah. I've never heard it before, so it's interesting. If they
Like
like pork, or,
I've heard that that the African buffalo is very good eating. I've
yeah,
heard.
it is. Like we've got introduced buffalo in northern Australia, which I got to eat while I was up there, and that's amazing. It's beautiful. Like basically just like steaks that what I had
Bison
and
or
roasts and
buffalo?
so forth.
Are you referring to bison or buffalo?
Buff African water buffalo. Sorry,
Oh,
or
okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
water buffalo, not bison. These were
Bison
water
is
buffalo.
also wonderful eating.
I bet. Yeah, and man,
You
there'd
know,
be some
that is what's so funny
such a
about
muscular,
mankind, right? Like
such a
they went
muscular
out and
beast that
killed
wouldn't have
all the
much fat.
buffalo without realizing that they were better than cattle. Like that's what astounds me, you know.
The
And
fastest
it's all
fastest
for
moving
fur.
hippos you ever seen, man. They just man, these hippos they're here 1 minute, gone the next. Woo. Pekin hippos.
Bison is
Yeah, right.
wonderful
Never had bison.
no matter which way you prepare it. There is a
Yeah,
difference
I,
between the way of the native North American and
the,
how they prepare it
like
and
they
the rest of
they're
us.
so muscular. I'd imagine they don't have a great deal of fat, and that I just the way I picture them because they're such a muscular beast. That's yeah. I reckon
It's a leaner type
they
of
must
meat.
taste the most
Basically, it's a leaner type of
something
meat.
amazing. Come on, guys. Now I just want to have bison steaks. Come on.
Can you get bison down there?
No, I've never seen it. No doubt it's probably available, Chewy. At a specialist butcher or something, I'm sure that's probably available. But no, I've never seen it.
Oh, we have it
Myself,
even
so.
commercially packaged up here in Canada.
Yeah, right. So
Like already,
no doubt it would definitely
burgers made out of buffalo.
be available here. It's probably $50 a kilo or something like that, at least, I'd imagine. But it'll be available if you can get it. If it's commercially available in Canada, we'd have some sort of access to it, I'm sure. But
Oh,
we
yeah,
have to
it's
pay.
like-
We're paying $15 a kilo for beef steak. You know, so yeah.
It's generally
I'll eat
about
beef.
a third of the price more than cattle. But a buffalo has got way more meat on it than any cow would. And it's not hormone fed.
That's cool, mate. Awesome. A bit leaner. Yeah, I just sort of imagine that it would be a leaner meat, Mike, with the just they're a muscular beast, aren't they? They really are. The bison, and wouldn't have as much, but who knows? Doesn't really matter. Either way, I'm just drooling over either of them now.
You know how
Give
the
me.
kill them around our area of the world, GRB?
No, right?
Let me get the link.
Would you I suppose if you happen to hit a bison with your vehicle, that you could take the bison in like recompense for losing your vehicle, because your vehicle will be absolutely fucked after hitting a bison, no doubt.
Check out this link. It's a national heritage site.
A bison would be scary to hit with a car too, wouldn't it? Like, I suppose a truck, like a pickup truck, you'd be almost high enough to stop it from coming across the bonnet through the windscreen at you. Is that right? Wow, it sounds frightening though. Jesus.
Did you
I
check
know
out that
I've
link?
heard that's the thing with moose. Oh, sorry, I missed that. There it is. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
an
just
absolute
run them
nightmare.
over a cliff. Scare the critters to death and run them over a cliff.
Not real keen on checking that out after looking at the name there, Chewy.
Yeah, well, that's how they would break their skulls by jumping off of this cliff. They would
That's
just run them over the cliff.
like this
That's
new
the-
laptop is so
kill them.
weird.
Save
I
them
can't
bows and
access the
arrows,
link.
man.
I can show the link or not show the link, but that's it. I can't actually access the link. That sucks.
Maybe if I put it
So if I
behind,
make it
I'll try putting it behind. Maybe you can access it that way.
no, it's just this something weird going on with this new computer. It does weird things. So
I can access it.
I can
It's fine.
go, like, I can show the link. That's all I can do, or hide the link. So I can show it on screen, but I
Yeah.
can't actually access the link myself. But if I go into private chat, I can access it. There you
Well,
go.
I posted it
Thank you.
in private chat for you. So
Yep. Thanks, mate. Head smashed in, buffalo jump.
yeah, there's one in Wyoming as well, and there's one in Montana too.
So it's called buffalo jump, but there's no actually buffaloes jumping.
No, there's hardly any buffalo in that area down by Fort McLeod anymore. They're
Yeah,
mostly
right.
up north. Like buffalo, like
But-
colder kind of weather, right? Especially in
But
the
from
winter.
that lookout, you might be able to see some buffalo if you're lucky. Is that what? It's a beautiful spot, man. Beautiful looking spot. And look at the mountains in the background, man. That is awesome, Chewy. That's an awesome photo.
Well, those mountains are actually pretty far away from where that is. They're actually pretty far.
I bet.
It's down by Fort McLeod in Alberta.
Unreal. No, that's awesome. Closed Mondays, COVID-19 restrictions exemption program.
Like I said, out west is a lot more different than out east when it comes to Canada. Out east,
I love their
fighting
little cartoon. I love their little animated, or not animated, but their little like cartoon head smashed in buffalo jump World Heritage Site logo, where there's the buffalo running, and then that's cool. I'll investigate that another time. That's awesome, Chewy. Thanks for that. And $15 admission. That's reasonable. Like our aquariums and that are like $150 adult admission these days. And you think, come on, who are you kidding? And they're lined up for hours to get in. It's $150.
From Fort McLeod to Fort Steele is also where Sitting Bull hung around after the killing of Custer, the little bighorn.
Yeah, right. Very cool.
Like a lot of those Indians stayed on Blackfoot territory in Alberta, right? Like Alberta's got a little bit different of the history when it comes to that, right? Because of Sam McLeod and Sam Steele, the two Northwest Mounted Police head guys the area.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, right.
Like hardly any wars at all. As a matter of fact, the Blackfoot people actually helped a great deal in building of the railways across Canada.
Yeah, right. Unreal. And what was it? You're saying it's the two police officers that were in charge of the area.
Yeah, Sam Steele, which has Fort Steele named after it, which is by Cranbrook,
Yep.
and then Fort McLeod, which basically became like a big city.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
Whereas
I need to find books
Steele was
about that and how to
built
read.
by
Read it.
Cranbrook, British Columbia.
That sounds
Yeah.
amazing.
Was more of a ghost town once
Yeah,
it
right.
went through, but it was like a major area. Like Custer came up to have a meeting with City Ball at Fort Steele, and hence the saying "white man speak with forked tongue," right? It was
Yep.
in reference to Custer. Whereas
It's amazing.
the tribes got along very well with the Northwest Mounted Police.
Yeah, right.
Way different politics.
That all sounds fascinating stories, man. There's got to be books out there
There
on
are.
that I can read. Yeah?
There are several actually.
Yeah. I'll have to check that out. That sounds so cool.
There's some old Canadian television commercials even with that too that I'd be trying to look for.
Cool, Yellowstone. I'll do that. That sounds awesome. Beartooth Highway. I'll check that out.
Yeah,
That
Wyoming is
sounds
a
awesome.
beautiful state.
Oh man, it's just beautiful. Like I've seen like fishing documentaries, people going fishing in Wyoming, and like they're on the plains, in the rivers, beautiful rivers that are flowing through there, and grasslands all around them, and mountains in the background. And my God, it's just beautiful country. Just love it. But I never got there myself. I was only a kid at the time, and Wyoming and those sort of places are a little bit off the beaten track. So we never got there. Closest I got was Colorado, I suppose. But yeah, awesome. I'll check that out for sure.
Montana is also beautiful in its own way.
What was that?
Montana is also beautiful in its own way too.
Yeah, Montana. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's again where these fishing expeditions all were going. Montana, Wyoming, all through that area. And just fascinating. Beautiful country. I don't know how much it is to live there. I would like to buy land and that, but my goodness, I'd love to.
I'm sure that it's like every other place in the world with real estate going up in price.
Yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous. How much real estate values have gone up.
Yeah. It's
Like, what really caused it to go up in West Coast Canada was the changeover of Hong Kong. If Hong Kong remained under British rule, Vancouver would be quite a bit different. There is a lot of Chinese
right.
money in Vancouver. Tons of it.
Yeah, right. Yep. It's the same in Australia. It doesn't matter how much we say, that we're not owned by China, that Australia is owned by China. They own all the mining companies. They own most of the ports. Yeah, which is pretty frightening, really, when you think of what could happen. But they basically own the country as it is financially. Lost the war, but what is it? Lost the battle, but won the war. Whatever. Yeah, and that's definitely what they're doing.
Well, what really is a war nowadays?
Yep.
Like, war has become economic rather than, shall we say, the pull of the trigger.
At the start of the COVID situation, our Prime Minister mentioned in support of the US government and British government, he just mentioned that, maybe there should be an investigation into China's association with the COVID release.
Oh, I
And
see
by him
that.
saying that, it took billions of dollars off the Australian economy instantly, just by saying that one sentence. Billions of dollars. It made iron ore prices crash, beef prices crash, wine prices crash. Everything that we provide to China, all the prices just crashed. And you think, my God, one stupid politician made a total unnecessary remark and China reacted like that. What happens if we really react to how bad China is, really, and somebody reacts or somebody actually comments
I don't think
how
that it's
bad
all China.
they are, and how will they react then?
I don't think that it's
And
all
it's
China
only
either.
China are saying it's a couple of years before they invade Australia. They're actually saying that out loud. It's like, what? And
well, in ways they have.
so that's how scary it's all getting.
It's the economic dollar, man. When foreigners own more of your country than you do, have they not taken over?
They have invaded. They have invaded your country.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that's the way I think anyway.
Well, the thing is,
here.
we now call Banff, Alberta, Japanif, because it's all full of Japanese people.
Japanese, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's like,
oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Mind you, I don't.
Well, you say they've, lost the battle but won the war. They're all, they're just cleaning up. And it'll happen eventually. They'll get to a certain level and they'll just say, we now own you. You will do exactly what we say.
but I look at the COVID thing as being more of a conspiracy than the average person. Who's to say that it was China?
Yep.
There are some pretty interesting characters, shall we say, in our world today. The guy from Korea is one of them.
Yeah, that's true. He has a lot more trouble getting into countries, I think.
And Mr. Putin, I don't trust as far as I can hold.
True. Yep. Yeah, you never know what's going on there. And they're powerful enough to do whatever they want.
No, he's not Mr. Friendly, Mr. Gorbachev.
No.
You know, like in ways, I trusted the Soviets more than I do the new Russian government. In ways.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. Yep, I would. Yeah, it's still a scary situation. Like in the 70s when I was at school in Virginia in the late 1970s, that we did nuclear fallout training at school. We had a nuclear fallout shelter underneath our school.
Junior high
underground.
School? Junior high school or?
Yep. Was it junior high school? Yeah, it was a junior high school.
Yeah. Because in the mid-70s, I was in high school.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so in junior high school, and when I got to high school, there wasn't so much of that sort of thing happening. It was all starting to, so that's more like 1979, 1980. And yeah, so it wasn't really happening as much when I got to high school, but in junior high school, it was a regular event, and we used it to evacuate a hurricane. No, not hurricane, sorry, a tornado warning, and ended up evacuating under the school and getting away with it. So it actually jumped the school completely and landed on top of a McDonald's and ripped it apart. So
well,
I don't know what that means, but there must be some sort of meaning there.
I remember the old atomic drills that they gave us in elementary school, and I was going, really? You got to hide under the desk.
Yeah, right. No, we went underground.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went underground to basically an exact copy of the school, but one level underground, like a basement level, which is amazing. Which was an evacuation, a nuclear evacuation center for the entire area.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
So it was actually a shelter that was actually a real shelter.
A real shelter, yeah.
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 Well,
like a basement level to the school.
Canada. We hid under our desks.
So, like that's pretty shattering, or not shattering, but scary stuff to a 12-year-old, and you think, far out, that they've actually got these shelters. It's a real risk. Man, somebody might drop a bomb. It might happen at any day. And oh my God, that's the life that we were living.
The worst thing that I ever saw in my youth was seeing President Kennedy get shot in grade 1.
Wow.
Is that not going to play on somebody's mind?
Yeah, that's pretty disturbing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very disturbing.
Yeah, they sent us all
Not good.
home. And meanwhile, my mother was working, and so they had to phone her at work to say that I was going home. You know, the things that parents had to do when we were kids, you know?
Yeah, that's not good. It's a yeah. I hope
Why
we're
are
living
you
in
at
better
home?
times, and I'm not
President got shot.
confident that we. Yeah, that's pretty crazy times. Those 3 shootings were just all. That's really pretty scary shit. Roundhouse,
Yep.
how we going?
Oh, we're doing good today.
How's things, Roundhouse? That's the way, mate.
Today's I'm getting to drive a 78 Continental today.
Oh my.
Driving a
real
Continental.
Yeah,
A real car. Well,
Yeah.
somewhat real.
with a real engine, a 460.
Oh,
Somewhat.
oh yeah.
I'm gonna show these punk kids down the street what a real car looks like with their race
The
burners.
real cars were 2 decades before that.
Yeah,
The cars of the 50s.
yeah, true.
What have they got, Roundhouse? Those WRX crap.
Oh, I
things,
don't know,
have they?
Hondas and shit like that. They sound like lawnmowers as they drive away and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. We've got the WRX. Is that Subaru?
Hmm.
That are very popular with that sort of brand of people here. It's like full on.
At one point, I'm still gonna do a nice big, like a half-hour long video on this car, inside and out. You know, trunk, engine.
Yep, you should. Sounds cool. Sounds very cool. That's it. So what you're picking that up today? You're saying, is that right?
No, it's my parents are coming to pick me up to take me to the mechanic shop to pick up my car
Okay. Yep.
because the neighbor's on vacation.
Right.
I would have asked the neighbor to do it, but they're gone. I'm not walking the 3 miles over there.
No.
Not
that's
at least,
it.
especially not on the street. I got to do it because there's no sidewalk.
Yeah. Right.
So I'm really confused.
Uh-oh.
How the microphone I got, it's called Newer, Neewer. I got
Yep.
the NW700, and I was looking at the NW800. So I messaged them. I'm like, "What's the difference?" And they go, "Nothing." Well, then why are there 2 different models?
Right.
There has to be some kind of a freaking
I've got-
difference.
I've got the something 700 or 800. I don't know. Let me have a look.
But I'm debating if I want to get the 800.
I've got this thing here.
That's what mine. Yeah.
It's got the little stand to go with it, with the shock mount or something.
Yeah.
And this is called a BM800. So it's probably a bit different. I've got the fuzzy thing. Take the fuzzy thing off and you get that.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
That's the gold one.
Yeah, the gold
And-
one.
And I got it the first day. I thought, man, this fucking microphone sucks, eh?
Oh, I actually like it.
And then I realized I had it back the front.
Wait, say that again. You realized
Yeah.
what?
I realized I had it back the front. So I turn it around. So
Mm.
you got the actual working in the right direction. It's not just a directional microphone. it needs to be pointed the right way.
Yeah, and it's weird because they don't tell you what the front and the back is.
What the front and the back is. That's it. Exactly. True.
See, mine has the 700 has a little bit different screen to it. It's more of a peaked, like a peak roof type screen.
Yep.
Where it's angled on the
It's
sides.
amazing. It's an amazing mic, but as I said, I'm using my SM58 copy thing, which seems to be gives me good volume. Good.
I've been looking
Good,
into. I guess they're called mixer
good
boards
mic.
now. I want something that I can put between the mic and the computer, where I can change like the bass and the treble, and stuff like. Because the mic is a little tinny, but for $29, I mean, what do you expect for the whole getup?
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Yeah, that's how much mine sort of cost Australian. Same thing. And got one of those V8X sound card things. And that was my first introduction to a microphone, an external microphone from my laptop and a sound card. And they both sit here unused now because I now have an audio interface that runs microphones through. And
you could go board or
works
you
great.
could go preamp.
See, I've been looking at software-based versions and hardware-based versions, and it's like, dude, nothing's telling me nothing is saying what I think it should say. Everything's saying it's for recording and stuff. No, I want a literal pass-through. It's something to that effect. Where I don't want, it doesn't have to be recording. Like on streams, you don't record.
Just for streaming.
You just talk.
Yeah. Yeah. So this, I don't know if I can make it move without it making everything crash. No, I'm not gonna reach.
Yeah, don't mess with it.
Yeah, I've got that a V8X, the sound card V8X Pro that came with this microphone and the extender arm.
The arm, yeah.
Connection.
I love the arm.
Everything.
Oh man, I love the arm.
Got the whole lot. The whole lot was $40 or something, and thought, man,
that's
my intro into all this. So, and it was great. And they
eventually, I'm gonna see you, Chewy. Eventually, I'm gonna pull a Blues Brothers and trade like my old Cadillac for a microphone.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's about it. I was talking earlier with Chewy about my cousin. She's a blues singer, and yeah.
Oh, cool.
Her microphone's worth more than my car, or basically worth more than me.
And I don't understand because I mean, seriously, I know I'm being, what's the word? Facetious. A microphone is a microphone.
Yeah, I agree.
They all do the same damn thing.
I've got an SM58 knockoff, which is a Shure SM58 knockoff, which cost me
You muted yourself or something? You're muted, by the way. Oh, we broke it.
Try and unmute.
There we go. I was just about to type that you had no sound.
I turned on the sound card, but then realized that I don't think I've got any mic connected to it. So
Mm.
I was just going to show you. It's got a handful of noises and stuff you can put with it. that
Yeah,
I've
that's
got
what I
with that
want.
sound card. And
I want something like that.
and if
You know,
I
you
had a
can play
mic
it
connected to it,
chicken cat
it would
and
just it would work. But because I
a
haven't got a
dying
mic
giraffe,
connected
all that good stuff.
for some reason, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why I haven't got a mic connected to it, but there's no mic connected to it apparently. Probably because I've got the mic here in front of me and it's got no connection.
So I found out once I get the car back, I'm going to be going to my parents' house later this week because my dad needs to go get dog food.
Yeah,
and,
right.
And he doesn't want my mom to drive. It's bad enough she has to drive out here. And he goes, "Oh yeah, we're going to go check out Aquarium Adventures again." I'm like, "Oh, cool. Okay."
Is
You're
that
gonna-
an aquarium? Or
Yeah.
is that a shop?
It's the only place I've ever done a tour on. Like maybe a year or so ago.
Yeah, right.
Big, huge. It's like a. Oh, you don't have them there. Bass Pro Shops, do you?
Oh, yeah. No.
You know
we
how you
don't.
walk in and they got a big old tank with all the fish and stuff. They got a couple of those in there.
Yep. Awesome. No, that is
Expensive as hell, though. Oh my god! Like neon tetras are like $23 a pop, and
cool. Thanks, Yellowstone. Yeah, I was playing around with that sound card thing and just realized that I've been showing off the microphone that should be connected to it. But yeah, it's sitting here in my hand with no connection. So
I was actually shocked.
Basically, yeah, I'm running through this audio interface, which is a Behringer, which I'm sure you can pick up cheap as, and they're awesome, man. They are so cool. Do the same thing. Run your microphones through it. You can run 2 microphones through this, but no sound effects, and the sound effects are all pretty childish and tinny anyway. So,
Oh, you can't like record your own?
it sort of says it's got to record, but I've never worked out how to make it record. And the instructions that came with it are you must turn on backwards now. That sort of stuff,
Yeah, I don't get it because some of the ones I'm seeing, a lot of the I'm going to call them mixer boards. A lot of the mixer boards I'm seeing are saying it's stereo. To get mono, you must add a second mic, and I'm like, wait, that's exactly opposite of how that works. I think.
Yeah, right.
Mono is 1 and stereo is 2 or more.
Yeah, well, my audio interface, I got 2 mics connected to it, and if I put the 2 mics in front of my guitar amplifier, I get 1 mic in one ear, 1 mic in the other ear. So I end up with stereo, what I would call stereo.
Yeah.
Guitar. But if I want to sing or talk, I put 1 mic to the guitar amp in front of the guitar amp and 1 to talk and sing out of. And that is what they call mono, even though you've got 1 mic, you've got talking and singing in one ear and guitar in the other.
See, in America, I'm pretty sure that's what they call stereo.
That would be probably stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's really confusing because, for someone that's just starting out, I admit it, I don't know much about music or anything, but when someone says it's stereo and you have to add a second mic for mono, it's like make you start scratching your head.
Yeah, it sounds bizarre, doesn't it? But yeah, that's exactly what I've got with this. But as I said, I'm using a Behringer, and I've got an older model. You can now get a 404, so you've got 4. You can put 4 mics into it, and
Hmm.
4 outputs as well. So yeah, and that's in US dollars is quite reasonably priced, really is. And that's how I should have gone. I should have gone the 404 instead of the 202, which I've done, which is 2 inputs, 2 outputs. I
Now,
could have
question.
gone 4 inputs, 4 outputs.
Question for you. Do you go, because there's 2 types. There's USB and then there's headphone jack.
Yeah.
You go, I'm assuming you go headphone jack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't do any of the USB mics at all. None of my mics are USB mics. I've thought about it and like had that option. I was going to do it, but the others are just what do they call them? Is it an XRF? An XRF input and output, and this would be an XRF. I think they call it that. That in there with the 3-pin.
Yeah. That's what I was really impressed on. I'm thinking it's going to, for $30, it's going to be some janky, POS thing. The cable that came with this thing was, with the, like the musical headphone, the musical cable for the mic with the 3 pins. I was impressed in that. I'm like, holy cow.
Yeah, that's it. So I got the same, but it's obviously sitting somewhere here mixed in with all my 1,052 cables that I have here. Sitting here unconnected, and so I don't know which one it is. Sorry, man, but if I plug that into that, I could turn on the sound device or the sound card, and as I said, it's basic but it works, and that's what I was using to start with until I found a bargain on the actual audio interface, which is a professional unit more than the other. But tell you what, that other sound card, it's in an aluminium case. It's solid as the knobs, everything are just brilliant. Everything works well. You've got all sorts of reverb to make your voice sound like a you're like you're doing the news or whatever.
Yeah.
You can change the tone of your voice from chipmunks to
Yeah, that's what I want. I want something like that.
To whatever.
Just to play around with.
Yeah, and as I said, I was really just after the microphone. That was it. I thought, these things have got. I can get a sound card to run the microphone, which I need, and other things, other advantages as well. So I thought I'll go with that. I did that first, and yeah, I probably went wrong. I didn't need to do that. I should have just got the other one to start with, but again, I'm trying to locate the cable that is the other microphone, which I just cannot find at the moment. Oh, I may have found it.
So I think Kevin's going to be really pissed at me.
Why is that?
On Amazon, it doesn't. You're messing with your camera now.
Okay. Yeah, I am.
On Amazon, it does not specify anything requirements for this mic. But when you go to their actual company webpage, it says in one of the bullet notes, not made for Macs. And
oops.
Yeah. Because I never went to their website. I just went to the Amazon, and that's how I found it.
Yeah, right. Well,
but he has the Windows machine anyway. He has dual laptops, so he can still use it on the Windows machine, I would assume.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's all gets a bit tricky. Bear with me. I might lose everything here for a second. I'm just going to turn on. I think I may have connected. Whoa. Hello.
I don't hear any difference.
Does it work?
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So yeah, I can go. I've got 2 song options.
Oh yeah.
And that. And that. And I can make I think that's.
I want to go old
Yeah, there's that,
CB.
like a boom, 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 boom.
Oh no, that's something else. Cheer. Hooray! Hooray! Done.
Oh, that
So
sounds
I
like
have
my
an
town.
option. And that's the sounds like your town. Yeah. So that's the sound card V8X Pro that came with
BAX
this
Pro.
V8X Pro, which came with this microphone that I showed you before. If I take the fluffy bit off, is this gold thing available in silver? But I got gold, and I said it's all a bit dodgy, I think, but it works and it's great fun. The kids have a ball with it. You can change the pitch, so pitch bend. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello. You can change it all and you can become a chipmunk.
We represent the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop
That's it.
Guild.
Exactly. And yeah, I've got to somehow get back to normal. Are we back to normal?
I want to go the old CB route and put all the old sound clips from the old CBs into it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've obviously haven't quite made it back.
Original yet? No, I've gone high pitch again. Maybe I should just
Chat. How's that? We're back
There
to
you go.
normal, I think.
Yeah.
And then there's a sing option. So you can go sing. I don't know what that does, but it must give you a bit more reverb. And you've got a reverb button that you can increase the reverb. Hello, hello,
Oh,
hello.
yeah. Like an echo box.
You can play with the treble and the bass as much as you wish. They're both down now. Treble up, bass up. Don't know if that made any difference. You've got
Can
to
you type the
record.
name? Type the name of that thing into chat, because I looked it up. I can't find it.
Okay,
It just
mate.
comes up with gloves and stuff like that.
Yep. Again, sorry for any nasty noise that you're hearing from it. As I move it around, I'm not used to using it. But it's nice sound. What? The sound V8X. Oh. V8X. And the mic was, I say it was a BM 800 or something. Yeah, BM 800. So I'll leave that there. Working end. The mic is BM 100. Yeah, I said it.
Oh, V8. That's why I was typing B as in boy 8X.
Right, sorry. Yeah. No, it's I turned. Look, I had the reverb right up there, which makes that echo effect. Turn that down and bring the treble back up to about middle and the bass up to about middle. And yeah, it's the mic's way over there. I don't know if you can hear me at all. I'll move the mic a bit closer. And yeah, I've got the other thing, my audio interface.
That's a hell of a good price too.
Yeah,
That's only $32.85.
That's the sort of price I had to pay. And I thought, man, I got to try this. And that was my first experience with getting a mic and a sound card thing. And as I said, it's fun. You can do this.
I want to thank
or
Victory!
embarrassed. I don't know what that means. Laugh. Obvious. What's that one? I can't read that. It might be despised. I don't know what that means. Oh, right. Okay.
I get a kick out of it. It has an auto tune button.
Yeah, right. And then that's the right hand side that you had the reverb with the treble and the bass to affect your volume, your voice. And then you've got like a mic volume, so you can turn it
Yeah.
to everybody with feedback and accompany, so you can have something else plugged in. There's like two or three mic inputs at the back, so it's a really little solid little device which works quite well. Monitor, so you can turn your monitor up so that, yeah, and make it all a bit weird. I've got the record on flat out, which I shouldn't have. Effects audio, I've got flat out that you can change up and down. And yeah, you can have crow noises. But yeah, as I said, the kids are having a ball. Just have a ball with it. So
Oh, I bet.
it's basically become theirs. And
Oh no!
we've done gun.
Bring that
I
ass back like a
want to
boom,
look
boom,
for
boom.
ones that you can do your own sounds.
There's one that, well, this one obviously has that capability because it's got a record function. And
Yeah.
I do not know how to make it work. And as I said, the instructions were basically plug in, turn on, you silly Australian bastard. They were the
Yeah.
instructions pretty much. So yeah, so I'm just sort of learning as I go. Yeah, it's all good. As I said, it's got different things. There's something to do with MC, which, so when you're talking to the mic, you're more like an MC at a function or something.
Yeah. See, I think that sounds better. Because even mine, I notice it's too tinny.
Right. Yeah, so I think chat is a bit more tinny than the MC version. As I said, like you can adjust everything with turn the treble down and the bass up and your reverb up or down, up, woo, or turn it off, down. Yeah, so you get all sorts of options. And what was it? What were you saying? $32?
Yeah.
Pretty
30 some odd bucks it was.
But there's
$32.85.
There's a very similar one, very similar name to it, somewhere along that same VX style.
Yeah, this one's a top popularity V8X Pro.
What have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 15 black buttons on the bottom and 9 red buttons.
Red buttons, 2 small knobs on each side, 2 small knobs and a big knob, and then 2 sliders in the middle.
That's it, exactly. Yeah. And there's another one which gives you like maybe 30 or 40 buttons, which you can find for not much more expensive is what I found. And I thought, geez, I should have got that. But, as I said, it was just a quick introduction to get an external mic because the mic that I had in my old laptop was just horrendous. You just couldn't hear. I couldn't be heard. So, yeah, that's what I've got there, Roundhouse. It's a pretty cool little device.
Yeah, I'm getting one of these things.
We'll say goodbye to it now.
Oh, there we go. That one has a lot of buttons and a lot of knobs. That
More
must
buttons?
mean it's better.
Yeah, it's got to. It's and that's it. I'd say just leave it a few days and ask around a bit more.
And this one, yeah, I like this one better because it's backlit, it looks like.
Yeah, right. This thing's got some sort of funny light which sort of goes blue and green, which I have no idea what it means. But yeah, it doesn't really light up enough. But yeah, it's a cool, very cool little device, and the mic seems to work fine. As I said, if you put it the right way, oh, and don't touch it while you're trying to
Oh,
speak
geez,
into it.
Louise, this thing could take everything. Holy cow! 1,
So
2,
I
3,
think I'm the
4,
right way
5, 6,
around.
7, 8, 9, 10 inputs.
What was that one?
It has 10 inputs.
Wow, that's killer.
And
So
so
that
the
means
one
you
I'm
can
looking
put
at is
10
$80
mic-
bucks.
10
No, I mean
microphones in there?
phones, computers,
Guitars.
earbuds, speakers. I mean, it takes everything. It does like input and output. It looks like.
Unreal. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, man. Look into it and ask around a bit more,
Yeah.
and you'll find a better unit. This is pretty childish. This little one that I've got, it really is. But still, it's yeah, it's
I think the problem I was having last
it's
night
really cool.
was I
For
was
30
looking
bucks.
for microphone mixer boards, not actual sound cards.
Sound card. That's the
Yeah,
trick.
because
isn't it?
I was typing mixer board and I was getting $200-300 response.
Yeah.
Results. I'm like,
Oh,
dude,
awesome, man.
I don't need anything. It's like literally, up to $1,200-1,300 I was seeing, like the size of my desk. I'm like,
Yeah,
that's
right.
that's for like
Gotcha.
recording studios that you see.
Yeah.
I don't need
Yeah.
anything like that.
Yeah, that's sort of what I need to try and manage
Yeah, this
my
thing had
guitar
the one I
mixing.
saw. The one I saw was like $1,300, and it looked impressive. It had like 15 sliders.
Yep.
Probably 2 dozen knobs,
No.
50 or 60 buttons.
But man, this little cheap thing that I've got, this, the V8X. Whoop, I just killed everything, killed the camera.
Oh, I'm making you
Oh,
break
well.
stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, I
God
broke
damn it,
things,
come
I
on.
moved things.
Stubborn tobacco.
There we go, camera's back. Yeah, it's a cool little device, and it's got serious weight to it. So when you're talking a sound device, if it's got weight to it, it's got to be well made, hasn't it? Even if it is $30.
I mean, like I said, coming from microphones that that used to come with computers to this thing, I'm very, very impressed on $30 for this the microphone, and it came with the
Yeah.
arm and everything.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. The arms can be like they say
20,
they're not.
20, $30. I mean, I've seen the arms for 20 or $30 by themselves.
Yeah, like hundreds of dollars here for the arms, but they're obviously some sort of special arm that don't have the springs that they advertise.
Yeah,
So
see, mine
these
has
are-
springs.
Yeah,
My
it's just-
arm looks just like the arm that's on my light in the bedroom that I used to
works
use when I was
perfect.
model railroading.
The springs that I got are just beautifully manufactured springs. They're not light. They're have serious tension response
Oh, yeah.
to them and everything. They're just awesome. So that's just perfect for me, and that's what I'm got this thing attached to here, so I can sort of drag it across and back and forth and down and up and all sorts
I
of
have
stuff.
mine just because mine just has a clamp clip. I just have it clipped to my
Yep.
windowsill because I'm right next
Right.
to the window. My desk is right next to
Yeah.
the window, so I just clipped it to the windowsill. And when I'm not using it, I collapse it against the window.
Yeah,
But I
right.
ripped
Yeah, that's
I
it.
ripped
Just
my I ripped my
got a
sponge thingy.
Clamp
Is that
I just put it on the desk, and it works perfect. Just to a 1 inch,
Mhm.
1 inch desk, whatever, but it's got it probably would extend to a 6 inch desk if you needed to.
I was cleaning it because my house is dusty. So I
Yep.
was cleaning the mic and stuff, just keeping it nice. And I accidentally ripped my little sponge cover.
I'm going to change mics. Sorry.
And so I went total OCD, and I had to contact the company's going to send me one for free. It sounds like I was kind of shocked on that because I've had the mic for over like 6 months, and the warranty is only like a 90-day, no, a 30, 90-day.
Yep. J Rock, good to see you. I didn't see J Rock sneak into the room there. How are you, man? Hope it's going all right. Yes, we are at, what are we? 8 hours. You are right. Woo.
And I think I finally done it. I slept. I went to sleep at like midnight last night, and I woke up like, well, roughly 10 minutes before I came on.
Right.
So hopefully I'm
Yes.
back on the sleeping at night schedule shit.
I got the I've signed up for the $10 deal that StreamYard offered. You know, that's unlimited hours.
Yeah.
Can have 10 people up on screen on panel if I want, and a few other benefits. And I can't see anything bad with it yet. It's perfect. $10. I'll probably give up. But
see, the only thing I would pay for is to get better video quality, and that you have to go with the Pro version to get 1080p.
yeah, my camera is just horrendous. I need to spend money and get a proper camera.
Man, the camera that I'm using for the fish tank, I love it. It was like $30. I actually got two of them, of the same camera, because I liked it so good for the fish.
I couldn't find them shipping to Australia. That was the problem I had, because you sent me the link. You sent me the link previously, you know, like you were sending it to Kevin and all that.
Yeah.
And you sent me that link too, and I thought, yeah, I found it. But all those links, no, it's Amazon, but Amazon America and Amazon Australia are obviously different entities. So
I wonder. I mean, it might take long, but I wonder if you could buy it and have it shipped to someone in the U.S. and then them just ship, because it's a little dinky box.
Yeah, and it's like there's no power to be concerned about, like the difference in power.
Yeah, it's just a USB.
Is it? Exactly. Yeah. So I was thinking the same thing, that, you know, that maybe that's a way to go. But yeah, shipping's pretty chaotic.
Give me a second. For the fish, I got 4 cameras actually. For the fish, oh Jesus, are you having problems again? Is Amazon down again? Oh no, here we go. Yeah, I think this one's it. Is that
look, Roundhouse, that camera you've got's just smooth, man. That's crystal clear. The fish, everything, it's just beautiful. There's no reflection. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's a 1080p, 60 frames per second autofocus. The one I have, when I show myself, that's a manual focus.
Yeah, right.
And it sucked for the fish. I tried to do fish with it, and I just didn't like it.
Yeah.
And then I bought a 4K camera that was on sale for $6, and yeah, that's not 4K.
My camera is on cue is starting to overheat or whatever, and starting to freak out by the look of it.
I'm trying to find it in my things, but I think Amazon's having a hiccup because it's saying I haven't bought anything this year. Oh, there we go.
I'm gonna have to
turn
my camera off.
Okay, it's this one.
Back on and hope it works.
It's from IFOAIR store. That's what it says on the camera. IFOAIR.
Okay. Yep.
I'll put this in private chat. When you have a chance, can you copy this private chat into public?
Yep, for sure, man.
Wait, can I do? Yeah.
I'm just tracking down a pen and everything. I probably don't need.
Always have your pen sitting on your keyboard.
Yeah, that's it.
right on top of the numbers underneath the F keys.
I don't know if this is going to work. We hope it does. We'll see.
It's just what it is it's just a basic USB, like a clip-on screen camera, and the microphone in it is awesome too. Surprisingly, the microphone in that camera is pretty good. But I like it because it autofocuses like every half second.
Yeah.
Or something, you can actually see it focusing. You'll see slightly the tank will come in and out.
I found one very similar to this with the, it's not the autofocus, it's a manual focus. And very similar looking to this camera that I found that is available to Australia. So I'm thinking of going on that one, but I'll check this out for sure.
I have found manual focus sucks for tanks.
Yeah,
because
right.
the focusing, how do I explain this? When you manual focus it, you're focusing, the section that you're focusing on is less than 12 inches deep. So if you focus on a fish that's in the front of the tank and it goes in the back, it'll now become blurry. It doesn't have, I would like it to have like a 2-foot focusing range. When you focus it, it's focused, it'll take from 0 foot to 2 foot, and that'll all be in focus, but it doesn't do that.
Yep.
It only does like 6 or 7 inches. So it ended up that I wasn't happy with the video, because it was most of the stuff was always blurry to begin with.
I wonder what happens. I'm going to go through and just as far as I can without actually purchasing.
But like I said, this autofocusing one, it keeps everything in focus.
Yeah.
Which is great because usually like the tank that you're looking at is down in the basement. I'd have to walk, it's out of focus. I'd have to walk all the way down there, move it, walk all the way back up and look at it. And keep doing that. And I just got pissed at that.
So if I proceed to check out, it's saying it's $50. Ah, Ewan, new laptop. I haven't signed into Amazon with a new laptop, so I need to go through all that crap as well. Sorry, I'll have to do it another time. But
wow, they went up. They went up. Holy cow, $49.99. I paid. What did I pay for mine?
That might be Aussie dollars. That might be Aussie dollars.
No, because I'm looking at the US. I'm looking at it on mine, and it's $49.99. What did I buy this for?
So I imagine I would have had to pay probably $75 or something.
I paid $39.99 for both of them.
Wow. Yep.
God.
That's crazy.
Well, how much is this then? Because I need to get another one of these.
I've noticed the same thing. Like the price of the cameras have either gone down and you go, wow, there's a bargain. And the next day it's gone way up again, like further up than it was. And you think, man, what's going on? Yeah. So it's day by day, the bargains. There are bargains to be had, but
yeah.
But yeah, it changes that quick as well. It's incredible.
That's crazy. I'm sorry. I wouldn't pay $50 for the camera. I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, if I'm paying $50, I might as well get like a name brand, like Logitech or something.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think I should just bite the bullet and which is going to cost me $100 and something Australian, but still.
I am looking at a new camera though. It only costs it's used. They haven't made it in like 10 years. It only costs like $1,500, but it looks really cool and it has lots of buttons and stuff.
Well,
if you ever watch Louis Rossmann, that's the camera he uses. It looks like an actual video, like something that you would see a news crew carrying around.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
But the autofocus is great on it.
I've realised that I've still got the plastic strip on the front of my camera, and but it's so that helps to why my picture's so grainy. But I don't think it's going to help much. I really don't. So
Well,
I'm
at a
leaving it
certain
on there.
point, you don't even want to try taking it off anymore
Yeah.
because it like turns into glue. It doesn't come off anymore. It's at a certain point.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So yeah, I just keep.
I've heard a lot of bad things about GoPros.
Rub my finger across the screen just in front of.
Yeah, Yellowstone. I've heard some bad things about GoPros by people that use them constantly. They're always they're battery eaters. They go through batteries like crazy, and they overheat they overheat a lot.
What's that other one that they're like a similar like? Is it? Oh man, Osmo or?
I don't know. I've never been into the computer wise. I've always been into like keeping the computer upgraded itself. I've never been into the mics and the video and stuff like that.
Yeah. See, I've got a new laptop now. So the old laptop that I had was probably the camera was just absolute shite. It was absolute shocking. And that's why I had to get, and the mic was even worse. It was terrible. That's why I investigated getting a new mic, and now I've got 5 mics. And
that's how it started with me. My old boss, he dropped his laptop and it dented on one corner, and he lost the power cord, and one of the keys didn't work, the enter key.
Yep.
So he's like, yeah, I need the information off this. So I go over there, pull the hard drive, hook it up to his desktop, transfer it. He says, throw it out. Okay. So I throw it in a box. I'll take it home and take it apart.
I'll take it home. Yeah.
Ends up that I'm like, you know what? I'll just pay the $20 for the cable, the power cable. And I'll pay $10 and replace the keyboard, which was a horror story because I had to go in from the bottom.
Yeah,
I've never seen a laptop like this. You have to go in from the bottom to get to the keyboard. Usually you go in from the keyboard side.
Yeah, okay.
So I literally had to disassemble this whole laptop to do the keyboard. Because it's a touchscreen too. I like it that it's a touchscreen laptop.
Cool.
But yeah, the camera in it just really sucked.
Touchscreen, man, that's pretty high tech.
Yeah, I don't like the computer because it's an Intel. It's an i3 something or other, but
yeah, I think that's what this one is. That I got.
You open it up, everything's soldered in. The RAM is soldered in. The only thing that you can change is the hard drive.
Local pawnbrokers were having 40% off sale on their refurbished laptops. Thought, man, that's just fucking perfect for me. So I went in, I got this for $100, and I can't go wrong. I'm happy as.
Yellowstone's
500 minimum to get anything close. So
Yellowstone, I'm not. To me, the microphone that I'm using, which is a newer, I guess it's not a knockoff, but I would consider that a knockoff because to me, it's Panasonic and Sony and JVC is the brands. When you get into this thing, which is new, NEEWER, newer. I thought it was going to be a knockoff, but like I said, I'm very impressed with it. Then again, it's the first mic like this I've ever owned. So, but I like the fact that you don't even have to look at it. Like the microphone is to the side of me. If I talk into it, then it sounds like this. I think there good sound comes out of it. Especially because I have a 1080 or not a 1080, a 1050 Ti video card. I can download the extra piece of software from NVIDIA called NVIDIA RTX Voice, which is a super software-based noise cancellation. Because the computer cancellation wasn't cutting it. I smoke, and to save money, I'll open up my cigarette butts, empty out the remaining tobacco, and smoke that out of a pipe. And
Yep.
I go and hit the pipe in a glass ashtray to empty it. So you get that ting, 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 ting sound.
Yep.
And you don't pick it up with this software running at all anymore. You did with the
You used to
computer-based
get-
software. Yeah. The only thing I've noticed it doesn't work on is my kitchen fan. When I have that running, for my stove, the exhaust fan.
Okay.
Supposedly, for some reason, every time I'm on Kevin's stream, Kevin hears it shows up in the stream. The background hum.
Yeah. Okay.
But I've noticed it's only in Kevin's streams.
Man, you'd probably have to have headphones on to recognize it, though, would you? I've never
I don't
heard it.
know, but I mean, see that's another thing is I go with a headphone system.
Yeah. Right.
When I'm on mic, if I'm talking on mic, I always have headphones on.
Oh yeah, that's it. I probably would be wearing headphones, but it's still 100 degrees Fahrenheit here at the moment at 11 o'clock at night. It's crazy hot. I just got sweat dripping off me still. It's crazy. 11 o'clock at night, man.
Most of the time I'm talking on the mic, it's at night anyway. And, people are sleeping and the walls are thin. I wish you could just make it like I want control of the sound. I want control of your volume and my volume and, person 3 volume, because some people have it like way up and some people have it way down.
Yeah. Thanks, Dylan. Take care, man. Have a good day. Enjoy work. And enjoy Led Zeppelin, man. Sounds cool.
Yellowstone portable camera. Well, the camera that I'm talking about that I use for the fish, I would consider that a portable camera. It's a USB web camera, but it also, in the base of the clip, it also has the threads for a tripod.
Nice.
Or or one of the like the selfie sticks or whatever.
Yep.
So you could either clip it to the monitor, or just set it on the desk on its base and angle it, or put it on I'm going to just say threaded stick, because that encompasses tripods and selfie sticks and light, the ring light tripods and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's it.
Like that's what I use downstairs. I want to get another one for upstairs yet, because I got 2 of these cameras that you're looking at. I got one in the basement and then one up here for the tanks.
That's amazing, man.
I just need to get another, what they call it, a ring light tripod.
And what do you run like an extension?
Yeah, I have
downstairs.
I have a 50-foot. I have a 50-foot powered. It plugs in the basement USB cable.
Wow.
Which honestly, I'm not even using the power. This is straight computer power. But I also have special USB ports that put out 3.5 volts instead of 3.0 volts. That's where I have that cable plugged in.
Yep. That's amazing.
I
never thought of having a 50-foot USB cable. I thought that they wouldn't work at that sort of length. That's amazing.
Well, yeah, they come powered. They plug into the wall, so they're self-powered. Yep. But it just so happens the computer I have, I guess they call them DAC ports. They're for microphone DACs.
Yeah, right.
And that's they say if you're charging a phone, that's the one you want to plug it into, is the high power 3.5 volt one.
Yeah, gotcha. Yep. No, I've got one of those setups that have a
I'm
couple
not
of
sure
things
if the
plugged in.
colors are standardized, but I have yellow, blue, and red USB connectors.
Okay. Don't know.
Yeah, I've seen the yellow, or I've seen the red and the blue on other motherboards,
Yep.
but I've never seen the yellow, and the yellow is the high power. You know,
Okay, right. I've got a
It's-
blue on my it's
yeah,
just a
blue. Blue
a
is I want to
multi
say just
USB port thing.
yeah,
So I've got
3.0
got
or something like that.
7 ports, 7 USB ports to extend my laptop into, instead of having one
Yeah,
USB port, into having 7, and it's worked great until my laptop died, and yeah, that's another
yeah.
story.
See, I got a desktop, so it's all built into my onboard in the back of the desktop.
I'll just take it apart while I'm really drunk, and I'll fix it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you would have to carry a laptop or something like that around Yellowstone. That's why I was trying to get to that. It's kind of a portable
Yeah.
camera.
Yeah, but that's it. If you can have that sort of link USB cable, that would work. I could run.
And it's a heavy duty one. It's like twice as thick as what normal USB is because it's shielded and all that.
Yep.
It's like it almost is like a metal braided.
I could somehow try and get my phone to work, but my phone's not great quality. And just click the phone in,
Mm-hmm.
turn that on, and walk around and show off my tanks with that. Otherwise, there's no way of me doing it.
That's what I used to have to do.
I can use my camera, but I can't do that live because it's too old a camera, a digital camera, to have like Bluetooth.
You know, there is the option of this. You can buy older phones. Like, say, you can go look up on eBay, Droid Ultra, the old Droid Ultras from like 2008. They were decent cameras in those. You don't have to hook it up. That's what I did.
Yeah,
I have an old phone, an old LG stylus phone that I use for my games. I have it hooked up to the internet, not phone service.
Yep.
I use it for my like I said, my games. I do the videos on YouTube. If I do it with the camera, I do it with that phone because it's a better camera than my actual phone. I always have I always have quote unquote 2 phones, one hooked up and one not.
No, that's it. And that would be great for me to have just some sort of setup. As I said, I'd never thought of a USB connection running that distance without it just not working properly.
Yeah,
because you have that trouble with normal cameras and microphones and all that.
Like I said, this is double duty. One, it's plugged into a 3.5 USB plug instead of a 3.0, so you're getting that half volt more. And 2, it's extra shielded, so in essence, it keeps the power in it. It doesn't bleed out.
Yeah, right. I'll look into that. Now, I really want to get one of those cameras that you've put up, that you've given us the link to. I really want to get one of those, but as I said, I'm having trouble getting them to ship to Australia, and the price is going to be closer to $100 by the time it gets to me now. So yeah, I can probably just go for something cheaper anyway, or just bite the bullet for that price and get a Logitech.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a 30. It's not a 50 foot. It's a 32 foot.
Yeah, right. But still, that's long.
Yeah, this is. I'll post a link in there. That's the second link is for the cable.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, man.
For any of those metric, it's a 10-meter cable.
Yeah, it would be. Yep. Perfect.
They do have a 50 foot, and it's double the price though.
Yeah, it would be.
US,
That's
I
actually
pay
pretty-
$38.95 for the 10 meter,
That's pretty
$64.95 for the
heavy
15
duty
meter.
cable. That would
Yeah.
have to be heavy duty cable to go that extent. To
Yeah,
that
I mean
distance.
it's a
That's
thick
amazing.
ass cable,
Right,
and it has in
there's
the
the
middle of
plug.
it has like a USB powered repeater.
Yeah, right. Man, I hope I'm doing this right. I'm just copying and pasting and
Yeah.
putting it there. But that's the cable.
That's the long cable I have going on in the basement, and
Beautiful.
it's USB 3.0.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I need.
Because there is a difference between 2.0 and 3.0 cables. I guess it has like an extra wire built inside or something to that
Yep.
effect.
Yep.
And this is
It's
an actual
actually got another
3.0 cable.
It's got another plug there, hasn't it? Is that?
Yeah, that's the thing that looks like a headphone jack. That's for
Yeah.
it comes with a power. It comes with a transformer power box that you plug into the wall,
Yeah,
and
cool.
that plugs into that to power it.
That's-
But for you,
see.
it might not work because mine only came with US,
Plugs. Yeah, gotcha.
a US plug.
Yeah, right.
But you would have to get like the it's just a standard like headphone jack plug. So you go to like a Radio Shack style store and get their universal power transformer thing.
Adapter things.
Yeah, that
right.
comes with like all the different size cables and everything.
Yeah,
Or the
yeah,
connectors. They're like
No, that's very
15,
cool.
$20 or so. And it does multiple voltages too. I want to say it goes from like 1.3 to 5 volt. It has a slider, you can change the voltage, and then you can change all the plug ends. So whatever, it's literal universal.
It does. It's got all sorts of options with it. That's amazing. I just never thought of a USB cable extending that far and like being able to work properly. That's
Oh
amazing.
man, in one of my jobs, I had to run a 350-foot length of USB cable.
Yep. Well, yeah. Sorry, without costing an absolute fortune. I'm talking. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
As well.
But
So yeah, the $38.95 becomes plus $16 shipping for me. So it says, but still,
it costs a lot for shipping because it's a heavy ass cable. I mean,
yeah,
this cable thing weighs like, I'd say a good 5 pounds.
$16.51 shipping and import fees deposit to Australia. So that's.
And I don't if for anyone that is into USB cabling, it does 5.0 gigabits per second transfer rate.
Yeah, right.
But I think another thing that helped me is I went with the USB 3.0 cable. The cameras are only 2.0. I don't think the camera's a 3.0 camera.
But so Roundhouse, you run a desktop.
Yeah.
And a pretty high tech desktop setup.
I've just not really. I mean, it's a Ryzen 5 1600 base.
I've got a very basic laptop. Would I be able to run numerous cameras? I've got 2 cameras running, like the laptop camera and my external camera, which is absolute crap. But could I have 3 or 4 on a laptop? Like cameras?
I don't know. That I don't know. My desktop, I have 4 cameras on it.
Yeah, right.
My face camera, the basement camera, the upstairs fish camera, and the window camera.
Yeah. Awesome. That's so cool.
You can. I only use one at a time though, unless. Because I could use multiple. If I use OBS and then go through StreamYards, then I can use multiple cameras.
Yeah, right.
I can have the multiple feeds coming in through UBS. OBS.
I have to go through Windows camera thing
Yeah.
and change
can only
the
use-
camera, but
yeah.
I can change. I don't know if I've only got 2 options. It doesn't give me 3
Oh,
options. It's just click, click, click. You know, you
Yeah.
click.
You
each
just
time
click
you
the same button
changes
over and over and over, and it cycles through the camera.
through cameras, which is probably
The
gives
only
me
problem
2.
with that is that, like right now, I'm using the basement camera. If I open up camera and try to cycle to the 4th, like the basement camera, I want to say is camera 3. If I want to get the,
How's the fella Weller looking?
oh,
there,
he's doing
man?
great.
How's that looking? Right in the middle of the screen. Beautiful.
Yeah. And really, that I wish that would come up to the front more, because that is just fins
Sorry,
are
can I,
perfect and everything. Long ass filaments off the tail.
Can I do that? There we go. Look at that. That's so cool, man. What an awesome
And
take.
this is a 55 gallon, just to give
Yep.
you an example.
Yeah, right.
So you're looking at that fish is roughly 7-8 inches long.
These are decent size for sure. Have you just got the one?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I bought a red lizard cat, and that was like an inch, and it just disappeared. I don't know where the hell it went.
Unreal.
So eventually I'll buy another one.
Awesome take, man. That's just so cool. The angel.
Yeah, I prefer the whacked. I don't like the basic count. Oh, I do have a bristlenose in here also though.
Yeah, awesome.
Because
fish.
the
Every
Farewella
tank-
doesn't eat a lot. I mean, it
Yeah.
eats a lot, but not a lot. Like the
bristle nose is on
the bristle
the work
nose.
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, they're always
Yeah.
eating. This guy, not
They
so
just
much.
go, aren't they?
There's
They
times
don't know that.
one of his favorite spots is on the right hand side of the screen, on top of the sponge filter or right below it. He hangs out there a lot.
Very cool. Man, that's awesome.
Yeah, I still got to work on this tank.
Sorry,
Tomorrow
I
I'm
should have
gonna-
had your tank up there earlier. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Tomorrow I'm going to do another 50% water change, and try to get the remaining swordtails out without destroying the tank.
Okay. I haven't seen any of the sword tails really.
There's only like 2 left in here.
Okay, yep.
I pulled all the males. There's I want to say there's only 2 females left.
Yep.
Because I don't want. I wanted to get rid of the swordtails, and I want to put humpback lemurs in this tank.
Okay, awesome.
I already got the one male. He's above the sponge filter in the back swimming. The stick-on sponge filter.
Yep, yep.
On the left-hand side.
Yeah, I think I can see him there.
Yeah. It's surprisingly, it's really hard to catch the fish you want in a 50-gallon low boy with like 300 fish in it.
Yeah, I bet. No, that's so cool though. The whole tank looks beautiful. Plants are thriving.
This has the Phoenix CRV 24/7 light.
Yeah, okay.
And same with the low boy. The low boy has a Phoenix CRV light.
Yep.
And I've fallen in love with them. I reprogrammed the 24/7 feature. So it actually goes, the lights are on from roughly 4 o'clock in the morning. It starts ramping up, and by 10 o'clock at night, they're like off. And it's completely dark at night instead of being like the blue light at night. Pretty much what I did was I took the 9 o'clock setting. I deleted the 6 o'clock setting. I put the 9 o'clock setting at 6 o'clock. And then the midnight setting I had completely off. I turned it completely off. And that's the setup I run.
Yeah, right.
And no algae in the tank really. I got algae on the Madagascar lace plant because I went like 3 weeks without doing water changes. I just got into that mood where I wasn't doing the stairs. I didn't do laundry. Right. I didn't do nothing. I didn't go in the basement. I went in the basement like once every couple days to feed. That's it.
I didn't even see the lace plant there until you mentioned it.
I did a 50% water change, and all of a sudden it just popped right back up. It's all growing again. It's
Yep.
really finicky on water.
Yeah, they are. They're, again, something I never see here, so I haven't got one, but I had one years ago, and
It's always been my favorite plant.
until a cichlid decided to eat it.
Because back in the day we did, plastic plants. We
Yeah,
didn't do,
Yeah,
we had the fluorescent bulbs, so I wasn't gonna be dumping money into live plants and stuff. Plus, I was on city water.
I'm still
They
a
seem
big
to thrive. I
silk
don't do
plant,
anything.
plastic plants, because I
Yeah.
still keep American cichlids, and man, they just won't let anything grow.
I
Well,
don't do anything for the plants. No fertilizers, no nothing.
Yeah. In the middle is that
That is a red melon sword.
a red melon, and that is like got 100 leaves on it.
Yeah,
That
that
is
thing.
incredible.
That's roughly a 1 foot diameter plant.
Yeah, right.
You can see how
right,
it's curling up on the front of the tank. It's doing that on the back of the tank also.
That's incredible, man. It really is.
And then right next to it is some kind of a crypt, which I got to pull yet.
Oh yeah, the little one on the right
Yeah.
or whichever side. Yeah,
Because I'm moving all the crypts. My plan is I want to
So
move all the
good.
crypts up to the 10-gallon tank for the pygmy sunfish.
Oh, there goes one of the swordtails.
Yeah. Oh, there's a male in there still.
A male. Yeah, it is.
But
Cool. He's not real orange either. Is he?
no,
like
it's
more
these are green swords.
green swords like I've got. I've got some green. I call them green swords, but they're just green
Yeah,
colored swords.
these are like the males have red to them, but the females they're like a olive, that like tannish green look, and then they
Yep.
get black spots on them on their back.
Very cool. Man, my swordtails are about my favorite fish.
Yeah, see, I bought these.
I love them.
I bought these for the sole fact of I wanted what they called, shit. I just wanted shit fish, something to swim with the angels.
Yeah, right. Yep.
But now that I got enough, I like the limas so much better.
I just fell in love with swordtails, and I just think they're amazing.
I wish I could send them to you.
I've never kept them. I'd never kept them before, and I've sort of found these green-looking ones in amongst the others.
Can you next day air to Australia? Can you next day air fish to Australia from the U.S.?
I don't think so. Not
No?
next
Okay.
day. That wouldn't
Or
work, would it?
even 2-day or 3-day or something.
You'd probably have to go through a transshipper, and it'll cost you a fortune.
Yeah.
Because
right now I'm taking all these swordtails and just throwing them in a 20-gallon.
They would hold it in between time and charge you a fortune to hold them until they get to take them directly to the plane, ship them to Australia. I'd have to collect them at the nearest airport.
Well, do you have UPS down there?
No.
No? Okay. Because I was going to say my local airport is a UPS.
Even though I do get regular messages from UPS saying that my delivery has been delayed. Can I please send my bank account details?
Yeah, I get all that too. That, and I keep getting my Facebook account has been hacked. I've never had Facebook.
Yeah, right. That's a good way to be. I wish I'd never had Facebook.
Well, because Facebook wasn't really a thing. When I got out of jail for weed, the Facebook was a thing. And I'm like, dude, I want to contact I knew someone on Facebook, so I used their Facebook to contact a couple friends from high school, and that's it.
Yeah, right. Yep. No, it's it's a funny thing, the old Facebook.
And then Twitter, I heard, is becoming like, oh my God, Twitter's becoming really bad now. Who would have thought Jack Dorsey?
Never done Twitter ever.
I guess the new boss of Twitter is like, he made as soon as he got the job, he made a tweet or Twitter or whatever the hell you do. If you're not going to make a distinction between extremists and Muslims, I'm not going to make a difference between whites and racists. And it's like, dude, what the hell are you talking about, you crazy ass? But yeah, I guess he's really bad. But
Yeah, it's don't know, but we'll just have a little bit of sentimental value, Roundhouse.
oh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I can turn it off. I'm pretty sure I can turn it off. Audio. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if this will. Okay, testing. Yeah, you can still hear me, right? Maybe not. Housekeeping. Okay, can you hear me now?
Mm.
Okay. I guess it doesn't. It wouldn't let me switch it. I'd have to.
I could hear. I could hear you before as well.
Oh,
sorry, but yeah, I was
because I switched.
indisposed. I was indisposed and couldn't speak at the time.
I'll do that again then because I didn't think it was working. Okay, so
Sorry.
this is without.
Yeah, right. I can hear you, but it's much quieter.
Do you hear me tapping?
Yeah.
That's me tapping it out. Now when I go to the RTX again, now I'm on RTX and I'm tapping.
Can't hear a thing. Nothing. And your voice volume picked up to total clarity. Beautiful. That's amazing.
And that's the only reason I use. That was one reason why I got the 1050. I was going to go with a 9 series, a 900 series, just to go a little bit above what I was, but not spending $300. But I spent the $300 on the 1050 because it just so happens that was like in the middle of COVID when there was no video cards and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Because my old what was it? My old GT 630 from like 2008 was just not cutting it anymore.
Yep. Yeah, that's amazing.
But yeah, it works very, very well.
Yeah, right.
And because everyone would get annoyed because I smoke out of the pipe so much, and you only get 2 or 3 puffs out of it because it's dry tobacco. It's dried out tobacco to begin with. So
yeah, I was saying to Chewy earlier that I've just signed up to this $10 deal they offered me, that the one that Kevin's on.
Yeah.
So you can have unlimited
promo
hours.
Deal.
Unlimited
hours, 10 people up. You still get the 720p video, and you still get the StreamYard's brand.
You're supposed to be limited to 6 hours stream at a time, but we're at 8 hours 38 minutes at the moment. So that doesn't work.
That does, no, I think that refers to what they keep, because StreamYard now keeps video copies of your video, I guess.
So StreamYard keeps it, because I check on YouTube and said, because I did one the other day that went for 11 hours and went, whoa.
Because I got an email from them just the other day.
But
I got an email from StreamYard just the other day with all their new features, and one of it was recording archiving or something to that. It made me think of that, where it saves the video somewhere in StreamYards now.
They've got an option now. I don't know if Roundhouse that StreamYard have always had it, but you click next to the mic. There's three dots. You click on it, and it says "Edit Mic Settings." So I click on that, and it's got your mic volume. So it's give echo cancellation, tick, or untick.
The streamer
automatically adjust mic volume, tick, and if it's ticked, your mic volume set at halfway. Otherwise, I can turn your mic volume I can double your mic volume. So now you're twice as loud as what you think you were.
Sunday,
apparently.
Sunday.
Yeah. I don't know. If
See,
that
I
works.
have my mic turned up to begin with.
Yeah.
Because I don't.
Your volume is perfect.
Yeah,
But
because I don't face my mic. I face my computer screen.
It worked it was very, very handy with Kevin.
Yeah.
Because his volume was very quiet.
He has that problem. I don't know why.
It doubled that volume and
yeah.
And it works amazing. I thought
that
I've
I
never seen that function before. I don't know if
that's been a function for at least 6 months, I would say. Because they introduced that like 6 months to a year ago.
Yeah,
and that's only the streamer, only the owner of the stream sees that.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's
see,
good.
I wish I was able to see that, because sometimes when I'm in a stream, everyone, because I'm kind of hard of hearing, and there's some people I would like turned up a little bit more, and some people turned down, just to even everybody out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so you could,
as a listener,
if there's 10 people on stream, they could put a little panel up with 10 different volumes.
Yeah,
that you could set wherever you want. Man, that's a pretty good idea. That's awesome. We should run that roundhouse. That should be our invention.
Well, no, it would be a feature through them.
Your invention. Sorry.
Hey, my family already had an invention stole. Remember the springs in front of the bikes for the not the fork springs, but up by the handlebar where it meets the frame.
Yeah,
back in the 50s, my grandpa came up with that idea.
Really?
The lawyer stole it. He went to a lawyer to have it patented, and the lawyer stole it.
Fuck. Oh. Man, that's shocking, eh?
From what I understand, my mom still has the blueprints.
SP Tank Tribe, great to see you. Sorry, you've probably been here for too long. What is it, 17 minutes or something since your first comment? Sorry, Steph, that's shocking. But welcome. Sorry to interrupt there, Roundhouse.
No, that's fine. I was in the private chat. I forget to switch back over to the comments.
Right, yeah.
After the last link I posted.
The link you posted, yeah, exactly. No, man, no, thanks for that, though. Those, like I said, I really didn't think that a USB cable could stretch that long and work. You know, that's amazing. 8.5 hours. It is, all things fish. We're powering on.
And then this is the tripods I use. They're actually light ring tripods. Wrong one.
Light ring?
Yeah, it's
so
like, you know what a light ring? I'm sorry, a ring light.
A ring light.
Ring.
Yeah,
ring light.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the type of tripod I use for the cameras. I put that link in the private chat. But it's a little base tripod, and it has a thing, a post in the middle. That post unscrews and it becomes a selfie stick. It extends to 5 foot. It folds up into. It literally takes up like 3-inch diameter by 1 foot tall, so it'll fit in the backpack if you're want to go to like hiking or camping or whatever. You could use it for that.
Yep. That's amazing, man. It's just like an antenna, isn't it?
It's just like
a radio.
Yeah, but it's as you extend it, you extend it and then twist it, and it locks it in.
Yep, awesome.
It's not one of those push pin type where you're locked in at a certain level. You can put it halfway. Each section you can put a 3/4, halfway, whatever, 1/8 way. I don't care. All you do is you twist it and it locks it in.
Actually, Roundhouse, while you're here, man, can you help me with like all these links you're offering that you keep throwing up, and I open them up in another window. How do I share that window on StreamYard so we're looking at that window?
Yeah, you would on the bottom. on the
It
very
says
bottom,
share. Yep.
you have the mute, stop, camera, mic, share. You would
Yep,
click on
yep.
share,
Yep.
and then a thing pops up. You'd click share screen on that menu,
Yep.
and then you would pick the individual screen. If you only have one screen, you only get the one option. I have two screens, so I have two options I can take.
Gotcha. Yeah. See, I've got one screen, so I end up.
So
with,
what you would do
I've
is you
got-
would share your screen and then
I've got
bring up the
14
screen that you want to share on your computer screen.
I've got
with
14
your-
windows across the top, and when I click share screen, it
It
does
shows, it shows what
this
your
sort of
screen would
thing.
show.
So
You get the take
yeah,
me
it
off
does
a full
give me an
screen.
option. I think. Well, I've clicked on that one, and that's
Oh,
gone.
I'm sorry. You could do Windows too. Okay, so
Is that working?
go that way.
Right. No, see, it. Are you seeing anything there or not? I'm not.
No,
there
because
at the
you have
moment.
me on full screen.
Yeah.
Go
right.
back to your StreamYards and put you as full screen.
Okay.
And you will get like Dan. Have you ever seen Dan's Fish where he gets the mirror look, the infinity look? You'll get that. So okay,
No,
that's
sorry, I miss Dan Fish all the time because I think I've got to get everything done before Pam's stream, like go and feed the fish, feed the lizards, and all that jazz.
well. Here, this is what I'll do. I'll share my screen.
I've gone back, so I've got my stream there. I'll do that. Open that. No, so I can't do that. I've got to go back to StreamYard again. Share stream. And the last one that I clicked was that. So we'll see how it works. Share
Currently,
screen.
it's unavailable at the place I bought it from. But
it just keeps coming up.
okay, hold on. Let me try this a different way. I'm gonna stop screen.
Window.
Stop that. I'm gonna go.
Chrome
I'm gonna.
tab. Share Chrome tab. That's it. It's got three options: entire
Yeah.
screen, window, and Chrome tab. So I pick which Chrome tab I want to do. So we go ring
And then-
light tripod share. Did that work?
Okay. No, and yeah, now it has. It took a little bit for it to come up.
All right.
But yeah,
Okay.
now
And
we're
there
looking at
is
it.
down the bottom. Yep. So I can go.
Like I said, the place I bought it
full
from
screen
currently
with that.
unavailable, but it was like
Okay.
$15, 15 or $16.
Yep.
And
Sorry,
if
man.
you
I'm not
scroll,
not
on the
very
side
technical.
pictures, if you scroll down to the third one, it shows you all the different. It gives you an example. It looks like the all the tripods at all
Okay.
different lengths.
It won't work here, of course.
Oh.
but I tried.
But yeah, it goes up to 5.5 feet.
There it is.
There you go.
Amazing.
Yeah, see how it folds down into the collapse
Yeah.
thing, and then you can
perfect.
take the little middle section out if you want and
That's-
hold it as a
That's
selfie
a cool
stick.
device, man. That is a cool device.
You can do the legs at different angles to get it higher or lower if you want it.
and more stability. Would you be able to put like a DSLR type
No.
camera or digital
No.
camera?
No. This is for like webcams only. It's really light duty.
Yeah, right.
For
No,
a DSLR
still
camera, you
amazing.
want an actual a
Full-on
real
camera.
tripod with the what is it, like the 4 or 5 foot tripod legs that's
Yeah,
spread
exactly.
out.
Yeah.
No,
I saw one the other day at the local pawnbrokers that they had for $40, and I'm still kicking myself for not buying it. It was a full-on professional tripod, which is for over here. That was a good buy, brand new with a case and everything. So,
and if
I
you
should've
do get a tripod for a DSLR, or even if you get a real tripod for a webcam, make sure it's a 360 neck. And that's where you can flip it. You put it on the camera and you'd be able to flip it up on an angle so it's landscape and portrait. And then you could also zoom, move it up and down so you can look up into the air or at the ground. Because they do have ones that just do up and down. They don't do landscape portrait hinge. So if you're gonna get a tripod, get the full head.
Okay, yep.
And I know just listening to what I just said, that really doesn't make sense. I don't know how to explain it though. Like a video camera tripod only does up and down, where a camera, like a point and shoot camera tripod, will do the up and down, and then I'll just say left to right also. No, that's not right either.
Yeah.
Because all of them go left to right. It has a hinge, so you could turn the camera on its side. So you would, like I said, you would be able to do portrait or landscape.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. That is cool. Oh. We'll go back.
But yeah, it's the same tripod that Kevin uses. Kevin ended up getting the same tripod.
Yeah, that's, I really need it. I've got my ring light tripod is a foot.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, and that's why I like this, because it was expensive.
If I had that going, that light coming from higher, that would help a lot. And that's what I need.
And the reason I liked it is because I have tanks at all different heights.
Yeah.
And with this thing, you can get it perfectly. You know, it might take you a couple times to get it right. You know, looking at the screen, oh, I got to go a little bit more up because I'm still getting the bottom frame, or I got to go down because I'm getting the top frame, whatever. But you can get it just right to where you're not getting the frames in any of the tanks.
That's awesome. That is cool.
And it's, like I said, it's light enough weight that, I mean, I do currently, every once in a while I bring it upstairs if I want to do this, a tank upstairs. But like I said, I'd rather just get another one because they're only, say, $20. It's not that big of a,
You're basically using it as a selfie stick.
Yeah. But it does turn, like I said, it's the pole itself. What's nice is it unscrews from the tripod part, and it is a actual selfie stick.
Yeah, right.
That is adjustable still.
Yeah. That is very cool. Man, I'm going to have to look for that and see how many millions of dollars Australian will have to pay for it.
I don't think it would be that bad though. I mean, just look up. Honestly, how I found this was I looked up first. I found out I wanted a ring light tripod because I'm only using it for the stream cameras. There's barely any weight up there, so I settled on a ring light tripod, and then I just looked for one that was the tallest one or the biggest one.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they sell it at other places. It's just this is the place I bought mine from.
Yeah.
But yeah, it works great.
It'd have to be.
I'll be right back.
No worries, man.
Oh,
yeah, I'd have to use it for some sort of camera. I don't know. My USB camera won't.
Looks like I need a new fan already.
Doesn't have a fitting to fit that, but still, maybe my and my phone doesn't. This phone doesn't.
I'm back. I had to turn the kitchen fan on.
Getting warm in there?
No, my parents are coming over, and my mom reacts really badly to cigarette smoke.
Okay, right.
And I smoke in the house, so whenever they come over, I try to get as much of the smell out of the house as I can.
Yeah, gotcha. I take it you don't have cats, do you?
No, just the dog.
With dogs? You got the dog, so
just the one dog.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm still trying to find I'm trying to find him a home that I actually trust the people enough.
People say that some cat owner friends of mine say that how amazing they find kitty litter at removing smoke like cigarette smoke smells.
Yeah.
I never thought of it before, but it sounds so natural, really, doesn't it? It's so obvious. I think, yeah, right.
I routinely throw baking soda down on my carpet for about an hour,
Yeah, right.
and then I'll vacuum it up.
Yeah. No, it freshens things up all the time,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Because, it's kind of a catch-22. In Illinois, the law is for every time you rent a place out, you're supposed to put new carpeting in, but the landlord didn't. So
Right,
I don't know how old the carpeting is.
Oh, that's a pretty good law.
You know,
that is cool.
Yeah. Because, I don't know about you, but I guess America has a big problem with bed bugs within the past 5 years or so.
Yeah.
It's like I've never seen a bed bug, but hey,
Yeah, I know what you mean. That they are
I guess I don't know how you get
definitely
bed bugs or anything, but all I know is I vacuum. I guess keep your house clean. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, the neighbor got bed bugs, and then he decided to take his bed bug ridden shit and put it in the basement. No, get it the hell out of the goddamn building.
Exactly. Get rid of it completely.
Yeah. Luckily the basements are unfinished, so it's nothing but concrete.
Nice.
Which I think would be,
Thanks.
If that makes sense, I'm not sure, but I look at it as it's, wood or material they can crawl, they would crawl and do, stay on and stuff like that, where concrete, not so much.
True.
But, trying to think, is there anything else? That camera sucks. That camera I returned.
I should put the camera up just for anybody who's still here.
I don't know. Is anyone interested in dehumidifiers? Because the dehumidifier I got was a really good deal. It was 2,000 square foot, constant feed. It has a bucket, but it also has a tube connector to where it doesn't even go into the bucket. It just goes I have mine going right into the sump pump.
Yeah, unreal. That's the way to do it. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to post that, but that's that one. The 4.5.
I'm just putting the camera up, I think.
But
maybe
for $170, it works pretty good.
So I think there's the camera. For just quickly, so that was the camera, and that's the one that I'm looking at is very similar to that.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I use for the fish.
Oh, okay. So that's the auto.
That's the autofocus, 60 frames per second.
Okay, yeah. No, it looked like it had the manual at the front there. I was thinking.
Yeah, no, this is an autofocus, so it'll work just like when you show my tanks.
Yeah.
You have to get used to it because it literally focuses like every half second.
Yeah, right.
But it keeps again, the reason I like it is it keeps the fish in focus no matter if they're in the front or the back of the tank.
If you've got it the right distance and everything, that it's hard, you can't notice it. We don't notice it on your angel tank that you've been showing. So
yeah, I notice it when I'm certain tanks I notice it more.
Okay, Steph, here we go. Let's try.
When I video the Mangano tank, I notice the focusing a lot more because they're a faster fish. But it does have a powered light, so when it's activated, it shines that little red LED, so you know it's on.
Yeah, right.
Some
That's always
cameras, some
handy.
cameras don't have that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That is
and
true.
it's I want to say it's like a 7-layered lens. If you scroll to the second picture down on the left,
Yep. Okay. Looking. No.
or
How
I'm
we
sorry,
going?
a
Does that
5,
work?
a 6. It's 5 plus 1, the infrared lens.
Yeah, right. That is cool. Very cool.
And it's a completely flat face. To where a lot of times where you get like a beveled lens on the outside, like my manual
Yep.
focus is a beveled lens inside the ring, the focusing ring.
Yep.
This is a completely flat front. So to clean it, it's real easy. You just take your shirt or your terry cloth or whatever, and you wipe it, and you're good. There
Good
is
to go.
no crevices to try to get into for the lens.
Yeah, right. Awesome. And it doesn't, the front lens or the front cover doesn't automatically separate itself from the rest of the device very easily, like my bodgy camera. Awesome. No, that is very cool. All right, we're moving on.
I'm holding it in because I got the one upstairs in my hand, and I'm pulling on the front, and yeah, it's not moving at all.
Yep,
And
that's it.
oh, it looks like underneath the label there might be a screw.
Nice.
I think I feel a screw hole.
And did it have a plastic screen on the front that you had to remove?
Yes, it did.
Because my camera's had that for the last 3 months. I haven't removed it yet. It's still there.
And the thing I really like about it
is this. What the hell is this little green tab hanging off the side? And
yeah,
that's what it is. It's a screen. Now, I've left it on there. That's probably explains why my camera is so bodgy looking, but it works. You can see me, even though it's very blurry and all the rest of it.
But the thing I like about this camera the best is it has the threaded part for the tripods.
Yeah, right.
A lot of the cameras like this don't have the threaded. They're just no threads at all.
That's very cool. Right, we're moving to the dehumidifier. Steph wanted to see that, so
that dehumidifier, man,
eventually.
Does that thing rock? My humidity in the basement was 90 degrees or 90%. Within 2 days, I brought that down to 50%.
Unreal. Yeah, that's very similar to what my dad's got. That's an amazing little thing.
And like I said, I like it because it has you can pop out a little section and put a hose on it. So you don't even use the bucket. It just drains out into the hose and out the unit. So it constantly runs. Beautiful. And it automatically shuts off when if it's below, you can set the humidity. And if it's below it, it'll automatically shut off.
Yep. Nice. That is cool.
Like my unit, because it's winter now and everyone has heat on, my unit hasn't ran in the past 2 weeks because the humidity is now like 34%. But in the summer, with the tanks in my basement, it gets, you walk down there and you expect to hear toucans and monkeys and shit. It does have wheels.
Yeah,
so you can move it around. It's not, where you have to pick it up. You can just roll it.
And it's got a bit of weight to it.
Yeah, it does.
You'll probably find out. If I looked at you'll probably tell me. But
it's not heavy per se, but it does have weight. I'd say a little bit more than a gallon of milk. which is
Yeah,
roughly
right.
8-9 pounds.
No, that's awesome. And they're just amazing. I wish I had one recently. I had a 5-foot tank which decided to pop a pooper valve and have a low leak. So yeah, ended up emptying the tank as quick as I could, but of course it happened overnight. It was fine at night, and in the morning it started leaking. So the carpet was already wet, but just did the old towel stomping trick and stomped up as much as I could and turned the fans on, and yeah, it worked out okay. But still, it would have done damage to the carpet. Lucky the carpet's no
My
good.
dog's being a jackass right now. I will be right back. I have to let him go poop.
No worries, man.
Go.
But yes, I had to empty the tank as quick as possible. Lucky there's no fish in there, and which really sucks because I had it planned to put a couple of cichlids in like the next day. So that was cool. At least I didn't lose those fish. But as I said, it only just started leaking, so I would have caught it. But yeah, I haven't had a tank leak like that for a long time, so it's a heartbreaking experience. So that tank is basically now a reptile tank, in my opinion. I'm not strong enough or whatever to clean it out, empty it, reseal it, move it, and all that jazz. So yeah, it's going to become another reptile tank, an excuse to get 2 more reptiles, I think. Hopefully, a breeding pair of bearded dragons is what I'm hoping. Who knows? Don't know if I'll be able to do that or not. I can't catch bearded dragons locally, even though they are local. So I'll have to pay probably $250 a lizard, but so we might get there. Need to get a phone tripod. Steph, did you see the last tripod that was there? That was for a phone, but no, not for a phone. You need those stretchy adjustment holder things for phones, don't you? So yeah, I can't help you there. Sorry. But if we go to
Okay, I'm back.
this one,
Yeah, that's the one. I want to say if you do use the container, it's a 5-gallon container. I think.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
yeah, right.
I wasn't really paying attention to it because my point was I didn't want to be having to empty the bucket.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. It's definitely a good point.
A phone tripod, that one that he was just showing might work for a phone. It wouldn't work
Might
for a
work.
DSLR.
Yeah. Can you fit a phone to it though? Or
Yeah,
do you need
because
one of those,
you would need the phone holder.
the
'Cause it-
holder? Yeah.
Yeah, because it ends in just a thread.
Yeah. But yeah, if you can get a holder for it as well, you're in.
I think you would have to get a holder anyway because doesn't each phone have its own holder, kind of like cases?
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
your
with
iPhone case
different
doesn't fit
size.
on my LG and stuff like that.
Exactly. There are those ones that are sort of on a spring.
Oh, the
So
universals
they
that like
open
a
up.
clamp.
A universal clamp. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, depending, I mean, obviously, if you have that 13-inch, Galaxy phone, it's not going to do it. Because I think that would just be a little bit too much weight. But I've
Oh.
never really checked the horizontal bend to this because I've always used it vertically.
Yep.
Yeah, see, they show a regular DSLR camera on there. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Right. Gotcha.
The tripod legs don't go out far enough versus its height.
But the camera does have that fitting.
Yes, it does have that fitting.
Fit.
I just wouldn't try. Like, if you have it at 5 feet, your tripod legs are only like 3 feet.
Yep.
I'd rather have a single leg being 3 feet versus the whole, from end to end of the leg being 3 feet. Because you're looking at, when you're talking DSLRs, you're talking at least $500.
So does that include the holder? Do you think, with the way that it's got that on the phone?
No,
it doesn't. Okay.
Because it's great. The only thing that you get is,
I think, man. Yeah, gotcha.
the only thing you get is the tripod part.
Yep. I see what you mean. Yep, gotcha. No, but it's very interesting. Very interesting. That is cool.
Now, I'm against selfie sticks per se because I don't like how they can be used in voyeurism and stuff like that. And to look over your fence and shit like that. But
well, yeah, right.
My brother, he lives in an what they call an HOA. And it's like a government for your little neighborhood. It's like another government. And they'll go with selfie sticks with cameras and look over in your fence and in your yard and shit and be like, oh, well, you have a plant in there that you're not supposed to, or,
far out.
You have a flag on the back of your house. How dare you?
So they wouldn't be happy if you're just chucking a brown eye at them as they're looking.
Yeah, definitely not. But
oh man, that's crazy.
But for like I said, for doing fish tanks when you're not there, perfect.
Yeah, cool. That's lots of ideas. Welcome to roundhouse.com. Awesome.
Man, you got so much shit to do. You got Hallmark to hit. You have Eagle Moss to hit. You still got to come to Illinois to go to Volo Antique Car Museum now.
Yeah. That Hallmark, man, I have spent hours.
Yeah.
I've lost hours there, just lost in amongst it all, man. That is just amazing. That is the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
And they're getting really good. The longer they do the series, like I'm a Star Trek freak.
Yeah, right.
I got some of the first ornaments, and they're really bulky and bubbly, and doesn't look like the ship really. The scaling isn't. Now they're like really getting nitty gritty, and they're like they literally look like models now.
Yep.
And they don't come with the wire coming out of them anymore. They have batteries that you put in them, and a button that you press and they light up.
Yeah, okay.
The old style, they have actual Christmas light wire coming out of the ornament.
Yeah, right. Amazing. It's lots of incredible stuff. I just couldn't believe it. And as I said, it just constantly.
And they do ornaments that I've noticed that they're actually doing a series, but they're not naming the series. I don't know how to find the ornaments because I remember one year seeing the Ghostbusters car, 1 year seeing the Dukes of Hazzard car, 1 year seeing the family truckster from Griswold's,
Yeah, right.
and there was another movie car I saw. What the hell was it? Back to the Future, Ghostbusters, Family Truckster, Dukes of, oh no, the Back to the Future car was the one I missed.
Oh,
But
yeah.
they don't label them as a series. But it's almost like the Hollywood movie car series. They have a fire engine series. They have a lighthouse series, a Lionel ornament series.
Yep.
Sky's the limit. Disney, Peanuts, Santa.
Yeah.
They have. I don't know if they still do it, but at one point they used to do vintage glass ornaments series,
Yep.
and it was that blown glass that if you dropped it, it would shatter. I mean, it was made out of glass.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And it's mail order, so
Yeah.
you'd have to hope that it gets there.
Well, no, you can go. I mean, I don't know about Australia, but here, pretty much the hallmarks are kind of like, Starbucks, where they're on every corner, pretty much.
Oh, wow.
Or at least they
Okay.
used to be.
Yeah.
Again, I don't go. I haven't been to a mall or anything in like 20 years. But they used to be everywhere, and you could go in and buy your, because they did greeting cards and they did flowers and everything.
Yep.
All
Yeah,
this type
right.
of stuff. And
Yeah,
every year they
exactly.
do ornaments.
Oh, I've got the start of rain. That's incredible. Where'd that come from?
God's peen.
It is. That's amazing. I love this one. I better put this. I've got to put this one up there for a minute. Sorry. The head smashed in Buffalo Jump World Heritage Site.
Switch screen. Oh, there we go.
And at the top of the screen there, they've got
Yeah.
all the buffaloes running and jumping off a cliff.
Did that actually
Whoa.
happen where a bunch of buffaloes jumped off that cliff and bashed their heads or something? Or
I asked Chewy the same thing, and I couldn't really get an answer, but it says the head smashed in Buffalo Jump Interpretive Center is a UNESCO designated World Heritage Site that preserves and interprets over 6,000 years of plains buffalo culture through vast landscapes, exhibits, and diverse programming. Learn about the cultural significance of this cliff to the plains people. So,
well,
I think
if
it
you
was
ever
more
come
of a-
to Illinois, and are into Buffalo, the place that you should go is Fermilab, National Accelerator.
Yeah, right.
It's a governmental site, but I've lived here my whole life. I've never even gone. But on the grounds, they have a wild herd of buffalo that they preserve.
Nice. Oh, they're doing all right though. The buffalo, aren't they?
Or is it bison?
Bison? Yeah, exactly.
It might be. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. It's either buffalo or bison.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's something you don't see in Illinois,
Yeah, right. Yep. I think we possibly have a collection of them here in Australia somewhere as well. So.
Oh, today's the 8th. Everyone, please take a moment of silence and pray that Texas gets to where it's going. Because so help me God, if that ship sinks, it would be the worst loss of the actual planet.
Right.
19. I want to say the ship was made in 1914.
Yep.
and it's the only surviving floating dreadnought, World War II Arizona style battleship left in the world.
Yeah, right.
And it got so bad that the hull got so bad because it hasn't been dry docked in like 70 years.
Wow.
Or no, 40 years or something like that. And it's supposed to be done every like 10.
Yeah.
If you dropped a wrench in certain parts, it wouldn't stop.
Go through.
Yeah. There were spots where they couldn't walk. They spent the past year reinforcing the inside to move it to a dry dock and everything.
Yeah, right. And
But-
what, it was still in active service.
The last time it was in active service was World War II.
Wow. Yeah.
It was the only ship that was in all three major battles. In both, it was the only ship that was in. No, how did they say that? It was the only ship that was in all the major principal battles in both oceans.
Okay, you're right.
Usually, very seldom did they take an Atlantic ship and put it in the Pacific and vice versa.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, they needed to after Pearl Harbor, but this was the only ship that saw, and this was the only ship that the captain. Oh, this was classic. Was it at Iwo Jima? They were bombarding. I think it was at Iwo Jima, or it might have been Midway. Regardless, they couldn't hit their targets, so they flooded the one side of the ship to give it a list.
Yeah.
So their guns would be at a higher elevation, and they were able to lob, and they were able to hit their target now.
Unreal. That's freaky, isn't it? That's awesome.
I'm sorry. That was like, because who would think? Oh, let's flood half the ship.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that is awesome.
And it's the this thing has 5 turrets.
Wow.
Where the World War II battleships, Iowa class and stuff like that, Tennessee, the Colorados had 4, but the newer ones all had 3 only.
Yep.
Which I always thought was bullshit. It's supposed to be 2 and 2, 2 front, 2 aft at least. Why would you make one that you had to be running at the guy to give him the most firepower?
Yeah. No, that's amazing. And what are they doing? They're going to try and refurbish it.
They're going to give it a dry dock. It's going to be dry docked over the next couple of years. They're going to reskin the ship.
Unreal.
So at least that's my understanding. They're going to strip the ship down to its bulkheads in the hull and reclad the whole thing with I'm pretty sure they're going to make it the old way that they did. The metal that they're buying, that's why it took so long to set up also. One, they had to find a dry dock. And 2, they wanted to find someone that could make the metal the way that they made it for the ship originally.
Yeah. So buy some nice quality Chinese steel to go.
No, I don't think
to
they're
cut
using Chinese steel. I think that was another stipulation, is they wanted Pennsylvania steel.
Right. Cool.
Because they're, from what I understood, unless they changed it, this was they wanted to keep it as originally spec'd as possible.
Yes, good to see you. Yeah. That's amazing. That'll be.
But this ship,
yeah.
the reason this ship it was in World War I and World War II.
Yeah, right.
This fought in both wars. Or maybe that's what it was. It fought in all the major engagements in both wars, in both sides of the ocean. Right. Maybe that's how. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I know it was in both wars. I want to say it was part of the Great White Fleet when they did that. But yeah, it's a 5-turreted battleship. I mean, you can't beat it.
And it's just It must throw the thing if you let them all go at once. It must throw it.
It doesn't.
Meters.
I've asked
Yeah.
that question because I've thought the same thing, and they said that ship doesn't move an inch to the side.
Yeah, right. Unreal.
It's that big of a ship that even though those,
Yeah.
well, what is it? 5 guns, 2 guns each, 14-inch shells.
Unreal, man. And like that Iwo Jima or Midway, whatever it was, story before, like how far were they throwing the shells?
I want to say it was somewhere between 12 and 15 miles.
Holy moly.
But what the big thing was continuing that story, eventually they rescued people from the shore. The sailors got down on their knees and kissed the deck. And and they're like, "What?" They were bunkered down. They were not bunkered down. They were cornered by the people that they were trying to hit that they couldn't until they flooded the ship. They flooded the ship, were able to hit the enemy targets and save the people that were kneeling down and kissing the deck.
Unreal.
They were completely surrounded at the point, completely cornered. They had no way out, and the only reason that they survived was the captain or the commander or admiral or whoever was in command of the ship at the time decided to flood the fuel tanks, the oil and fuel tanks, and the torpedo blister.
Yeah. Imagine that, those shells from 12 mile away coming over your head. Man, that's just freaky.
Well, I think the Iowa can lob them 16 miles.
Yeah, right.
The Iowa classes.
Yep. Wow.
And honestly, one of the best, the New Jersey, the USS New Jersey YouTube page, the guy, you can tell he is not a on-camera guy in the way he talks, but the information, you learn so much by listening to this guy. And he goes through the New Jersey and he went into the baffles in the hull and stuff like that.
Yep.
And showed it, the stuff that you would never ever see. He goes and does videos of, because he's the creator. He's curator of the Battleship New Jersey Museum.
Unreal.
In fact, just the other day, he's down in Texas currently, covering the New York or the Texas move.
I've been lucky enough to visit Pearl Harbor twice.
Oh, I'd love to go there
and do the museum. And you guys do things right, I tell you.
And honestly, I think we failed on Pearl Harbor. I think we really failed. We got the Arizona Memorial. That's great.
Yep.
What we need to do now is get the Utah Memorial, which is on the north side of the island.
Yeah, right.
Which was, I want to say, the class right before the Texas. I think it had 6 turrets.
Wow.
Because I want to say that was a New York class. But it took torpedoes, and it started listing and took more torpedoes, and now it's above the armor belt, so they're just going through like butter. And the ship actually capsized, and because it was in such shallow water, it capsized and just mangled the superstructure. It crushed it all in. Yeah,
gotcha.
And like everyone died on that ship too. I think they need to do a memorial for that ship.
Yeah.
Because the hull, they tried writing it, and they pulled it like another 50 feet or so or something to the shore and tried to write it, and it was complete. And that's when they realized that the whole top was smushed.
It's just gone. Unreal.
And so they just left it.
Yep.
And the hull's still there, sticking up out of the water.
Yeah, right. Yep.
From what I understand, you see more of the Utah than you do of the Arizona.
Yep. No, it's amazing. The whole thing is just, really gives you chills. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, World War II vets are the people I have the most respect for. Because in my mind, they saw a true war.
Oh yeah. That was,
Everyone was fighting everybody. There was no really. I don't think there was very many prisoners really.
yeah.
It was a you fight to the last breath type scenario.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's
I mean,
terrifying.
don't get me wrong. Iraq and stuff was bad, but that no offense, it wasn't a world war.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah. And that was naval bombardment from
Yeah.
12 mile away or whatever it is.
Well, World War II was the last of its era.
Yeah.
World War I was the battleship war. World War II, they thought it was going to be the battleship war, ended up being the aircraft carrier war.
Yeah.
And now, ever since then, everything's based around the carrier. Which, I mean, I look at the World War II carriers and I look at the brand new carrier that they just came out with and I laugh.
Yeah.
Go ahead. To me, the new carriers would be so easy to sink because they only have like 2 or 3 guns and that's it. Whereas the Enterprise in World War II, I mean, you're looking at hundreds around the ship. Anyway.
So Roundhouse, I don't know if you've heard this already. If I've asked you already, that I'm having this trouble where this new laptop that I'm getting is just sucking heaps of data usage. So in the last 12 hours, I've used 11 gig, where I'd expect to have used maybe 1 gig.
Um,
I've disconnected all or disabled all the background apps from running.
have you
Where
set
else
your
can I
connect?
look?
How did I do that again? You have to set your connection to a metered connection.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've
And
seen
what
that.
that does is it turns off all the telemetry and shit for Windows.
Gotcha. Okay.
It even stops the update.
Yep.
You have to then go in manually and run the update.
And
when you do
set,
this.
like, set it to 2 gig or whatever.
No, I don't remember setting it to an actual size. I think a
Okay, yeah,
metered
right.
connection, a metered connection it's a metered connection and it shuts off all that shit automatically.
Right. Okay. I'll fill
Another
that up.
thing is it's a script app. It's really easy to use. It's a graphical script app that you can get. It's called Windows Debloater.
Yep. Okay.
And what that does is you run it and it removes all the crap. It removes Skype. It removes Hangouts. It removes like the Microsoft Xbox shit. It removes all the crap that normal computer people aren't using.
Yeah, that's it. There was lots of that stuff and was running in the background, and I just found disable all background apps. So
yeah,
and
I would
all those down. Yeah, but suddenly I've used 11 gig again, and holy moly, like I only get 30 a month, so that's 3 days.
Yeah. This is the site for Windows Debloater.
Okay.
And on this scenario, you would click on the code button. And then you would download the zip. There is no actual download button. You have to click the code button, which is right up on top. It's a green button. And then what it does is you run it and it runs like a DOS prompt. It looks like something like a DOS prompt. And it'll ask you a couple questions.
Yep.
And to figure out like what level of debloating it wants to do. I always go, full out blown. Because if I want something, I can always add it back.
Yeah. Mm, I'm close, but I can't find it at the moment. I'll find it another time.
Oh, TN Aqua is backstage.
Oh, sorry.
No, he just said it. But yeah, you would click on that link, and here, I'll share my screen. Hold on, let me put this over here and put this blown up and this button over here.
What's going on, guys?
210 Aquas.
And that screen. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen.
What happened?
Hello. The link that you click would take you to this page, and it's
Hello?
this green button. You would click and then download zip. We hear you.
Okay. Yep. Hello.
Hey, I'm kind of messed up over here for some reason. My camera ain't showing.
You broke it.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to this stupid phone.
We've got to, and yeah,
ATM.
I can't really.
It
do
is an
anything.
Apple product, so
Sorry, man. But
Well, I mean,
we've I'm highlighting your black screen that you've got there, so yeah, I'm good like that.
I'm trying to get it figured out, but obviously, see, like, so most of the time when I come up on StreamYard, it goes to a separate link, which is StreamYard. Well, for some odd reason, I tried to come up in I think it's called Safari, and it won't let me keep the YouTube and the
yeah, Safari is
StreamYard
your web
separate.
browser.
Right,
Safari is like saying Firefox or WaterFox or Microsoft Edge or Google Chrome.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's one reason why that is a big reason why I hate Macs is Safari. What you want to do is on a Mac machine, go download in your app store. It's called Opera.
Opera.
That's a web browser, and I think it works better than Safari.
Okay. Well, see, like right now, I do have a Google Chrome, and see, like, the only reason why I have it is because, like, on my old phone, before I could actually do my own live stream, I had to go through Google Chrome. Well,
Yeah, I would shit can Chrome.
but see, like, I think I hit the wrong button, all because, see, like, when I came on, it gave me the option to use Google Chrome or Safari, so I just went with Safari. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to back out, and then I'm going to come back in Google, and just to see if that helps any.
No worries, mate.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
I'll
Okay, T minus roughly an hour and a half. So excited, man. Oh my God. I think I forgot how to drive. It's been that long, seriously.
So that's an hour and a half until you get your car or until your folks rock up.
Until I'm in my car.
Cool.
My mom's pulling out. She said in the next 10 minutes. And they're bringing, like I said, they're bringing the 78.
Unreal.
They were going to bring the Mustang, and because I keep trying to talk them into driving the 78 more because they don't drive it.
Yep.
And my thinking, my grandma had a car, and she used to drive it like once a week to and from the grocery store, like a mile away. Once she passed away, and my aunt took it and started using it as a true daily driver, 50 miles each way to work or whatever every day. everything started breaking. All the gaskets and stuff started leaking because they just weren't used. And I don't want that happening to that car. So I keep, I keep finding excuses for them to use it because that's my mom's car.
Yeah, right. Awesome.
They got rid of they ended up giving the 2004 town car to my sister.
Awesome.
Asshole.
Lucky her.
Fucking, I'm gonna kill her.
Yeah.
Figuratively, not literally.
Yes. Or at least make sure she's written it over to you before you do it.
I'm the Panther guy. I'm the Panther guy of the family. She gets they got like 8 cars anyway. It's like, what the hell?
That does suck.
Because that would have been a great winter car.
Yeah, right. Non-convertible.
Non-convertible, full, what is it, 222-inch wheelbase or some shit like that.
Yeah,
full,
right.
Full. It's a frame car. It's a full frame car, rear-wheel drive, and it had the 4.6 V8. That, I mean, man, it had enough to get you. If you got stuck in the snow, it still had enough to get you out.
Yep.
They made cop cars out of them. I mean, shit.
Yeah, right.
Because the town car and the Crown Vic are the same damn car. Exact same car, just different bodies.
Yeah, that's cool.
Actually, at one point, this is the first non-Panther. Well, besides the, no, I shouldn't say that. This isn't the first. This is the third. My first car was a Grand Marquis from '85. Then I got the '96 Vic. Then I got the '99 police car. Literally, I learned to drive on a '98 Lincoln Town car. I always had that, and they were all the same car. Even though they were different years and everything, different engines maybe and stuff, but the frame was literally the same frame. It was the same car. And then they sold the blue, they sold the cop car on me and bought me, they replaced it with a 98 4-cylinder stick shift Ford Ranger standard cab. Like, first of all, yeah, that's fine. Why, if you're gonna replace my good car with with this piece of shit truck 4-cylinder, at least you could have got the extended cab so I could put the seat back and not have my knees in my ears.
Hello, Robert. Well done,
you're
mate.
back.
That's all working perfect.
You got it working now.
Yeah,
I do say this. I will say this. I will shit talk Max up and down the wall, but they do have good ass fucking cameras.
And
Yeah.
is that the camera of the Mac?
That's
No.
a phone.
Yeah,
That's an
phone.
Apple
This is
phone.
Yeah, right.
This is the iPhone 13 Pro
Wow.
Max, which
Yeah,
is
right.
in my opinion, it is really over price, but the camera on it is immaculate. I mean,
Yeah, man, that is awesome.
Dude, okay, so wait a minute. What are those going for?
Loud and
What,
clear
like
now.
1,200 now?
okay, so like when I got mine at Walmart, and I paid, I think tax and all, I paid 600 and something down, and that basically paid for half of the phone.
Phone. Okay, so yeah, roughly $1,200 phone.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
And isn't that crazy?
13. It is.
It is.
Seriously, you want a phone? I mean, seriously, it's a phone.
Mhm.
Yeah, it has a camera. Honestly, if I could have a touchscreen phone with just a phone, no camera, no nothing, I don't need to surf the internet, I would go with that in a heartbeat.
Mhm.
I had S2 Samsung,
Mhm.
S2, like the very
Mhm.
first, like Samsung.
Yeah.
I think they came out about 2010. I got it when it first came out and had it for 10 years. So
Oh
it
wow.
died last year. And man, the whole time, its camera was awesome. And this is like a 2010 model.
Mhm.
If I could, I
Yep.
would get another S2 for $100 from somewhere secondhand if I could, and I'd be stoked. I just love
My
that. That'd be amazing.
My Droid Ultra is the same way. The camera in it was excellent. The
Yep.
only thing that's
Mm-hmm.
holding me up is I need to get a new battery. Well, now I hope it's just the new battery, and the charging port. Because at one point it stopped charging, so I just left it because it wasn't working anymore. So I changed service and I just use that for Pandora when I go to sleep.
Mhm.
So I'd always have
That's
it
what
plugged
happened to
in.
mine. It just
And then I noticed that the battery was bulging.
Yeah, I mean,
The back of the
The,
case
I
was
got
starting to
this one,
bulge. So it's just unplugged and sitting on a desk right now.
wait, what happened?
Nothing.
You're all
Oh,
good, man.
You're
okay.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, before I got this one, I've got the Samsung Galaxy S21 with the newest one that's out, and I mean, although it is a nice phone and everything, I still was having a little bit of issues, with being on panel.
Yeah.
I mean, because I tried coming up on your panel when I had it, and I just couldn't. It just wouldn't let me. So,
What'd you do with the old phone?
so well, see, the Samsung Galaxy S21, I got it, and I had 30 days, to try it out. If I didn't like it, I could take it back and trade it in.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's what I did. But
I
see
thought
though,
that. Okay, I get what you're saying now. I thought you meant your old phone,
no,
and I thought you had it for months.
See,
Except you froze now.
You are frozen.
Well, the phone that I had before I went to get with a new one, I think it was a Samsung A51. I think is what it was, and I actually still have it. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with it as far as it's in great shape. The screen ain't cracking, nothing on it. It's just, but of course I had that on um, Straight Talk instead of a plan, and I found out that with Straight Talk, although that you are buying a card that says that you got unlimited high speed internet and stuff, that like on the back of the card in very very fine print, it says that if you exceed over like 60 gigabytes or whatever of data, then they will put you up for review to slow you down.
Yeah,
And
that's why
I
you
was
always
like,
enable internet access primary.
yeah,
Right.
and so I just got tired of it because I was wondering why I was having so many issues with it, but then I got to this and I haven't had any issues.
Cool.
You don't like is they're constantly sending new updates, and like pretty much it doesn't matter if you get the newest iPhone or not. Pretty much, that like if you've had that phone for like 4 years,
Yep.
It just starts to slow down, and they will do that on purpose just so you will go buy
The new phone, yeah.
the new one.
Yeah.
They purposely programs on your phone to make it slow,
Yeah,
which they
which
got
is
sued
pretty
for.
shitty, I think. But
They got sued for that.
I agree, mate. I like guys. I just thought it was just me being paranoid, but
No, that
I'm
was
sure
me.
that shit happens, eh?
Well,
Yeah,
plus, I mean, honestly, they're trying to do too much with the phone.
yeah,
The
Yeah.
more you try to do, the more CPU power you need. The more CPU power you have, the hotter it gets. The hotter it gets, the bigger space you have to have.
mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm seeing phones now that are the same CPU power as my single core in my desktop.
Yeah, right.
And I'm going, dude, you burn
Crazy.
I mean, what happens is you end up burning the chip out.
Yeah, I mean,
Is
when I got
another
mine,
reason why stuff slows down.
they had two different ones. They had one that had like 164 gigabytes as far as like storing space, which like that's the one I went with. But they also had another one that was 200 and something gigabytes.
Yeah.
But that phone was also a $100 more, and I was like,
well, most likely you can change you can upgrade that, because usually that's just an external, it would be like you take the battery out and there's a chip that you can take out, and that's the actual storage space.
oh, okay.
You could put a big, they're called micro SD. I don't know if Apple still does stuff like that, but my phone that has expanded, right now I got a 32 gig in there. I can throw a 64 or 128, however big I want.
Yep.
What I'm talking about is the actual like brain of the phone.
Right.
They'll usually it's like a Snapdragon or something like that in Google, at least, or in Android phones. I don't know what it would be in Apple.
Yep.
But honestly, they're just trying to do too much. They're trying to do what a computer can do in a phone.
Yeah.
And a laptop has a hard enough time doing it.
There's lots of
and that has fans in
it. Lots of YouTubers don't have laptops or computers, all they use is their phone.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it. They're a lot more patient than me, or they've got a lot better phones than what I've got.
Yeah, because honestly, I don't
still.
think I could do what I could do on a computer on a phone, period. Maybe if it was like a 13-inch screen or, a 14-inch screen phone. But there's some stuff on that you can't do on a phone because you just don't have enough space.
Really.
I agree.
I mean, I was going to get me a laptop and stuff, but see, the problem is I don't know anything about them, and they got so many different ones, and I mean,
are you sure you want a laptop?
I mean,
tell me what you want it to do, and I will go look up laptops, and I'll send you a list of good laptops for the price, and you can pick through.
Cool.
I just basically want to, just stream and then like occasionally play games and stuff,
What kind of games?
I don't know, like first person shooters,
Okay.
Call
So
of Duty
you're
and
gonna
stuff.
want a good CPU and a really good video card.
Yeah, and that being said,
And RAM.
I've seen a couple at Walmart, which I know that Walmart's not the best place to get something like that, but I've seen them that they're called what's the name of them?
Alienware
computers. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like
don't bother.
but those things were like $1,200. I was like,
yeah, and honestly, they're pieces of shit.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
my
would be like
I know you don't want to
like
hear this,
500.
Robert. It's but I've just got a brand new computer yesterday or the day before it was, whatever, which is sucking heaps of download like data for some reason, but that's all. Apart from that, it working great, and that was $100 refurbished.
Well, no, you're sucking data down by streaming.
Yeah. Sucking data.
So
for
when
streaming
you're
as well.
done, what you do when you're all done with the stream and you're done, close StreamYard out and everything, Control Alt Delete, and then you go to Task Manager.
Okay, right. Yeah.
You get a thing with a bunch of tabs. Go to Performance, and then scroll down to your network, Ethernet, and you'll be able to see how much it's using. And then if you want even more, you open on the bottom of that Open Resource Monitor, and you can go to Network, and then you can see exactly what is using, all the different apps and stuff that's using, and you can figure out what your problem thing is.
Yeah, like YouTube. YouTube was using like 1.1 gig, which like I'd been watching YouTube for 12 hours, whatever.
Yeah.
And so I thought that's good. That's fine. That's expected to be 1 to 2 gig per day usage on YouTube for me.
Wait, before you keep going, do you use a
this
VPN?
Was just system. It said system usage. System was using 8 gig in that same period. And
that's
I don't know what in the system. And
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I have
there
to
was
go
no
get my
way
coffee
for me to
real quick.
find out.
Okay. My guessing is one.
Here's
It's a mixture of a couple things. Bloatware. Windows Update is always right now probably trying to constantly, see if it can update itself.
It's a secondhand computer that was refurbished and probably sitting on a shelf for a few months.
Oh,
so it's probably got a lot of updating to do.
Yeah, but honestly, the first thing I would have done was reformat and install Windows from scratch.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Well,
you can download Windows 10. It's free.
That's basically what they've done, apparently, but I don't think they have done it very successfully this time.
Yeah, because you don't know what's on there in the background and stuff.
Yeah.
If you install, because like I said, you can get Windows 10 for free from Microsoft.
All this Xbox crap everywhere, which I've had to try and shut down 42 times.
Windows deploy. That's what you would do is you'd format
speaking of that,
and reinstall Windows.
What is y'all's console of choice? Is it a PlayStation or is it Xbox?
It's my computer because I can do both.
I'll be back in 1 second. I'll show you my console.
Okay.
My console's my desktop because it can play anything.
Right. Well, I mean, like mine would be too, but you know what I mean. But about computers.
Oh Jesus!
I know about
what is that?
These are my
Pong?
consoles.
Oh wow!
What is that? Pong?
Can you see them?
Yeah.
Can you see them?
Yeah.
They're football. That's the 2-player.
That's the 1980s right there.
1970s.
I bet those are worth some
late
money.
late 70s.
Oh yeah. If they still work, especially
Coleco 2-player version.
Oh wow!
I've been in like shoved in the back drawer in a cupboard, whatever, for 30 years.
Yeah.
Put a
make sure the batteries are out. Make sure the batteries are clean.
Put a 9-volt battery in them, and they worked perfectly.
You wouldn't
I don't
believe
have any batteries in them at the moment, and I probably don't have any batteries on me.
Well, no, you wouldn't believe how many old things like that I find that they left the batteries in and they've exploded.
Work. It's probably about dead, but I'll see. It's in this it's in a guitar pedal. Severe distortion. Which I'm not a heavy metal player, so I don't need a heavy distortion pedal. But it was like really cheap. So
Roundhouse.
I grabbed the battery. I'm plugging into the 1-player Coleco football game, and we hope it works. Because it's
Roundhouse.
If you've ever played this game, you will remember the sound when you score a touchdown.
Yellow catfish or a lizard catfish, whatever.
We had some lights. No, I think.
Oh crap!
I think the battery went flat in the pedal the other night. for some reason, but
Damn it, I forgot to do that.
yeah, it must be a flat battery. Sorry, guys, I can't do it, but they do work if you had a real battery in it. So I'll have to break them out another time. But man,
Oh, cool.
it's so cool. As I said, ColecoVision, late 1970s handheld electronic football game where you go, and then you score a touchdown. It goes, da-na-na-na-na-na.
Oh, God.
whenever you score a touchdown. So when you're going on family trips and this is your source of entertainment as you're sitting in the back seat, you can fucking really piss your parents off by
Oh, I
playing it
bet.
and just scoring touchdown after touchdown where it goes, da-na-na-na-na-na. You could imagine. But yeah,
Oh,
love
that's
it.
so cool.
But they work. They work perfectly. And that's, I don't know if they're made in Japan in the late 1970s or if they're made in the US, but that's, it just shows how good production was in those days, that these things can just sit in the back, no care storage for 30 or more years and suddenly stick a battery in them and they work perfectly. If the battery
Right.
has charge. So I check the battery by licking it. Yeah. 9-volt battery, you lick it, it gives you a charge. I'm getting no charge from the battery. Maybe a little bit.
Dangerous to do with a brand new battery, though.
Is it?
Oh yeah, that could stop your heart
Right.
with a brand spanking new battery.
I think I called it a 12-volt, did I? It's not. It's a 9-volt.
9-volt.
Still.
Man, I've
But
got
still.
2 freaking Plecos here that keeps fighting. That's the first time I've ever seen it.
Plecos fighting?
What are they?
Yeah,
Bristle nose?
No, they are 2 L134 leopard frog Plecos.
Leopard
Maybe they're
frogs.
not. Hey, Tien,
Right.
have you ever thought maybe they're not fighting?
Well,
Very
I
cool.
mean,
Very cool.
they
Pleco,
are chasing
Robert.
each other around, and then they will actually go up like this, and then they start to lip lock each other. Sure,
Yeah,
you know
right.
how the
Yep.
Plecos got the little suckers, whatever. They'll go up to each other and they'll grab on.
And then
Yeah.
tail wag all over the shop and go ape shit on each other.
Yes.
Man, I keep large American cichlids, large Australian native violent fish, and the most scariest fish fight I've ever seen was 2 bristlenose plecos, males, in a 6-foot tank. They had plenty of room to stay away from each other, but no chance. They would just hunt each other down relentlessly and just fight for days on end. And this was the most scariest fight I'd ever seen. And they're doing exactly what you're saying. So
I have never
you may
heard.
have
I've
2
never seen that.
males. You may have 2 males competing. Is there? Do you only have the 2?
No, I've got a total of 4, and see, I got 4 of them, and I'm hoping to get them to breed. Although I do realize that, if you get them at a younger age, that it takes approximately 2 years or longer until they get up to breeding size.
Okay,
And,
yeah.
But see, I got 4 of them, which I'm planning on getting at least 4 to 6 more. But,
Wow.
No,
No, that's awesome, man. But you may have a couple of males competing for a cave or something. So
which I hope
if you can, maybe if you just got like a PVC pipe or something, a quick cave that you can throw in there, just doesn't matter what it looks like. You might not like the look of it for a while, but just to give another cave, and maybe they'll separate from each other and won't hassle each other out so much.
That's what I did.
It's just a
in
thought.
the low boy. Because I got so many bristlenose in there, I just took maybe There were 6-inch pieces, like 20 of them, and just cut the very edge off so they wouldn't roll. They would actually have a flat bottom,
Yep.
and just threw them in the tank.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Well, I mean,
They don't look
well,
nice, but they work.
Yep.
Well, this tank I got them in, I mean, so when I first got them, I did put 4 separate caves in there for them, you know, just
Yep.
so they wouldn't be fighting over a cave. But,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
but like, you know, but
They're
like, I got 2
they're
caves
males.
that are pretty. Yeah.
They're males, mate. They'll fight just for the sake of fighting over that one cave, even if there is another cave available. But still, yeah, that may help if you can add a couple more pipes, like caves or whatever. That may make a big difference. But
Another thing that might help, I don't know if you'd want to do it, is rescape. Move the plants around, move the decorations around.
Rescape or separate. Woo! There's a rap song.
Yeah. But yeah, the easiest short-term fix would be just taking some PVC pipe, couple pieces, and throwing them in there.
Yeah. And see if it makes a difference. If not, you might just keep an eye on them. Keep an eye on them and separate.
Put in there.
Separate if you have to.
You know, so probably what I'm gonna do is I want to put 2 more in there, and then see like eventually when I get the money to whatever, if I can find some for a good deal, which I found some from a guy called TM Aquatics that breeds them, and you know, but the problem with him is he will only ship like certain months of the year, and that's it, you know.
Yeah.
So it's going to be at least I think he said either April or May before he actually starts shipping again.
Yeah. Well, you know where he is, right? He's in Upper Michigan or Minnesota.
Yeah, you got Minnesota. Yep. You know, but you
you don't want to be shipping fish out of northern Minnesota this time of year.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but I will say he's got to be the cheapest that I've found them anywhere, because like he told me, like, depending on size, that he sells his between $40 and $60 a piece, which is unheard of.
Yeah, and let me tell you, his fish are good.
Yes.
Like grade A good.
Yep. So that being said, I'm just going to keep in touch with him, and just you know, so that way, you know what I mean, that I know what exactly he starts shipping, and then I'm probably just going to go ahead and just buy like 6 of them or more, you know, since they're that. Plan on having two different colonies of them, just in case, you know what I mean, like, you know, that if I got to move some of them around, it's not getting long, or if I lose a couple, you know.
Yep.
But
sorry, I was inhaling.
Oh no, you're fine. But yeah, I mean, and as far as
which I probably shouldn't even be doing anymore.
Which I like to get me some of those green dragon.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Those are nice. But, you know.
Shit.
Super reds are nice too. You know.
Who did I just see?
Color Guppies has got some, I think.
Aquatic Arts. Go look at Aquatic Arts.
Golly,
they had Blue Phantom. I want to say they were $44.99.
No, the green dragon bristlenose. That's what I want.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Right, so not the pleco.
No.
Again, try Aquatic Arts, because they have a lot. They get in a lot of different bristlenose. Even the Starlights.
Yeah,
the Starlights are on my list. The black
Yep.
one, the black with the white dots.
Yeah, nice
You know,
fish.
but
Awesome
the
fish.
problem with them is they're like, they are expensive on their stock and their with their shipping, because like for them to ship to me, I think it was going to be like around $75 or something, or like
Really?
$80. Yeah, just
Yeah,
to
right.
ship to me, and I was like, I think I'll just wait and find what I needed, like a fish swaps or something.
I maybe they raise their shipping. I don't know, because for me it's only $20.
Yeah, well,
And
but,
and granted, I know
but
I'm
you're
like right next door, but I would still think, oh no, Louisiana might be a third section. So maybe I'm thinking Louisiana would be the number 2 section.
Ed Wardo. What's going on, buddy? Color Guppies will hook you up, Robert, if you want them. Yeah,
Yep.
message him on Instagram. You know, that's a funny thing, y'all, because I don't have Instagram or Twitter. I just have Facebook.
Hey
But I
man,
have to.
the
I just have to.
MySpaces is the good one.
Yes. Well, see, like I see, which I love MySpace, because like the whole page you can actually customize. You know, like
I
you can
remember the
have like
MySpaces.
music, playing in the background when a person comes on your page. It plays a certain song, and I mean, like, dude, like you can customize all of that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Dude, I had a MySpace like literally the first day that MySpace came out. I remember
Yeah.
those days.
I don't
That's
know
the
anything about
good old
MySpace
days.
at all.
It's not like this. It's not like this. The new thing, the Facebooks. It's not the Facebooks. Remember,
Yeah,
you know how
Sean.
you
Yeah,
got to say how
it's
the
on
grandmas
there.
say it.
The
Grandpas say it.
Facebooks. Yeah,
The
that's right.
Facebooks.
Exactly, mate. That's
Facebook.
right.
Everything is the, and you always plural it.
Isn't that the way it's?
Zuckerberg books.
Isn't that its name? I'm not.
Get my
I'm not quite a grandma yet, but I'm getting there.
Well, I say grandma because my grandma did it. My grandpas were dead. My grandpas died
Right.
before I was born. So, but yeah, the old people, the MySpaces, the
Exactly.
what was it? The America Onlines.
And Twitter. Twitter is
Yeah.
amazing. That
Twitter would be the Twitters.
they have no idea what's going on Twitter.
Oh,
The
Twitter!
Twitters.
I think Twitter is going to go like take a sharp turn and go off the rails soon
Yeah.
Twitter.
Okay.
You know,
with
dude,
the
like,
new guy, because the guy from Castaway Island stepped down.
like I have never went on Twitter or Instagram or none of that crap.
I got kicked off of Twitter, surprisingly.
What did you do?
Yeah, I did. I had Twitter, but they kicked me off. They said I was inciting violence when I stood up for the police in the riots.
Oh.
I literally saw a video of the dude pick a cop up over his head and body slammed him on the ground, like pile drived him into the ground. And I made the comment, I don't care who you are. If someone does that to you, you have the right to defend yourself any means possible. And they kicked me off for inciting violence.
Right.
And I said, you know what? That's bullshit.
Well, I mean,
The video itself incites violence.
Yeah.
well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I mean, well, the last time I checked, like, ain't there a little something called freedom of speech? I mean,
Oh, that's another thing.
but
Twitter.
I guess
The new
anymore,
guy that runs
that's
Twitter
starting to be
said something
taken away.
about we don't have the freedom of you don't have freedom of speech here. Seriously, this new guy, he put out a tweet. The new guy that runs Twitter, put out a tweet saying something to the effect that there is no freedom of speech here. We will curtail our content to what we best suit possible, or something that pretty much saying like, we don't give a shit about your free speech. We'll tell you what you can say here.
Wow.
I mean, Man, I thought the Castaway dude was bad enough. This new guy's really messed up. His first, as soon as he got the job, his very first comment was, "If you are not going, I verbatim, I don't know it's word for word. If you're not going to distinguish between Muslims and extremists, I'm not going to distinguish between whites and racists." That was his literal first tweet after taking the job.
Wow.
And I'm like, holy crap!
How did the share price react to that?
I have no clue. But I'm like, dude, I mean, you like totally went nuclear option as your first thing right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be interesting to
We
know
need
what the reaction was.
conversation.
GRB, the Fergie Mazda, the Visk.tech thing, delete that.
Okay.
It's the comment, delete that. It's a malware thing.
No, there's been about 3 of them or something.
Yeah,
so far.
those are bots or scammers.
Yep.
Or the dudes that call you up from India saying that
What do you do? Just block
your
it.
computer's locked or something.
Block user or something, is it?
Yeah, that works too.
I hate them.
There's been
bastards.
3.
Yeah. Oh,
I've seen
dude, one of my favorite things to watch are the ones that call them and like hack their systems.
Oh, like
The reverse hacks.
What's that guy's name? BitGoda.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Dude,
But
he is funnier than
he
hell.
goes and hacks them as they're trying to hack him, and because he's on a virtual machine.
Yes.
So they can't hack him anyway. It's just a piece of software. As they're
Yeah.
trying to hack that, he's hacking their real machine.
Yes, it is funnier than hell.
I
He
don't
has
get
a
options.
He locks their machines out, and they get, "Oh,
Yeah.
you bitch! I come, I kill your grandma. You bitch! you son of a bitch! You
Yes.
you dog!"
They get so mad at him. It's funny.
And they start throwing out the insults like "you dog," and it's like, okay, what about the dog?
Man, I've had that
Dude.
happen to me. And
Dude,
they
like-
just continually rang me up just to abuse me. And I didn't do anything. I just sat there for half an hour watching television while he just spoke and just sold, sell. Didn't give me a minute to say yes, no, anything. For half an hour, I just sat there.
Oh,
And
you know how I ended with
he
the
got
calls?
to the end of it, he goes, "Oh, so I can sign you up now?" I said, "No, not a chance, man." And he just lost the plot and just went off the deep end at me, swearing in all sorts of languages didn't understand, and went, "Wow, man, this is unreal."
I
Mr.
curtailor
Quite Blues, hello.
I curtailor my responses to the numbers that call. Like I can tell what type of call it's going to be by the number and where it is.
Right.
And if it's a tech call, I always answer the phone talking like this. How are you doing? And for some reason, I never have any problems. When I say no, I do not want your services. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
What's
Dude,
the
I get sick of them.
If it's a televangelist, I tell the first thing I answer is, "No, don't slaughter the chicken. Slaughter the goat first." And then I'm like, "Yeah, well, what do you want?"
I got threatened by somebody, a phone salesperson, ringing up for donations to the police youth club.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite one.
And there was 3 times that I said, no, sorry, I'm not interested. No kids. It was all cool. And like on the 4th time that she rang up, this is not the same day, over a few days, but still in pretty rapid succession. And she said, right now, we're at the police youth club. We know who you are. We know your vehicle. We can make life difficult for you. Are you going to donate now? And I'm just fucking, what the hell's going on here? Is this, I don't know. it may even be somebody who's just playing a joke, but I'd had like three previous things, and I thought it was the same person. I really do.
Oh,
And she
next time,
was
just
just
say,
going
"Oh,
off the
don't worry."
deep end at me.
Yeah, just
Far
Oh,
out, man.
don't worry, ma'am. The check's in the mail.
Yeah. What's the Seinfeld thing? That sorry, I'm busy at the moment. Can you just give me a number and I'll call you back? And
Yeah.
what? You don't like people ringing you up and annoying you? Yeah, right. See you later. Smack.
The old
Good
saying
old
in the
Seinfeld.
hotels, we gave it the office.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the best way to go, isn't it? Get you out. Because they got no idea. Man, but yeah, it's scary that how somebody has obviously just lost the plot
Well,
with their job.
talking about losing the plot, my dad keeps getting calls saying they're my son and that their car just broke down, that they need money. And the thing is, they never had a son. They have enough research. They have enough information to say my name, or my brother's name, but they don't get the details right.
Yep. No, it's freaky. There's all sorts of scams out there still, which are.
My dad got him once. He went on a half-hour tangent about the vacation he took in Florida.
That's great. That's what I'd like. I'm not much of a talker, so like I'm famous in the family for being the person on the phone that nods.
Yeah,
nods,
he played.
people
Well,
ask me
no, he
questions.
played the classic. He played the classic. Okay, Grandpa.
Yeah.
When they said they were so and so, when they that one was my brother. When they said he was, this is so and so,
I've got a captive audience. I'm going to tell them.
Yeah, so and so
Until
son.
they're gone.
My brother doesn't have a family. He's single, so there's no kids there at all. But they said he was my brother's son. So and so. My car just broke down. Can you wire me some money? And my dad's like, oh, what broke on that piece of shit car now? He started playing with it.
Yeah.
Is that the 78 or the 79?
Right.
And then he went into talking about a vacation that he made it sound like he just got back from it. He's like, oh yeah, I just got back from Florida. It was great. Da da da. Aunt Sally was so happy to see us.
And do you remember that?
Yeah.
Man,
did you ever make it down there? How's your sister?
I'd get too anxious and wouldn't be able to do it. But I wish I could think that on the spot and and just run with them and just sit there and have a laugh. That would be cool. But I haven't had bad phone calls for a long time now. So
yeah.
So like, you got any types of like pistos or anything that you got breeding
no.
from?
No.
She don't do a pistos?
No. Not yet. Water isn't conducive to them.
Right. Yeah.
I had a cockatoides and a exesiais at one point.
Nice.
And I had Bolivian rams at one point.
Did they die?
Yeah.
G'day, Derek.
Yeah. That's the same way. That's what happened to me too. But it's crazy that happened was because, see, like I bought them at a swap, and the guy I bought them from, he breeds them here in Tennessee, and before I bought them, which I asked him, like what pH and stuff he's keeping them in, and he said just regular tap water. So
regular tap water is not regular tap water.
I had them for a while, and then
saying regular tap water is like saying a routine
female, and then after that, after about like a month or two, and then he finally died.
Yeah, right. They're totally different fish, man. But look into Latecara curviceps. So
I've heard good things about curviceps.
Latecara curviceps. They're called like the smiling Akara. They stay small, maybe a little bit bigger when they're full grown than the Apistos, and that a very hardy fish and can do well in community tanks and that as well. You know, if they get to breeding, well, all hell can break loose like any cichlid. They're only small,
Yeah.
but you know, things can happen. But usually, they'll be pretty cool, and they're awesome and have amazing little personalities. You know, if you get a pair, well, man, they'll breed readily in any tank. And the females, you'll just fall in love with the females. The male's got all the color. He might go like a big blue sheen, but the females are just have an amazing little female personality where they're just inquisitive and want to see what you're doing if you go up to the tank and that sort of thing. Just amazing fish. I highly recommend them if you
Okay.
can't. And won't be an expensive fish. You'll be able to get them cheap somewhere. That's for sure. But still, they're a beautiful fish and a much underrated fish, and a smaller Akara, not really an Apisto, but
Right.
but just a dwarf Akara, an amazing fish.
Yeah. As of right now, I only have 3 different species of cichlids, and they're all from Lake Tanganyika. I got the
Yeah, right. Nice.
I got the gold. It's called gold ocelota
Yep.
show
Yep.
dwellers, and I got the
Nice.
multi fasciatus
Yep.
shell dwellers as well, and
The African
last weekend,
convict.
yeah, and then last weekend I picked up some Julia Chromis.
Nice. Awesome. Roundhouse and I were talking earlier about Julie's. Well, maybe it was Chewy, but one of us were talking about about Julie's, and I was saying how Julia the Chromis transcriptus, one of my favorite fish ever, like from anything that I've ever kept, and they would be the fish that would turn me back to the dark side of getting African cichlids. They're just awesome.
Neolamprologus pulchers. Daffodil.
Yeah, right.
The daffodils.
Beautiful fish.
Yeah.
Had them for years. Bred, had them in the 55 a pair. Ended up with hundreds.
Yep.
And just loved them. And what a cool tank, because the tank's at head level. It's with big cabinet underneath. So you
can see them always.
You walk up, you look right into the tank. And it's in a walkway, so you have to walk past it. So you walk past, everyone stops and has a look.
I've already decided
man, how cool is
when I get my 125, it's going behind me. I'm moving all the quarantine tanks into the bedroom, and the 125 is going to go behind me, and it's going to be the pulchers.
Cool, Matt. Pride Moors, good to see you back, man.
Lupe or whatever cichlids.
How cool is that? You've done the whole circle. Here at the start, first in, and you're still here now.
Hey, Dirk. William, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, I mean, right now.
I'm gonna get going. I'll talk to you later.
All righty, buddy.
Thanks, Roundhouse. Take care, man.
Driving at that Lincoln Continental, whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly. No, thanks a lot, Roundhouse. That was awesome. You shared so many links for us all. I tried to put them up for camera, USB cables, extendable tripod stand for lights and cameras and stuff, man. It's like Amazon Roundhouse.com or something, you know. It's cool. He should I hope he gets some sort of cut from it, even if it's a cent. But
Well, yeah.
But yeah, and he taught me how to share them on site on screen here. So yeah, it was enjoyable. So I now know how to do that, which is cool. And
Oh yeah.
Robert, hopefully he might point you in the right direction if you want a laptop, as he said that he might try and do.
I mean, I want one, but it's going to be a couple months before I can get one, you know, because I'm trying to save up the money that I spent on this with his phone.
yeah, that's it.
I mean, that was a big.
We do have Derek coming up. Derek, how are you, man?
Hey, what's going on, Derek?
Morning.
You have coffee. You can't be doing too bad.
So what you up to?
Yep.
Man, that's
nothing
the
much.
world's biggest coffee cup.
Yeah,
You need your logo on it. Just looks big close to the camera, is it?
Yeah, it is a wide cup.
It's 1.5 liters, so a quarter gallon of coffee.
Yeah,
that's how it looks. Very cool.
I think it's 14 ounces or something.
So what are you in the truck, man?
I'm just out here. I get better signal out here.
Okay, right. I wish I had a car that I enjoyed being in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My bodgy old car, man, it's a shocker, and it's dying. It's dying big time. Hopefully it hangs in there long enough and outlives me.
Another year, at least.
Yeah, that's it, man. So, Tennessee Aqua, Robert, what do you got in that middle tank right behind you, like on the back wall there? Oh, I just killed him. Mississippi Hippie, hello, good to see you.
Hey, Mississippi Hippie, what's up?
I think the link is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. So anybody that does want to jump up, feel free. We can have 10 people up here apparently.
Oh wow!
I've got the $10 deal that they offered because I ran out of hours in the first 3 days, so they felt sorry for me.
Yeah.
And sent me a $10 deal, which gives me unlimited hours and 10 people on chat or on panel and a few other benefits, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, you've been going on for 10 hours.
Yeah, apparently you run out after 6 hours. But yeah, I've done a 7.5-hour stream, 11-hour stream, and now a 10.5-hour stream. So we might as well just work on the 12 hour.
The regular version, they give you 24 hours every month, if I remember correctly.
Okay, right. Yep. Mine sort of used to run out somewhere around the 20 hours that I thought it was. But you're probably right, man. It's probably 24 hours. That makes more sense. Or they give you a bit of leniency, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe they say 20 and give you 24. Because I always had more than 20 hours, but I'd get lots of messages saying, "Hey, man, you're running close."
If you go over the allotted time they give you, as long as you don't stop that stream, you can keep it going.
Ah, yeah, right. Gotcha.
As far as I know.
Yep, exactly.
Unless they've changed stuff. I
Yeah,
haven't
I think
done.
no, that's right. That's it exactly. It's if
Yeah, I haven't
if your
streamed.
stream's still going,
I haven't streamed in 8 months. So.
wow, that's unreal, man.
Mm-hmm.
That long. All right. And you are like a regular streamer.
I was.
And what? Where was your spot after Griffin? Is that right? Like a regular spot that you used to take, or not? Or was that?
Yeah, I think it was. I think I did the mostly late night streams, like midnight or so.
And after Pam and those sort of ones as well. I'm sure those that you were always doing it then, and no, such cool. Gave us all somewhere to go, and they were turned into awesome streams every time. That was very cool.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you may have even been in the stream. I don't know, but I had a visit from Fug and Fish
tonight.
No, not tonight, but in a stream like last week or something like that. And maybe a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, he's doing okay and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it was awesome.
Good to hear. I hadn't heard from him ever.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's same here. I hadn't heard from him for a long time, and
I
used to love his streams. His streams are always cool too. It was great fun. And all that same old crew, Griffin and you and him, and yeah, always they got you. All you guys got me through some hard times there. What, middle of COVID and all that jazz, and even before that, hard times I was going through. But yeah, you all did awesome.
Oh, the COVID lockdown.
Yeah, that's it. I hope it's I'm quite a fan of the mask.
I'm thinking it's starting to get over with.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
It's starting to pick up
it's
over
starting
here.
To leave us.
That new one starting to run amok over
Maybe.
here, and
I don't know.
Just slowly picking up speed. That new ones, but we're at 80% or somewhere near that vaccination. So we hope it's not too bad, but it's just starting to gain speed now, and gone from 5 to 10 to 20 to 30. So you just think, well, it's starting to move around. So hopefully it doesn't end up too bad. But we've got cities that are getting 1,400, 1,500 cases a day. They've got 90% vaccinations, so they don't give a shit. Completely open now. They can do whatever they want. So I hope it's over. I do. But we'll see. Even if we do have 1,500 cases a day, long as no one's dying, and just like a flu epidemic thing that lasts forever, I suppose we can handle it.
And that's the crazy part. You hadn't heard him talk about the flu in forever. It's like,
yeah, right.
Non-existent now.
Exactly. Yep. I've got a COPD with my lungs, and they, I used to get regular, no doubt that I'd get every year saying, "Oh, it's time for your flu vax, time for your time for your pneumonia vaccination," all those sort of things, every 2 years or whatever it was that I was getting that. And I don't get those anymore. They've stopped doing that. They did, yeah. So that's disappeared. All that shit. That's all been swept under the carpet now, and yeah, now
Yeah.
as long as
Yeah,
you
I
got
think-
your, long as you got the vax, that's all they're caring about. The
Mm.
vax. So, but oh well.
Seems like
As I
flu is
said,
just COVID.
hopefully we've beaten it and we can get past it all now.
Yeah. Get past it, go on with our lives, start making money again.
Well, that's it. It's like you guys have had it a lot worse than us, but you've probably had less shutdowns than us. Well, we've had
Yeah.
entire states just shut down for 4 months. Basically, you can't leave your house, and unless you're going shopping to get food.
Yeah, the quarantine thing didn't last long around here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but it
People
just
got
keeps
too restless.
continuing here, and it was that was it. When everything started going bad, okay, that's it. Lockdown. Wow. And I'm a fan of the mask. Wearing a mask, man, I could get used to it. Gives you a little bit of anonymity, whatever, being anonymous. And you can smile and all that without feeling uncomfortable, whatever. You've got that benefit if you're wearing a mask. So I could get used to it if we had to wear masks forever. What I do always find amusing is a couple of years before the COVID and all that our Muslim friends, if they wore a mask, everyone was complaining.
Yeah.
It was like, no, you can't wear a mask here, rah, rah, rah. But it's all part of the religion and all that sort of thing. And then suddenly we got COVID and you have to wear a mask. So I find that amusing. And all power to our Muslim friends. Cheers, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a crazy 2 years.
It has, hasn't it? It really has. It's out
Oh,
of
yeah.
control. The 2-week lockdown. Yeah, it just shows how vulnerable we all are, isn't it? And you think the amount of deaths that have happened. Yes, a lot of them have been elderly personnel and all that sort of stuff, but still, whatever it is, if this thing got in the wrong hands and or something similar, what could they could just cause that much chaos in that little time, like put it into water supplies or whatever, and you just think, man, and suddenly overnight you just run into thousands of people dying. What the hell? Which, could always happen, I suppose. It's always
theoretically, yeah. So.
Hopefully we've got it enough under control, all that sort of shit, and it doesn't happen, but So what vehicle are you in, Derek?
YouTube up in the background.
What vehicle are you in?
It's a Chevy Tahoe.
Nice.
2001 model.
Okay, nice. That's cool.
Yeah. It's a good little car. It's got 4-wheel drive and
yep.
Got nice cargo space. It's an SUV.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's awesome.
I was looking for a truck, but they're just getting too expensive to find.
Yeah. Yeah, those
Everybody wants to
SUVs
pick up.
are awesome.
Everybody wants a pickup truck for their work.
Yeah, exactly.
And this car is like, I got it for 4,200, so got a
Nice.
nice deal on that.
Oh, that's what you want. And as you say, there's plenty of room in them.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, I can at least get, I think it's like 5 passengers.
5 passengers, a couple of 4-foot fish tanks, no doubt.
Oh yeah.
Which is the most important.
Oh yeah. I can get a 6-foot one if I fold down the seats.
Nice. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Oh, Robert's backstage.
Sorry about
Hello,
that, guys. I had a
no
phone
worries,
call.
man. Sorry for keeping you backstage there. I didn't realize you were there. Sorry.
Oh no, I just came back actually. I just now
Okay, cool.
logged on.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's it. I tell you what, man, that camera of yours, Robert, that's awesome picture you've got going on there.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. It's also good.
And I
It's
like your
I'm-
setup, GRB, that you got over there with that mic and everything. That looks good too.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I need to tidy it all up, but it's sitting where it needs to be, and if
Yeah,
I move it out of the way, you might be able to see the old Marshall guitar amplifier sitting in the corner here, which just explodes sound. So I have the wall of sound, I call it, my corner here, and
Marshall is the way to go when it comes to amps.
it is. Yeah, they're nice.
Hey, Rocco's Fish Room.
This thing's amazing.
What's up?
Hello, Rocco.
Hey, Rocco.
It is. Yeah, this Marshall's nice. It's a little mini stack, so there's 2 speakers, and with the head on the top, and like the head could run a major stack if it needed to. It's that powerful. It's only a 15 watter, but it's unreal.
That's pretty good.
Got a couple of Fender amps underneath the table here on the other side, which are mic'd up as well. So I haven't really got this one mic'd up because there's 2 speakers. It becomes a bit tricky.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've got the Fenders mic'd up, and yeah, I love them. Like they're from the 1980s. Both those 2 amps, which I've had all that time sitting in storage without using them, and broke them out, plugged them in, and they work perfectly. So
Nice.
You got to love quality equipment. You really do,
yeah.
don't you?
Yep.
It's
Yep.
just
That is true.
the good old days. I don't know if that would happen today.
I mean,
From an old Fender. Now it does it, but a new Fender of the same type of amp, I don't think it would last. Just sitting in a shed full of fish tanks,
Yeah.
open,
Not
uncovered, so it's got humidity in the shed as well as extreme heat and extreme cold in winter. So yeah, I'm just amazed that they work, and they work perfectly. It's just amazing.
so
Yeah, I need to get me a new mic.
Good quality food. Yeah, exactly, Rocco. What are we having, man?
how's your
Steak, eggs, bacon, and toast with maybe grilled tomatoes as well.
Sunny side up.
Sunny side up. Exactly,
Yeah.
man. Yep.
So that way,
perfect.
you know, like, you know, when you get to the middle there, you can pop them and
Woo!
sob your
It's
biscuit in
party
there.
time.
Yep.
All right.
Get
Yeah,
those biscuit and
that's man. That sounds good.
How's your skinks doing?
Yeah, they're fine. They're all out in the 180-gallon lizard emporium that I have out in the fish shed that they live in. Yeah, they're usually running around the house, but because it's so hot at the moment, they're like active 24 hours a day, and they're
Yeah.
giving me the shits. Trying to control them, just couldn't control them, man. They're all over the shop, so I put them all out. They're all out in the fish tank to contain them, and they can run around there as much as they want. But God, it was frightening. You never knew where they all were. Because they'll jump off tables. They'll sit
Oh,
there
really?
and they'll look over the table and just put their head over the table and just look at the floor for 3 hours, and then eventually, fuck it, I'm jumping, and jump, and they just fall, land on their back, and roll over, and they've done it 1,000 times. Not one injury to any of the lizards. Like, you think they'd break a leg or something? No, nothing. So they know how to. They're looking over the edge, saying, "Yeah, fuck it, I can do this. It's only 3 feet down there.
Right.
I can do this." and they jump off. I've got to get it on camera, but it's hard to get because, you know, as I said, they might look over the edge for a couple of hours before they actually jump. So
Right.
but
But they're sitting there like, should I? Well, no, not
that's
yet.
it.
You know?
And you can see it in their eyes. That's exactly, Robert, what they're thinking. Like, should I do this?
Should I not?
I can make it. I can make this. It's only a few feet.
Yeah, they're like, yeah.
And when they
Yeah,
do
nah.
when they do
Yeah,
jump
nah.
off, it's hilarious. They just like fall in the most uncoordinated fashion you could probably land on their back most of the time, and then very, very quickly just turn around and they're on their feet and they're walking.
They're trying to
Start
land on
walking
their
off.
feet.
It is so funny to watch. It's hilarious, but as I said, it's difficult to capture on camera because it takes them a long time to make that decision to jump off the edge. They look for hours.
Oh, wow.
But when they're on a jumping mood and that they can do it, like they can just keep jumping, and you put them back up on the table, and 5 minutes later they've jumped off again, and 5 minutes later they've jumped off again. So I can get them on camera, but just to capture the contemplation that they do is the tricky part. That's what I need to capture because it's the funny part. As
And
I said, you
then-
can see it. You can see it in their eyes. They're just contemplating.
You
I'm
know, so
sure I
what you
can
can do
do
is videotape it and then send it to what's that guy's name? Aussie Man to do
Aussie
the
Man. Yeah, right.
voiceover.
That's what I should do. I need to get in touch with Aussie Man. That's exactly right.
Dude,
He'd be perfect.
I love his channel. It's funnier than hell.
Yeah,
God.
yeah. He's a character, isn't he? Far out.
Yes.
What a funny
He
guy.
is funny.
Mm-hmm.
Say my favorite
Yeah.
was when he done a video of the dingo races, those little short boats, you know, that they race.
Yeah, haven't seen it, man. I don't know.
Oh
what you
man,
mean, but
it's hilarious.
yeah, right. No, I can imagine. Everything he does is hilarious.
Man,
The
it looks
fishing, some of his fishing things that he's done, you know, just all sorts of different things. does really psycho fishing expeditions that he goes to give away things to people and just out of the blue and all sorts of crap. He's amazing character.
Oh yeah. He has this little it's a keychain that's got these buttons on it, that they say his sayings and stuff, like destination fucked and all the other stuff that they say.
Yeah.
And I want to get that thing.
Hmm.
He goes, "Welcome to destination fact."
Yeah, right. He's an entertainer.
Yeah,
like-
Well and
for
truly,
sure.
isn't he? That's the thing. He's got it sussed. He knows what he's doing. So, Rocco, it's all your fault that we were talking food, Rocco. Thanks for that, man. We were doing nicely before you
You
came
guys
in.
are pros on my end.
I don't know. It looks like it could rain here. I don't know.
Now we all want steak, bacon, pancakes, maple syrup.
Or maybe it's just
and
a.
Yeah. French toast.
French toast.
Waffles.
That'll do. Exactly.
I was hungry this morning, so I didn't eat it. I haven't eaten anything yet.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
I just got
I've
through
been-
eating me two.
I've been online for 11 hours, so I haven't eaten for 11 hours. Put it that way.
Wow. GRV, man, Joe need to get you a bite to eat, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's it,
11 hours.
man.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Crazy talk, I tell you.
Yeah.
So like,
I will get another bourbon. So I'll be back.
okay.
Oh, maybe
Get me
not.
one too.
Yeah.
So like Kevin, he was saying that Kevin popped up on his stream or whatever. Is he doing okay now, or what's he into?
Apparently, he's okay. He's doing well.
Yeah, Kevin was fine. All this, any troubles with his fish and everything is sorted out.
I mean-
all his fish are doing good, so it's great. Yeah.
Does he got a place to? Is he still?
Oh, sorry,
Is he?
wrong one.
Fucking fish.
Yeah, sorry, man. Yep, true. Yeah, yeah, he was doing all right. I can't remember too much of it. I'm sorry. Just
Mm-hmm.
the way it goes with my streams, that there's usually a little bit of alcohol involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last one I saw.
yeah,
saw you
but-
on, you looked
He
fairly.
was doing good. And
You looked fairly sloshed.
he came up. Yeah, had a stream recent, like a few days ago, with Dr. Black, and Dr. Black played a whole heap of songs for us, and I played a few songs, and we had heaps of guests, Chewy and all that came up on stream there, and that went for 11 and a half hours.
Wow.
And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that ended up a bit messy. I don't remember any of it, basically. But
I mean,
That's
good
the good
period.
stream.
it was
At
good
least
fun.
he's-
It must have been
Still-
good fun to keep going for 11 and a half hours. So
Oh yeah.
I think at least he's still doing well. I figured he'd drop it off the deep end or something.
yeah, that's it, man. It was good to see him come up.
I mean,
and say
does
good
he
day.
still have all his tanks and stuff, or did he have to get rid of them, or what's going on with that?
Now, I'm not really sure, but yeah, I don't think there was too many tanks involved or anything like that. But yeah, he was there. Yeah, it's as I said, I'm not too sure on all the details. A little bit inebriated. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So Tennessee Aqua, what's your plans with the next year? The old, sorry, whatever it's called. I've gone blank on what it's called, but the Tennessee event that James is planning.
Well, the last time I heard, it's going to be in like April, I think, or something like that.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'd heard.
They are doing a event. Something's Aquashella sort of like type thing, but it's not. I mean, it probably won't be as big as Aquashella because it's still really new. So
I thought it was like a car park event where people like put up like small tents and do their displays. But man, it's a whole huge convention hall thing. That's incredible. It's a great event. Location. It's gonna be cool.
To be honest with you, I mean, I think that like it would be better to have it outside, you know, and to have like people like serving food and all that other jazz, you know. But I mean, who knows? But as far as that goes, I haven't heard anything else about it yet.
A good chance it'll probably it has the chance to progress to that, where they do have a bunch of mobile food establishments.
Sounds interesting.
And set up out the front so they can sell to the thousands of people that are going to be there. You know, it's.
I hadn't heard about that one.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's going to be pretty big. See, like, my main concern is like how many people are actually going to be there as far as vendors. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean,
I don't know. We got the the Triple Crown in Louisville next year as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not till July.
Yes, that's right, man.
I don't know if I'm going to get to go to that yet or
line
not.
of duration.
I hope I do, but you know, but the last time I checked, like it was a bit pricey on some of the events, but you know, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to go myself, but I don't know how the money situation's gonna work out.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you go to an event like that, I highly recommend you just set aside $500 of spending money, and that's it.
It's
very easily
definitely gonna have some spending money.
Man. Yeah, some of those things that I've seen, just incredible. You could spend that much just in rock or substrate or driftwood, whatever. You know, let alone fish. It's just incredible the things that are available.
The main thing I'm worried about is the flight and the airfare. That's the airfare and the hotel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, right.
Well, Dallas, when I went, you know, like if you count the gas and the food and everything I bought and stuff like that, I probably spent like $1,200.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't really.
But I did buy a bunch of crap, you know that I didn't need and stuff. You know, I just went bought every damn thing pretty much. You know.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, you know, but I will say that if you go to an event like that, the best time to buy it is you wait till the
Wait till the end.
with the end of it, because see, like a lot of those people do not want to take back everything that they brought.
Yeah, and so you can get deals and stuff. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that being said,
I would drive up there, but it's like an 18-hour drive from where I'm at. So
Oh wow.
Wow. Yeah, that's
yeah, an 18-hour drive alone. Nope.
Yeah, I know that.
Where you
I've
at
done it.
there?
I've done
I'm
a
in,
3-day drive before, and yeah,
I'm in Texas right now.
Oh, Texas.
a 3-day drive from the middle of Australia to the north of Australia. Yeah, don't recommend it.
Hmm.
It was good fun and all that, but still, yeah, I don't recommend it.
Yeah,
Pretty exhausting.
that drive to Texas, like going down there, it wasn't bad at all. I mean, and it didn't seem like a long drive, but driving back sucked.
A freshwater
right.
tiger moray eel. Wow. Didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't even know that there was a freshwater moray eel.
Nice.
But
Nice,
who knows?
Mississippi hippie. That's a shame, though.
Yeah.
What happened?
Missed opportunities. Another one will come up. Don't worry.
Hmm.
And
A freshwater tiger moray.
get a
I know.
Trimac.
I know. I
Get a
get bored in
Trimac
18
instead.
hours. I'd probably start picking
Sean
up random
said
hitchhikers.
Sean said 18-hour drive would be relaxing. I don't know about that, man. I mean,
Well, I get bored. I'd no,
yeah. I mean,
right
like,
through or something.
if I did that, I mean, like, I would definitely have to have like somebody else driving and have like a game console or something.
I was driving in the middle of the Australian outback, hadn't seen a soul for hours on end, and just driving along, and then suddenly saw this. What the hell is that in front of me? And there's this black orb right in front of me, which bounced off my windscreen, cracked my windscreen. So it's like a rock or something. It wasn't a bird. It was just like a rock floating in the middle of the air, which I ran into in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the desert. Just incredible. Who knows what it was? I went back. I couldn't find anything. No sign of anything. But I hit this thing about the size of a softball. It wasn't small, but it didn't smash the windscreen. It just slightly cracked it. So, but as I said, it wasn't a bird, and there's no evidence of anything for a mile behind me. It's so strange. I have no idea what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Same trip, driving along up the highway in the middle of the desert, cruising along, and what the hell's this coming at me up the middle of the road? It looks like motorbikes. It looked like motorbikes, and I'll start slowing down and see what the hell's going on, and military police motorbikes saying, get off the road, get as far off the road as you possibly can. So I drove off the road, and it's very solid ground, desert, just like ironstone basically. So it was very solid. I could drive right off the road. I'm just parked there and watch this missile go on the back of a truck. This missile was 30 meters long, so 40 yards long, and it was a missile, a rocket on the back of this massive double flatbed trailer truck thing. It was just and I just watched it go past and went, "Fucking wow, man!"
Good night, Craig. Yeah,
That's pretty fucking.
he's still
freaky.
going.
Got back in my car and drove off. It was just like,
Am I
how
still
weird
frozen?
is that? As I said,
No.
I slowed down. I saw these things coming at me, and the bikes just pulled up and said, "Get off the road, as far off the road as you possibly can. You don't want to be anywhere near this." Okay.
Sexy fingers,
Yeah.
Craig. What's going on, buddy?
And this is in the middle of the Queensland desert. This was, so it's very strange.
Hmm.
They were
Secret-
military, which makes it strange. Like you think, God, it's probably something to do with mining, but they were military police, not police, but military police on motorcycles, which I've never seen before or since. So it's so strange. And who knows? I'm after 3 days of constant driving. Am I just hallucinating the whole lot? Craig, good to see you, man. What are you doing up at this time, Craig? What do you got over there?
Mississippi hippie.
Well, it's probably 5 o'clock in the morning, is it? So it's starting to happen.
Oh, it's almost
Mississippi hippie. Those eels that you're talking about. They have them in that tank that had like the skeletons and like the Halloween decorated tank or whatever. Because I did see some eels in that tank, but I'm not for sure. Craig needs a piss.
Cool. Yeah, right. It's getting up early morning. Wow. What is it? 2 a.m. here.
4:44. Oh wow. No, it's almost noon here, so.
Yeah, same. Well, right. Excuse me. Right now
Probably
it's
on
like 12:30 or something.
Yeah, well, you're in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. I'm in the Western time zone in Australia, and Craig's in the Eastern time zone. So daylight saving is no doubt in force over there. So it's 3 hours difference between him and my time. So
Yeah, daylight savings
Wow.
time. Yeah, I hate that.
So what time is it right now? What's your time, GRB?
I've got 2 a.m. on the dot now. So that's what my laptop's saying. I think that's probably right. Somewhere I've got a phone to confirm. Oh, 1:45. So the laptop's 15 minutes out. Interesting.
Same, only Oscar. Same.
Only Oscars, hello, said I went to sleep watching the stream, then woke up hours later to GR panelists. Good morning, everybody.
G'day, only Oscars. That's it.
Yeah, I got on for a little while last night, and then got off. Still watching the stream. Fell asleep, and then I woke up this morning. I was still going. I was like, oh, cool.
Cool.
Okay, Mississippi hippie.
Craig, I did watch the cricket. Awesome. We just ripped through the English cricket team. So hopefully we can get a lead up in the first innings. That's Test cricket, for those who don't know, which is the only game that you can play for 5 days and end in a draw.
What?
So
I didn't even know that games even lasted that long.
yeah, 5 days it goes
Wow.
for, and most likely it will end in a draw, which
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
It's
you
like
think
somebody, for God's sake,
that's
score
pointless.
already.
Yeah,
11 hours.
it's the best. Exactly, Craig. It's the best. When it's happening, when it happens, it happens. You know, England they batted first. We're expecting to make runs, but no. The the Australian bowling attack ripped through them. So it's like a pitcher in baseball just striking everyone out, you know, and that happened. We got them all out for 147 or something, where they're probably hoping and expecting to make 500, but they only made 147. So hopefully we can make 500 and then get them out again. But yeah, it's a
Nice, bro.
different sport. Something that it's never caught on in America.
Yeah.
GRB, Sean wants to know. Oh, excuse me. Sean wants to know if you're going to be doing an after party after Pam. Punchy Paints.
What, tomorrow? You mean? Maybe
Tonight or tomorrow for you, I
tonight
guess.
thing, sort of thing. Yeah, right. Yep.
It's actually
Later today. Probably for
Yeah.
all of us, is it?
Wait a minute. Today is that's right. Today is Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday.
Well, wait a minute. If today's Wednesday, then today is actually GRB's tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but he was already in Wednesday yesterday. Last
And
night.
there's nothing confusing about that at all.
Oh, okay. Nothing confusing at all. That's total.
Today's yesterday and yesterday's tomorrow.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. So yeah, if the spot's available, I will be. Definitely.
Yep.
But
I hear you, Mr.
I don't
B.
know. I
Got
think
a little bit, but-
Kevin is probably going, or maybe even
Yeah.
Adele might take that spot. But if there's no one going, I'll be going for sure. Unless I run out of internet content or internet data.
I see. I hear you, Mr. Baby. I want to go to Louisville, but it just got to depend on the money.
Yeah.
Sherry, of course, I'm going to be going to the Tennessee event. You know, because that event is only like 45 minutes from my house. So yeah, I'll be going to that one. But I mean,
That's lucky. I have to drive at least maybe 14 hours. I don't know.
well, from Texas, yeah, 14 hours, give or take. Yeah, because it took us approximately 14 to 15. I can't remember if it was 14 or 16 to get from my house to Dallas. So,
Wow.
Kevin had to abandon the late night crew. Yeah, Sean. I think the reason why he done it was because of what happened with that stream when Joey came up. Apparently, he said that a couple of the people in chat was being I guess buttholes when they shouldn't have or something. I don't know, but
Kevin's
anyway.
abandoned the late night crew.
He took the people's mods from them. I know that.
Yeah, I know he had some trouble with the old king of DIY.
Yeah, Sherry, come on down. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know the whole story, but because I've heard a couple different stories, like with the people that was in the
Yeah.
chat, which I heard them just saying, that like, that Joey was being his old self, and then I talked to Kevin personally, and Kevin told me that the problem was not Joey, that the problem was people in chat who just who just can't um, let certain things go. So
I don't know. I've
so
heard like two different things. I
yeah,
don't know half the
yeah,
story.
yeah, that's me too. I mean, as far as actually
Today, Steph.
being there,
Yeah,
I could because like when the stream happened, I was in bed, so but I just because I just got Kevin's side of the story, then I got Adele's side of the story on her stream when they was talking about it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed
I
the
don't
whole
know.
stream. I
Got
didn't even know it happened until somebody was talking about it on somebody's stream.
Hey,
I
Steph.
forget. Hey, Steph.
I don't know really what brought it all on. It was pretty bizarre, but I missed the start, but I caught like the end and like the aftershock of it all, which was a little bit disturbing. I must admit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
But as I said,
everybody's got their opinions.
I hope Shanna or Kevin weren't too disturbed by it all, and either of them, because they were the primary focus when it all went down. Apparently,
yeah.
I mean,
hopefully they're all okay about it. And
so I mean, see, in my opinion, some things just needs to be left in the past. I mean,
Yeah.
And I say this because fact is okay. I mean, I have seen a couple of members of the Fish Fam make a total ass of
What is
themselves
going
on
on?
panel,
Stream
and
yards.
then a couple days later, everything was okay. So, I mean, it just sometimes some people just needs to let things go. They just let it be. What happened has happened. We gotta move on.
Exactly.
I mean, I've heard I've heard two different things, three different things.
It's it's like Kevin had his streams, and we all jump up on panel and all that sort of thing, and have a bit of a laugh about this or whatever. Having a bit of a go at Kevin is a common thing. He has a go at us, and we have a go ahead at him, and that's a few amongst a group of people that are regularly in there, and it's not. It sounds bad, I must admit it does sound bad. But
yeah, they just don't want to take it too far.
It's not that. We're both just having a go at each other, all of us. And yeah, I think that may have been misinterpreted by an individual who, and then things started to get a bit heated after that, which he was like trying to stand up for Kevin, and it wasn't that way. It wasn't required. Kevin wasn't being attacked by anybody. It's just it's the same old typical thing. Clean up your room, Kevin. You might find that thing that you dropped on the floor or whatever, which doesn't sound good, but it's only a joke between friends,
Yeah, we were just joking.
I think that all went a bit.
We don't harass them about it.
I think it got misinterpreted, and he was only trying to stand up for Kevin, where, as I said, it wasn't required. And then it started going a bit. It went further south from there, which so I don't think it ended too well, but as I said, I'm sure Kevin lets it all like water off a duck's back or whatever they say. That he takes it all in the right frame of mind, and hopefully he didn't get too upset by it all. And Shanna as well, who was the guest. I think that's what pissed most people off. That the guest was interrupted by another guest that wasn't expected. So
Yeah, but
Something like that. I don't know.
you know, yeah, I get that, but at the same time, the host has the power to either let somebody up or not,
Yep.
and the host also has the power to say what can be said and what can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
so I mean, and but to say like that being said, like that is just like exactly what you said, GRB. I mean, like, some people might have took certain things the wrong way when they shouldn't have, and then you had some people just cannot let go of certain things, which is sad, but it is what it is. I mean, but I mean, I hate that it happened, but it just goes with like like I have seen so many other people go on panels and they have made a straight ass out. Days later, it just everything calmed down and just like it never happened. And in my opinion, that's how it should have went with this situation. It just
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, my opinion, if something is being said and that something does not have anything to do with you personally, then I think that some comments need to be kept to themselves.
Yeah,
But that's just me.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah,
You just don't saying something that's not allowed here.
Hmm.
Well, there's nothing to do with what we're talking about. Something like that.
Yeah. As I said, I went and fed the lizards, and which probably takes 20 minutes. Left, everything was sweet and everything was fine. Came back and all hell was breaking loose. Whoa, what's going on? What did I miss?
Yeah.
It was chaos. I said I walked away for not even 20 minutes to go feed the lizards. It doesn't take that long to chuck a bit of fruit onto their plate and watch them for a minute to make sure they're all eating and come
Hey,
back.
Scott.
But yeah, I just timed it right on that spot. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, Sean, that's true, man. No one is ever held accountable to their actions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but
Yeah, true.
like like, the whole fish fam as a whole is pretty cool. I mean, it's a great place to be, but at the same time, the fish fam is not as perfect as people lead on to it being. I mean, like, okay, like. With like if you got a new person looking in, they think it's great, man. Like everybody's friends and everybody loves each other. No, it's not like that behind closed doors. Behind closed doors, you're going to have certain people who don't like certain people. But with that all being said, is all that matters is if we try to be respectful towards one another, just for the sake of the stream or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. That's all you can do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I got news for you. Life is too shitty to be coming home from a job that you really don't want to be at, and then you get on panel or start talking to somebody in chat, then you start dealing with bullshit there too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, the whole point I come to the fish fam is to get away from my
Get away from
Mhm.
that.
You know,
No, well said, man. Exactly.
that's the whole point.
That's
When
me.
I
I
get
get
home
away.
from
I
work,
go away
and
to things to
to
get
help me
away from
unwind.
reality.
Yep.
Have
And
fun.
that's why I come here, because I get to hang out with all my buddies and
Hmm.
friends and just let it all go.
You get to talk to
Really,
people, have fun, joke around.
And we're very close to ticking over to 11 hours and 30 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see what happens at 12 hours, whether they just kick me off completely or they let me keep going. We'll see.
I thought you got the. You're paying them. They're probably giving you a limited hours. I think.
Yeah, it mentioned in the write up that you're limited to 6 hours per stream. So we're almost double that for this stream, and have done another stream as well. So I don't think the 6 hour limit is a thing, but it had been mentioned that maybe that they cut it back and StreamYard only save 6 hours of it or whatever. But
huh?
I don't know understand. Yeah, but it's cool.
You know something, GRB? I think that it would be cool if you and Terry had a um 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 stream off. You know what I mean? Just to see who can actually go the longest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
But if you do it, you gotta do it at the same exact time. Start your stream at the same exact time, and then you just go until the other one cannot go no longer.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah,
Dude, it's not the.
dude, that would be epic.
It's not
Is that
StreamYard. YouTube.
Terry's
YouTube
topical
will cut you
takes?
off.
Yep.
We're
YouTube will
talking.
cut you off at 12 hours. That's what it is.
Yeah, right.
Oh, so right now it looks like that he's been streaming for 11 hours and 16 minutes.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to be going this morning.
Yeah, that's right, Craig. I mean, it just because of because it's just something about just hanging out and just listening to some of the stuff that comes out. It's just crazy. It's like mind-boggling. I'm like, how in the hell did it come up with some shit like this? But it's interesting.
That's so cool, so true, S.
I mean,
yes, that is it.
Yeah. It's kind of like one of them things, like when you got Vinny and Terry and Mike and all of them up there. It's kind of like it's bad, but it's so good that I don't want to miss it. You know what I mean? It's like I can't look. Yeah, I can.
Yep, that'll be it. The old train wreck.
But I love it though. I mean, it's
Oh
awesome.
yeah, fucking fish cannot come back.
Fucking would straight up annihilate everyone when it comes to the streaming.
For sure.
He will stream and will bring you up on panel, and after you get a couple people, he'll go take a nap, and then a couple hours later, hey guys, what's going on? Come right back.
Exactly. Yep.
That's funny, Craig. Yeah, I mean,
excuse me. Better get a drink. Oh no more Coke.
Like the best panel, I think, as far as like having some crazy off the wall conversations and good and funny ones, I think would be the lineup of Beanie, Terry, Jason, Brian from Motor City Aquatics,
Yeah.
Frico Stan, and Skipper and Blackie. Now
Yeah,
I
right.
don't know
There's
why.
an awesome panel.
You know, but that but that combination of YouTubers right there, it just seemed like that the stream possibilities would be endless.
I missed the Terry stream today with Rocco and a few others that were in there. Like it was at the same time as Dr. Black's stream, so I missed it. But
Like
that would have been cool.
I'm more of a
Would've been
cast
cool.
breaker, so I won't not.
Steph, yeah, GRV. Steph says Robert is trying to wipe us off to the face of the earth for that group.
Yeah.
Hey, J Rock.
Hey, J-Rock.
That's right, Steph.
Yeah, I'm a casual drinker, so I don't really get too slaughtered most of the time. Or at least I try not to.
Got to have Patty involved in there.
Oh yes, Patty. But like Patty would be one to bring up if shit went sideways. Because like
Special secret guest.
Yes, I mean like Patty would definitely have to be dubbed the panel referee or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean like if the conversations get totally sideways, then afterwards then you have her come up to get everybody in line and back on track.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She could do it too.
That was a crazy
I can see her now. Listen here.
That was hilarious, that stream, man. That was just out there.
That's right, Steph. Yeah.
On Vinny's. Was it Vinny's, one of Vinny's streams? Man, that was so cool.
Oh gosh. She even listen here, Terry.
Yeah, right.
Hey, I'm a talking here. She's awesome.
Yeah,
Throw a
she
dead
is.
Fred in there. That's right.
She's
Sean.
always supporting me. So yeah, much love for old Patty.
Yeah, I mean, Patty is definitely someone that is a main staple in the fish fam. You know what I mean? I mean, like, I mean,
sorry, man.
Wrong button.
No worries.
Okay, like if a stream comes on and if you see Patty in there, that means that stream has got to be somewhat good. You're
gonna have a laugh.
It's gonna go wild in a good way.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's just classic humor going through all the time. Nothing's well, maybe rarely, but that it gets a bit heated or whatever. But really, it doesn't. It's all still in good fun.
Oh yeah.
Good night, Craig. Yes. Yeah, I've been here.
Sexy fingers.
Excuse me, sorry.
As an old joke from a long time ago.
Yep. The streams that I miss the most are the ones with Anthony's fishy friends would host. Is that at midnight on like Friday nights or something?
Yeah.
And it would be Jesse and when you got Jesse from HC Aqua and
yep,
and just
there's
Priscilla.
two streams of Anthony's fishy friends that I can just remember off the top of my head, which are two of my favorite streams ever. One was the drinking quiz game with Chattanooga Ed, Dr. Black, Jesse.
Oh God, that's Shrimp.
Jess Shrimp Granny, I think. Anthony, and that was so cool. That's when Dr. Black threw the guitar at the end,
Yes.
and as soon as that happened, and Dr.
Yeah,
Black's
he went.
screen went
They-
black because he threw it at the computer, knocked the laptop
Yeah,
off the table. Jesse just
He-
walks back in, sits back down in his chair. How are we all going, everyone? That was so awesome. And
Oh,
probably my
man.
favorite ever stream that I
Yeah,
was
he
ever
like
involved in.
whacked the computer with the guitar. From what I remember.
Yeah, that's it. But
I
my
don't know.
favorite stream I've
Why is
ever
this
been
thing bugging out?
involved in was
Maybe
Anthony's
if I just
stream
turn off my
again.
cam.
But it was when Priscilla flew back from California, and she flew back, landed at Denver at the airport, and couldn't find her car.
Oh yeah.
Oh
No.
my! Oh
I heard
my
about
God,
that.
man, that was just the most hilarious stream of all time. It was, we got to find the car, and poor Priscilla's walked all around the place looking in, she was in the wrong car park. And as you know, airport car parks, there's 1A, 1B, and so on, whatever, all the numbers. But the car parks, they all look exactly alike.
Yeah.
And she was cruising around trying to find this. And is the car stolen? It was getting like there was dramatic effect, and it was all happening. And yeah, in the wrong car park. Eventually found it, and then she drove all the way from Denver back home with her phone out the front of her car. So we got to see the trip all the way home as well. It was, man, it really was. It's hilarious. If you ever get a chance, go back and check that stream out.
Hmm.
That was so funny.
I heard about that stream, but I didn't get to watch that one.
Everyone commenting left, right, and center about the whole, where's the car? And oh man, it was just so funny. I was in hysterics for hours.
The Seinfeld episode. That's probably true.
It was.
I remember
was
that
great.
stream that went all to hell just because of some damn check valve type thing that came up. I mean, check valves just made the chat.
Oh, the
and
check
everybody go
valves.
crazy. Oh
Yeah.
Check
God,
valves.
Check
that
valve.
was hilarious,
Yeah.
dude. I ain't never laughed so hard in my life.
Yeah,
Check your check valves.
yeah, that was it. It became it went for it had a roll on for a while. Stream after stream, the old check valve kept coming up.
Yeah.
I don't know who was involved with that. I think was that Rockford or was it just Shrimp Granny? I don't know.
That there was like six or seven people in chat that was going back and forth over it.
Yep.
I mean, it was
Yeah, it
like
was.
they was like hashing it out. They was like, "You need check valves," and then somebody else be like, "No, you don't need no stupid check valves. I did this for so many years," and then somebody go back and it was just hilarious.
It
I had-
was.
I mean,
I had to check out my original tank.
I mean, this is it's like the conversation remind me of a presidential debate. It's what it is. Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
You got Donald Trump on one side and you got Joe Biden on the other, just going back at
to
it.
the phone.
Yep.
Hmm.
It was just hilarious.
Oh
And
yeah.
Stephanie, she was going off on somebody. I don't know who it was, but it was funny. She was reaming somebody's ass out in chat. I mean, I thought it was hilarious. I was like, "Get him, Steph." Steph said I was there back in February. I think I was drugged to the gills. Sean, 2024.
Exactly.
Yeah, Craig. she will come in every great once in a while on people's streams. You know, she'll just say I'm lurking or something. Yeah, because I think that she just been busy with her new job at Petco or something, and where she travels back and forth, but to
Oh yeah.
California. So yeah.
I mean, I ain't seen Anthony in forever.
No, I haven't either. I mean, which I'll see him in chats every now and then, but as far as
Yep.
as far as him ever having his own live streams, you don't never see them anymore.
No.
Which sucks because which I loved his live streams. If I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
mistaken,
that's fun.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, which he had him on like Friday nights at 12 o'clock my time.
Okay, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Friday.
But it started at 12 o'clock my time, and then they wouldn't end until about 6 o'clock the next morning.
Yep.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's it. Very cool streams.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Sean. Yeah. The main people that would fall asleep would be either Anthony or Jesse.
Yeah.
Those two would fall asleep every single time. It was so funny. I was on there drunker than hell. I mean, like half the shit I could, half the stuff I was saying was coming out either like slurred or just extra stuttery. It was horrible. I mean, it was extremely. I mean,
you'd have to wake Jesse up because he's got the cigar still going in his fingers, like in front of his face. You notice that he's actually fallen asleep. He's still got the cigar in his fingers. You think everyone's yelling out, "Wake up, Jesse! Wake up!" trying to wake him up so he didn't burn himself.
Yeah.
Monica. Who's Monica?
Craig.
Monica. I remember a couple of Monicas.
Is that Monica Lynn?
He is talking about.
Is this thing even on?
That girl that had that had that name called For Real Fish Keeper. Her.
Oh, I think I remember that somewhat.
She would come up on Kevin's stream sometimes. Fucking Fish's stream at times.
Ah.
Yeah,
right.
Her. The hot one. She was super hot and stuff. Ditzy.
What? Sorry, was that Emma?
No, that.
Did you ever see that stream? Was that a fucking fish stream? I can't remember. And
Emma.
the chick rocked up, and she was young and attractive, and was getting on and came on the stream on the panel, and was there and was. Everything was going on fine, and then she started talking about her plans to kill her boyfriend.
Or some creepy, yeah, Sean. Yeah, I mean,
and it turned into how she was going to murder her boyfriend stream. It was just like, whoa, out of nowhere.
I don't remember that stream.
I can't remember her name,
yeah,
but I'm thinking it was Emma. I'm thinking Emma, but I don't know. But
I think that
was and she showed up a couple of times, up in following weeks and months, and just rock up out of the blue. And
she was like stalking Kevin or something.
It was on Kevin's stream. Yeah, right. It's amazing. It's, as I said, she was just a delight to start with and everything. It was just awesome. And then suddenly it just turned real dark, real quick, and she was going to start murdering people. And it was, whoa.
Emma, wait a minute. She's from Perth, right?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that girl.
I'm thinking about.
No, the one I'm trying to think. I was just trying to think. I can't remember where she was. if it was Texas that she was from, but I really can't remember where she was from, but yeah, it was.
Her boyfriend. Huh.
Yeah, I know she disappeared.
Well, maybe she wanted to murder him because he went to the back door without knocking, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe she did. Maybe she did end up murdering him.
Yeah, Sean, that is right, man. The
And
winter months, like January and February are the months that I got crazy because, I was just sitting at the house not working. And yeah, I had a couple streams where I drank way too much.
Hey, Alien World Aquatics, what's up?
Hey, Alien World.
Scotty,
Craig said,
how
I
are you,
think
man?
Emma was a palm.
Alien World, good to see you.
What's
Hey,
a
Alien
palm,
World.
GRB?
Emma was a pom, was she? I can't remember.
What the hell is a palm?
I don't know what a palm is.
English. That's what Australians call the English.
Oh, wankers?
I think I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what it means. I think it's prisoner of Her Majesty or something like that, isn't it? I can't remember what it is.
I was thinking
Pam?
maybe like a wanker or something. I don't know.
Yeah, pom.
Pam from Sand Creek? You mean Amy?
Yeah, right, Amy. Sand Creek Aquatics too.
Yeah.
So what the hell ever happened to her anyway?
Yeah, that was.
She had like a 1,000+ subscribers overnight, and then she started streaming a lot there. Then all of a sudden she just quit.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I haven't heard nothing from her.
Hopefully she's doing all right. I don't know. Yeah.
I've seen her on Facebook. I haven't talked to her lately.
Cool.
But I think she got feeling a little bit inadequate or something compared to all the. Or something happened where she didn't feel like she had any knowledge to give, which is not true.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
Knowledge to give. Look, like every time I come on panel, I don't give out no knowledge.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
Amy was good value. Yeah.
I mean, I come on panel, I give everybody a boost of self-esteem.
But
I just talk shit most of the time. I may know what I'm talking about. I don't know.
I really have no idea, but I think we all helped her through a difficult time after losing Nathan, and she got to like bond with all of us for that time that she needed us and needed to bond, and got her through some hard times, and she's just moved on. That's the way I hoped it is anyway.
Well, that just makes me feel really used. You only want me when it's convenient for you, then you just toss me away like I'm just a piece of trash.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Hello, Fishymon. How you doing?
Now I know how that date a while back went. Oops.
Yeah, well, we hope she's doing all right.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that was a tough few days. That one, I tell you. Nathan's.
Yeah, I think I know. I'll have to talk to her next time I see her on Messenger or something.
Yeah, cool.
I mean, tell her to to come back sometime. It's just like she ain't gotta do nothing that she don't want to or nothing. Just come back and say
hello,
hi.
Rocco. Sorry, man. I don't know how long you were waiting there.
Hey, Rocco.
Oh, it was just a couple hours.
Only a couple of hours. That's it. You grew a beard. You grew a beard while you were waiting.
That's it, man. I used to be clean shaven, man. How you fellas doing?
How are you, man? You doing all right?
Man, you know what? I got a down day today. I haven't been like super swamped, so I thought I'd come up here and say hi to everybody and Hope everybody's
Awesome.
doing good and spend a little time with some good people.
Good to see you, man. No, that's for sure. Great to see you.
Well, thank you.
Good
Thank
to have you. I ain't
What
done
is-
nothing for the
to
past
the
3
world.
days.
What's the hat you got there, Rocco?
Texas A&M.
Texas A&M, right? I was thinking it may have been. I wasn't sure.
They got
Awesome.
I love their baseball program, so I
Okay.
support them for that. Yeah,
Very cool.
I'm a big baseball guy. So
Ah, awesome, man. That's very cool.
how you doing, Steph?
So, Rocco, do you know that baseball was invented from cricket?
It was.
It was.
That's
Right.
what I've heard.
That's what I've heard.
I've
That's what
heard
I've
it was.
heard too. But I've heard it's a very people have been arguing it for over 100 years. So
yeah, I've heard that too. Because it was a game. Actually, the game of baseball actually they played it during the Civil War, even.
yeah. Right.
You know.
Yep.
And baseball goes back a long ways, and it's
does.
you know it's
It does.
changed and evolved so much that you know the way it was originally played is not even for instance, when you hit the ball, you run to the base on your right, first base. When the game was first originally started, you ran counterclockwise.
Okay, right.
So you'd run to third base.
Unreal.
So it's kind of like having
evolved quite a bit.
NASCAR drivers turn left.
Right.
No. Okay, like instead of them turning left, they got to turn right.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
No, that's very cool. I didn't know that. That was my favorite. My favorite spot to field was third base. So yeah.
Oh no.
Inside the line there, and when they just smack it down that line, and you can take big diving catches.
Yeah, or take a bad hop and get hit in the face or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I'd rather sit behind the plate and get hit with a baseball bat, you know.
Craig, what in the heck are you saying? He says Texas ass to mouth. What?
Ooh.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know.
Craig, that's why I was laughing sometimes. I was like, did I miss something?
I missed something too, 'cause I don't even see it. So
Texas ass to mouth.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Well, what the heck does that mean?
I don't know. I don't like it too much.
Not sure.
No.
Texas
Craig.
A&M.
Oh.
ATM. That's Texas A&M. That's TAM.
Oh, okay. He just renaming the team's name. For the ATM.
They're not Aggies. They're ass munchers now, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was looking, I was like, did I miss something? I was like, golly.
I didn't even see it till you said something.
Oh, I mean, another day of not getting up and nothing accomplished. I couldn't see it.
No idea.
I mean, because see, like on Sunday, I did all my tank maintenance, and then yesterday I did just a little bit more, just because I was bored. Now I don't have anything else to do.
Hey, Craig, sorry. I thought you said ATM. No. It's all good, brother. I got nothing but love for you, man. Even though you're making fun of my favorite college team.
Fishymon. What's going on, Fishymon?
Where's Fishy? Lurking. See, that's something I got this whole weekend. This whole weekend is going to be nothing but fish room maintenance the whole weekend, because next Tuesday I'm going to be out of commission for at least a week. As far as me getting up, and I'm having knee replacement surgery done.
Oh,
right.
what?
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Because here probably, I don't know, maybe 4 months ago. It because I had this procedure called dry needling done about 2 years ago, and man, it was amazing. I mean, awesome. And what it does is it basically tricks your mind into believing that those nerve pains, they don't hurt anymore.
Right.
You know. So, and it worked good for quite a while, because I mean, there for a long time. I couldn't even hardly walk without limping, I'd be limping real bad. So, roughly, like I said, roughly about 4 or 5 months ago, I'd say, it just started, gradually getting painful again and pain more and more and more and more and more and more. And now it's to the point where it's like, ooh, I got to sit down. And then when I go to stand up, it's like, oh God, I feel like I'm 80, so
Man.
I got to get up like real slow. Oh,
is
yeah.
it like bone on bone? Oh man, that's nice.
And here's
That's
the kicker.
nice.
Here's the
No
kicker.
cartilage.
Here's the kicker. I already have hardware in my leg.
Yeah, right.
They got to remove like, your femur comes down like this, right? I got a rod that goes this way, and then I have a real long one that comes down this way.
Oh
And I have a screw up here. I have a screw in my thigh. So they got to cut my thigh open, get the screw out, come down here, cut this side open, pull this pin out. Then they got to slice my kneecap, move my kneecap to the side, open my leg up, pull that rod out, and hopefully they won't break my hip in the process.
Oh,
good.
Man,
Lordy.
No,
That
it's
is,
full replacement. That's full replacement.
much better you than me, Rocco.
Man, shoot.
Good luck,
All the
good luck
best.
with that.
I tell you what. I'll be honest with you, man. After going, on 2 deployments, being stationed overseas, getting in so many fist fights overseas, crashing my Harley, died twice in one night, got shot. I've been stabbed.
Yeah.
4 leg surgeries so far. 2 shoulder surgeries, neck surgery, and just a plethora of other crap. I don't think knee replacement surgery is going to put me down, man.
Man.
But the good thing is I'll be able to hopefully within a year, I'll be able to start running again. And then if I get this shoulder fixed, I'll be able to start working out again. And I can put my weight back where it's supposed to be instead of in my belly. I can put it in my arms and my back and my legs again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right. Pain
Good
is
luck
not
with that.
Yeah, the hard part about doing that is just getting started, because man,
exactly.
When I used to love working out, and then I got older, and I had to have a steel plate with 6 screws on my collarbone. And then I just got lazy, and now I go get a weight and pick it up. I'm like, not today.
I tell you what, that's the hardest part though, is getting started. But once you get going on it, man, I'm serious. It's like damn, it's like a druggie. A druggie, they gotta have that hit, or they gotta have that shot,
Yeah.
And after a while, man, you just get addicted to going to the gym, and that's all you want to do, man.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, after you get in that groove, man, you feel so good. I mean, it's just something about, you just have that good, it's a good dopamine feeling that you get off of it. I just can't explain it, man. But after you get done, or middle ways, whatever. I mean, you're not lazy, like you do stuff, and
sure.
You just got a good attitude.
And I tell you what, man. And ever since I quit smoking, because the doc told me, like, let's see, when was it? About 3 weeks ago, almost 4 weeks ago. Awesome. The doctor told me, if you don't quit your smoking, we're not doing the surgery. Man, right then and there, those cigarettes went in the trash can. There you go, buddy.
Yeah, right. Cool.
If that's what I got to do to stop hurting, believe you me, it's a done deal.
I got the same thing with COPD, emphysema. that sort of
man.
and bronchitis. So if you got emphysema and bronchitis, you've got two of the nasties to do with the
Right.
lungs. So they call it COPD these days. So
Right.
ended up with that and had to go and see lung doctors. And there's no way you can bullshit them. You know, they know.
Oh, absolutely.
They look at your pictures. They know if you've been smoking yesterday. You know, they
exactly.
know.
Hey, Scott.
They made me stop for the same thing. You know that we're not going to treat you if you're still smoking. So, and be honest with us because we can tell. And okay, yep. So I gave up smoking, and
I can't lie. I feel like, as far as physically overall, I feel amazing right now, except for my leg and my shoulder. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
And food tastes great.
Yeah.
Food tastes really good. So
yeah,
I mean, all in all, man, it's a win-win for the Rock, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I don't know what you guys are suffering on that side of it, but it's $50 a pack here now.
Wow.
Because of all the taxes that the government put on it.
Holy
and that increase went in 3 years or so. Like I gave up when it was probably $20 a pack.
Oh wow!
But your guys' dollar is different than our dollar as far as value wise.
Yeah, that's right. But still, it's
still like $20. I remember when cigarettes were like 45 cents, 50 cents a pack. I remember that.
Yeah, right.
How long has it been, J-Rock? It's been right about almost a month now.
Yeah, but a pack's like what, 25 cigarettes or 30?
Chewy.
Yeah, 25. I
That's
started
good, Rocco.
I started buying a pouch of roll your own and started rolling my own cigarettes for a few years as the prices. But as I said, the prices just went every few months. It was going up $5 just constantly. Yeah, right.
My cigarette machine, man.
Yeah,
put your tobacco down in there.
Yeah.
And you go like put your paper in right there and flip it that way, and it'll poof pops out a brand new cigarette.
Man, how cool is that?
Or not, I don't know. Cool.
That is awesome.
Beanie needs that for his rolling that he does. You know, besides sitting there.
Who does that? Oh, Vinny. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, he's like because I think it's funny when he's sitting there for like 5 or 10 minutes on the same one.
Hey, J-Rock, what's the name of that channel?
How many times can you lick a cigarette before it just becomes completely useless?
I'm like, good Lord, man. I'm glad I ain't shared that thing with him. Like, come on, man, get a lot to dry this thing off a little bit.
Love it. That's so cool.
All right. I'll see y'all later. I'm gonna get some lunch. Y'all have a good time.
All right, brother. God bless you. Take care, man.
Thanks, Derek. Thanks for coming up, man.
Thanks for having me.
Haven't seen Derek in a while, man. It's good to see him.
Yeah, he's been up for hours.
Yeah, Sean. Trust me, I know what it is.
Yeah.
It's basically this, but not in vape form.
Right.
Oh, right on. Is that stuff any good? I mean, is that do you take it for pain, or what do you just take it because you can?
I just do it just because I enjoy it, and to be honest with these, I can buy one of these, and then that will last me for about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. It'll last me.
Oh, okay.
And then you know you just put it in this thing right here.
Yep.
Right on.
And that's little device that you buy for them. You know, you can get them at the bait shop for like $25. You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cool.
For this.
What's up, Yellowstone?
And then you got to buy these separately.
Got you.
These run between like $25 to like $20.
Now, aren't they supposed to be pretty high in CBD as well, too, right?
40% or the 60 or the 80 or
Damn.
or whatever.
Well,
But they're supposed to be pretty high in CBD as well, right? Basically, it's hemp that's CBD infused, correct?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
what it is.
Right.
Because it is 1 gram THC but the one I get is 96%.
Oh.
And
That might as well just be weed.
yeah. See at the bottom it says that it's 20% indica and then it's 80% sativa.
well,
So it's a hybrid.
Yeah, sour diesel is what.
Not that I know anything about that.
but
Yeah.
100.
I'll be honest. I've been reading a lot about it because I want to.
Oh, I
Yeah.
bet.
Well, no, it's because, and I'll be honest with you, it's because of the
Pain relief.